Ooh. Max.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
So I ended up doing a on-site setup today.
Oh no.
Everyone around me kept saying how easy it was going to be and how all I had to do was show up and drop it off.
Oh, that should tell you there's problems right from the get-go.
Can you guess what didn't McFucking happen?
Any of that shit.
Yeah. So all the printers were fucked up, and I had to set those up. And all the fucking, turns out that a whole bunch of shit that should have been natively installed didn't McFucking natively install. And so I had to install that shit. And then it turns out some Microsoft shit got corrupted when installing. Had to reinstall that shit. Had to fucking start up everything, and then we got everything ready, and I was about to walk out the door. And then they were like, wait, hold on. Where's my QuickBooks files?
Oh no.
I was like, what do you mean you're where? You should be in your... I didn't sync those to my OneDrive. It's like, so it's on the old decommissioned computer that we've already completely dismantled. They're like, yes. But then I was like, that wouldn't have been great to know like an hour ago before I dismantled it. Okay. So I put it back together. And I was thinking, hey, while I'm setting up all the other shit, because once they found out QuickBooks was broken, they were like, oh, well, let me check all my other stuff first. And then that's where we found out that a whole bunch of other stuff was broken. So they had to do more setups. And, Microsoft, for some reason, thought some fucking actual industrial printer was actually a fucking handheld scanner and kept trying to serve me drivers for the handheld scanner. So, that was fun. And their website for the drivers is, like, from the 1998s.
That sounds like a zebra or a seagull.
Maltona.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. So, some of the dust that was accumulating on these power outlets might have been from 1998. That should give you an idea about how,
Lovely.
yeah. So, I set all this shit up. I go and reassemble the computer. And, wouldn't you know it, there's the QuickBooks files in the one folder on the computer that isn't being synced. And I'm not even exaggerating about that. There is one folder on that computer is not being synced, and it's the QuickBooks folder. So I'm like, okay, it's not too bad. Just gotta move the QuickBooks file, right?
Wrong.
QuickBooks file was 60 gigabytes. And I had to move that shit over a USB 2.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Not a 2.1, not a 2.3, not a 2.5.
Nope.
A
2.
2.
Oh no.
We're talking 9 megabytes a second.
Woo.
Sounds accurate.
So I'm just looking at this and I'm just like, oh, okay, I see where this is going.
Sneaky's having all the fun today.
I'm having so much fun today. So, I was there for an extra hour because I had to sit there and wait for the QuickBooks to finish downloading. And then I moved it, once I finished moving it to a thumb drive that they just happened to have lying around, I moved it to the new computer, and it downloaded at the speed of 110 megabytes a second, so that was nice. But, it was hell getting it off there. But, boy, do I hate users that don't know what their own fucking password is.
So
Yeah.
most of them.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it is a very annoying thing. Because it's like, alright, so we just need to re-add your email in, so just enter your password here. I don't know my password. What? Yeah, well, I don't enter my password ever, so I don't know it.
Write that shit down.
I mean, not just write that shit down. It's like, it is your email password for your job. If you are going to remember any passwords, probably one of the most important ones.
Yeah, that.
Oh, it's okay. I'll just get IT to reset it.
Yeah, pretty much. So, that's the other complication here is users that don't realize when it's asking for their password, it doesn't mean their PIN number. Because on these computers, it allowed users to sign in with a PIN number. Which, don't get me wrong, I love that I can sign into my computer with a PIN number. It's great, it's easy, it's way faster. However, that is not an excuse for you to mistake what a PIN number is to what a password is. It's why they use different words. And so for a good 45 minutes, we were unable to sign her into her stuff because she kept putting her PIN number in when it was asking for passwords. And she kept refusing us when we asked if we could reset her password. Because she's like, no, it's this password. This is what my password is. And it's like, this is your PIN number, not your password. So eventually, finally, we convinced her to let us, for testing's sake, reset her password. And wouldn't you know, it worked. Wouldn't you know it, it worked.
Dumbass.
Yep. Yep. But that was my adventures today. That's basically the only thing that happened today, because it's fucking Easter Friday, and I don't know why they had us come in. No one else went to work today.
Yeah. Not even in India. We have a day off.
Oh, holy shit. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, but it's like no one came into work today. We had a total of 10 tasks to go between 8 people. Why?
So it was a slow day.
Yeah, I don't know why tech companies do that. It's even weirder being here in the Bible Belt.
That's fair.
Bible Belt.
Yeah.
Gotta have coverage.
Yeah, I guess, but I took today off anyways because I just needed a fucking day off that wasn't a weekend.
It's called the
Happens,
Bible
man.
Belt because they preach at you as they unlatch.
Ah, yes, the Bible. My favorite book for beating somebody up.
Oh, no, I meant, you know, the whole dad, not the belt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is this? Spare the belt, spoil the child?
Spare the rod.
spoil the child.
Yeah. Yeah. I know a lot of our generation could have used a lot more rod, and not in that way.
Dear Lord, 99% of Gen Z could have used it.
See, the thing is, VR one
Oh,
generation
well, Max,
before.
they are getting more rod now, but not the kind we're talking about.
Snake
that's a different kind. Oh no, that's a different type.
You can't hate me because I speak the truth, sign.
I know.
Mom, sneaky, controversial again.
Yes, I'm being edgy and controversial. But yeah, so how's things going with you, man?
Man, I don't even know why I'm awake right now.
Ah, that's good news.
But yeah, work's going well. I ain't written shit for like 3 years now, so that's a fucking great
Have I
news.
seen the Balenciaga AI edit memes? Yes, I've seen them. They're all right. You sound like your job is being a babysitter for adults. That summarizes IT pretty well. Weird, we have a lot of
Absolutely.
customers at my work. Yeah, well. Do I get paid by the hour? No, I'm salaried.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course you were slammed at Walmart today. Everyone's out buying everything they need to cook for Easter.
Good old turkey. So that's the other one, right? That's Thanksgiving.
That's Thanksgiving. But I mean, turkey.
A lot of people. Some people do turkey for Thanksgiving. Or for
It's
Easter as well.
universal.
Yeah.
Like as far as Easter goes, generally it's going to be a ham of some sort, but there are some people that do turkey as well because
Yeah.
turkey tastes good.
Oh, we do ribs sometimes.
Ribs?
Or biscuit.
Oh, yeah. Nice. I
Yes.
will say, I was down in the Florida Keys. And we're selling a ton of turkeys. Yeah, I expected that much. I was down in the Florida Keys, right? And Connie411 has now subscribed for 38 months. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
me.
even know who you are.
That's me. It's me.
Oh.
Oh, right.
I was about to say.
I was like,
I have
who is
gotten-
this motherfucker in our chat who has subbed to me
You-
for 38 months straight, but I have never seen them talk?
I've just not let the sub fucking lapse most of the time. It just when you're not online, it just fucking reactivates. So I'm like, oh, there goes some more money for Sneaky's fucking drink fund.
Yeah, thank you.
Not that he'll get to see a cent of it at this rate.
The
What
fucking
happened?
Twitch just keeps changing the rules about when we're getting paid.
Or it just straight up disappears the money before it gets to that limit.
Yeah, I mean, we were
Twitch
checking
paid
it.
me out one day randomly. I was like, wait, why did I just get $50? Fuck this.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But what was I saying? Turkeys, hams. I've lost the plot. Anyway, yeah, salaried work
you're
is
in the
salaried
Florida
work.
Keys.
I was what the who?
Yeah, you were saying something about being Florida Keys.
Oh, Florida Keys, right? Oh yeah, I had the best sausage and grits and gravy and biscuits I've ever had at this just completely near collapsing inn that I found in the Florida Keys. Just
Oh wait, was that during that big hurricane?
no. It was before that, like a month or two before that. But it was the best fucking sausage gravy and biscuits I've ever had in my life. I paid $5 for it. The plate they gave it to me on was like the size of my chest. It was like 6 or 7 biscuits and enough gravy to almost subsume them.
Oh, you got a Southern breakfast at pre-inflation prices.
Yes.
Truly the most American breakfast of all time.
Yeah, it really was,
Well,
and it
it's the
was
most southern breakfast of all time.
yeah.
You can
Yeah,
feel the fucking bald eagles go
what
the
the
moment
rest
you
of
eat
the
it.
world, yeah, well, what the rest of the world considers American portion sizes, we Southerners scoff at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, holy shit! I never was able to have that good of a sausage gravy and biscuits ever again.
I guarantee
And I wish
you
I could have
that
real
was
fucking
I
breakfast.
guarantee you that was grandma's recipe, and she happened to be in that day.
Probably.
Yeah.
I cooked it.
I wouldn't be
Grandma
surprised.
ashes where that fucking recipe.
It was a family-run business, so I'm not even gonna be shocked by that information.
Oh
Man,
yeah,
you run
that
into,
was
like, these, like-
100% grandma's recipe then.
Like, you know, like, you just run into, like, these fucking, like, hole-in-the-wall type of restaurants every now and then, and you think it's gonna be fucking dog shit based on the price, but holy shit, the food always slaps.
I never actually base my expectations on the price of the food. I typically don't go to places that are expensive. But there's places like Farmhouse up in Vermont, which I 100% recommend if you're ever in Vermont, where they source all of their food from local farms, and so it does get a little bit pricey on certain things, like their hamburgers are $16, but the hamburger they give you is a half-pound hamburger on literally freshly baked bread this morning. And
That sounds fucking lovely.
made by hand, by the way. This is not like, oh, we churned this out in the factory. This is someone with a fucking bread oven who made all this bread. And it's like, holy shit, it is so fucking good.
Yeah, but then, like, you don't feel bad paying for something like that. Right? You go like, guys, that's $16.
Oh, yeah,
fully
no.
fucking worth it, right?
Best $16 I'll ever spend between Farmhouse and the Burger Grill down on the beach. Possibly another one of the best burgers I've ever had is from there, because I also saw them get fresh meat every other day. And I'm talking fresh meat. Like directly from one of the local farms. And so that was good. That was good shit. That was real good shit.
Those are always the best places you can find.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I've been to places that have really low costs on the food because it's just like out of the way, run by a family, and it was good.
Like, there's like this one. There's one place here. It's like a shawarma place, right? And it is run by like some people who moved here from the Middle East, right? During the whole fucking turmoil and shit like that. And holy mother of Christ, the prices are so fucking low that, like, always, like, at any point in time, the place is packed. They open like seating arrangements, and you can never get a seat. You have to just be in your car out in like a parking lot, which is like a couple of 100 meters away. And they have guys, also immigrants, who will deliver the food. They'll
Nice.
like come to your car, take the fucking order, take the money, get the food, get it back to you. And
Oh
it just
man,
slaps.
dude, drive-ins, man.
It's kind of a novel concept in India, to be honest. Like,
Drive-ins are great. I miss the drive-in. Oh, that shit was great.
Drive-ins used to be good.
Oh, they used to be good. It's like the last drive-in in New Jersey that it was actually near me. And then they had a resurgence, but
Honestly, I think
Sonic is technically a drive-in, but it is trash.
well,
think
no
Sonic-
one believes in that one.
I think what Sonic is what helped kill drive-ins.
like Sonic the Hedgehog?
It did kill them, yes.
No, well, we have a restaurant called Sonic because it's supposed to be fast service with a
And it
drive-in
fucking sucks.
format. Well, that depends. Some of the Sonics have better food than others. But
Yeah, boy, Weber's Drive-In.
they consistently hire shitty employees.
Trash.
Weber's Drive-In. Great burgers, great fries, best fucking root beer float you'll ever have.
Never had root beer in my life, so I can't comment on that.
It was the shit.
Cream soda's better.
I will fight you to the death.
Then you will die.
That's fair enough. That's a pretty good response. But no, Weber's, oh man, that shit was... There is a reason why they are still open, and they have not changed their model since when they opened back in, like, the 80s.
Because it fucking works?
Because it works.
Yeah, I mean, if it's... Like, why break it if it's already fixed?
Ain't broke, don't fix it.
But
Something modern corporations just no longer understand.
hey, can we just talk about real quick the frickin' Rooster Teeth new logo?
His
What
new
about it?
logo.
Oh yeah, it's horrible.
The
There,
abomination
conversation
of
done.
yeah, the abomination of their solid block plus what was it now? It's like a solid block of the R-ish shape.
Dude, all I can do is sit here and think like I'm pretty sure on like some of the older podcasts before they had to start watching their
Oh,
language,
that's what it was.
they would just absolutely shit
Wasn't like
on
Rooster Teeth?
modernization.
Oh, they
Isn't like
did.
Rooster Teeth also like massive decline right now? Because oh my god, that looks so.
The-
That looks like
yeah.
like a fucking like chicken delivery service. Like, hey, you can call us up at midnight.
It's
To, like,
awful.
get
It
you like fucking frozen chicken at home.
so bad. The rooster plus the clattering teeth and
It has a cock
Oh my god,
thing.
that looks so bad.
It's like shit. That is what I used to think when I thought of Rooster Teeth. Like
Yeah.
and it was so iconic.
Yeah. I'll be
I love
honest.
that hat with the old logo.
The only Rooster Teeth I've ever seen is that also like 3.
Hmm.
Did not
Yeah.
stop me from writing fanfiction about it though.
That's right.
Yeah, when someone first linked this logo in our chat,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, what chicken restaurant is that from? And then I read what it was. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, it
What
looks
do you
like
mean
one.
that's the Rooster Teeth logo?
How does Rooster Teeth still exist? When was the last time they even broke even? They still exist because of certain funds that reward die initiatives.
Didn't WB buy them?
And they've been, yeah, not only that, they have been tossed around between major publishers. Like, they first got
Yeah.
bought out by, like, Microsoft, and then they got sold to AT&T, and then they got sold to WB.
No, I don't think they got bought by Microsoft, but Microsoft were very, very prominent sponsors of them for a
Yeah,
while.
they were a heavy partner, which basically told them what to do.
Like Microsoft has this thing though, like they will always like put their fingers into like in a new industry in the worst place possible, right?
The
But I
only
think
Rooster Teeth I ever saw was the very early Red versus Blue.
Oh, yeah,
That's,
that was
that
Rooster
is
Teeth. Thank you
all
for
the
reminding
Rooster
me.
Teeth you ever need
Yeah.
to see.
Keep it that way.
RVB was great.
Early
Keep it that way.
RVB was peak. Halo 3 RVB was still pretty peak.
Okay, even the first season of Ruby was not awful.
The first
I mean,
season
like,
of Ruby was
gave,
awful.
I'll put it this way: I actually liked the first season of Ruby because I thought it'd be like a light-hearted kind of thing. But then,
Yeah, exactly. A slice of life kind of thing with
Well, I mean,
monsters
like-
here and there.
My issue with the first season of Ruby is the same shit I said to Max when he first sent it to me. I asked, is this a joke? Send me the actual season.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Sneaky has fluctuating standards at times when it comes
I'll
to
be real, like,
small
to be
projects
honest,
like
Yeah, I
Ruby.
mean, they are fluctuating standards, but come on, you sent me a 4-minute episode, and I was like, all right, that's
That
episode.
was- yeah.
Half the episode was the opening and closing, and I was just like, all right, so no, actually
Yeah.
send me the real
Also, yeah,
season
they're-
now.
Wait,
Music.
but like that was the average length for episodes for RVB up to like Volume 6 as
Yeah,
well.
but that's the thing, right? It's a step up, right? Like Ruby was like their own like
Yeah,
personal
that's sort of the
thing.
thing, is like,
they wanted to fight
RVB.
animes with it.
Yeah, RVB got away with that. Hey, first off, RVB didn't have an exit, and it didn't have an open. Their opening was quite literally, and that was their opening.
Yeah, it had it in later seasons.
Well, I don't care about the later seasons. I didn't fucking watch them.
Fair.
I mean, how far up through RVB did you watch?
I got up to a little bit after This Is My Laser Face.
I'm pretty
some
sure
logical
reason.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that's the season Monty was brought on to Rooster Teeth as well.
It was. That's
You-
why I
you
knew
got
about him.
you got out at probably the best point.
Yes, I
There's
know.
another thing
I
though,
mean,
like
okay.
the fucking Monty Ohm thing. Like people
Okay.
people sell him like he was some top tier animator. Hope he's like
He's
okay.
okay,
I
no,
know
he's not a
fucking
good.
SF
No, he's not a good animator. He's a good choreographer.
He's a
yeah, it's
good
like choreography.
choreographer.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good at rule of cool choreography and animation,
Yes.
but it's still just rule of cool. I love watching his animations. I can actually go back and watch a lot of his old ones and be like, yeah, this is still fun to watch.
Yeah, no, but like I make the difference between choreography and animation because watching his
Like-
walk cycles were pain.
Like to be honest, like if you
Well-
like want like good fight choreography, just look at any Yakuza fights cut in fucking animation, right? Now,
Yeah.
that's good fight choreography. And then there's whatever the fuck this guy
Yeah.
does.
I will argue that you're kind of wrong there, Sneak, because some animators focus on one specific
Oh no,
person
no,
animation over another.
and that's why I said he is a good choreographer, which is part of
I mean,
animation.
I'd still
but-
argue he's a good animator. He's just specialized in choreography.
Well,
But that's not a
no.
specialization.
But that's what I'm saying here. If someone's a good script writer, I'm gonna call him a good script writer, but I'm not gonna call him a good writer.
Yeah.
They're good at writing a very specific thing.
Yep.
So I'm not gonna call them just a good writer. They're a good script writer. He's a good choreographer.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
Like yeah, there is like a difference. Like I completely agree with like Sneaky because it's not a technical thing. Like technically, a fight choreographer is just somebody who's done it so long he got experience with, right? It's not like a subset.
Oh, to be
of
fair,
animation.
Monty
It's
had
not
like
your
10
special-
billion macros.
It's not like your specialty is fucking like rigging. It's not like you're like a modeler. It's not like you're doing like skeleton frameworks, stuff like that. It's not by the market at least a specialty. If you look for any animation studio and what they're hiring for, they're going to be like, oh yes, fight choreographer. Doesn't happen.
yeah. But I'll still somewhat defend volumes 1 to 3 for Ruby just because it was a new thing. Completely from the ground up, it was the first time for Rooster Teeth, and there was clear improvement in the writing from 1 to 2 to 3, and then it just went to
My
shit.
fucking God. They had a whole ass
I
squad.
think my issue with the early seasons of Ruby is, I've talked about the writing, I've talked about other shit. My issue is they didn't really they sold it as an anime. It's gonna be an anime, guys. It's gonna be Rooster Teeth's original anime.
Next anime.
They
They
kept
wanted to fight
I
the anime
don't
like
think
of the time.
no, they invoked
They
it.
marketed it in a way. They very much marketed it in a way that this is like gonna be a Western anime, and it was that.
Well, no,
honestly, I don't remember the marketing for it, actually. I just remember it being like, here's the
No, it
thing from
wasn't.
Monty. Who the fuck is Monty? Go look up his work. I'm like, okay, if I get these fight scenes,
'Cause
cool.
All I remember was like about the marketing was literally they're like, oh yes, these are Western answers to like Japanese anime, and like I remember like they were like touting all these people they brought on, and that's how I learned about Miles Luna, the writer, who's also voicing this one guy who very suspiciously sounds like an OC. And I saw like the first episode. I'm like,
So
that-
suspiciously, there's nothing suspicious about it. It's just blatant.
Yeah, but
It's
my
straight up
point
an OC.
is though they were marketing it as like this like self-standing series where you could get away with having short comedy skits, right? Because they were comedy skits, and you didn't need to explain Halo to people because they were watching it because it was Halo comedy skits. So, either you're gonna watch Red versus Blue either because Halo or because funny. And even if you didn't know Halo, you didn't really actually need to know Halo because it was a comedy skit not trying to explain Halo. But if you're going to write your own series and be like, hey guys, this is going to be a series, it's going to have its own world with its own lore and its own characters and its own plot, and it's not going to be a comedy, I expect you to adhere to certain rules of delivery, such as having the same length episodes for the entire season. If you want to do short episodes, don't do short episodes.
Yeah, like 4 commas exist,
but
right?
don't
Like-
hit me with a 2-minute episode, a 3-minute episode, a 25-minute episode, a 10-minute episode, and a 4-minute episode, and then call it the end of the season.
Yeah, like they had no idea what to do with the first season, I feel. Like they were like the theme of the show, the entire like the way they've structured it and all was just so out there. You'd be like, what are they trying to do? And they would be probably like, we don't know. And I think after a point they kind of solidified what they wanted to do and somehow solidified the worst
season
bit
5.
of what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. By season 5, they like went like, oh yeah, we want to do this. Everybody's like, that's the one thing we
God,
would
season
like,
5. We watched season 5. We're like, they're gonna build up this big fight scene. And what was the big fight scene? Cut to a different scene. Cut to a different scene. Cut to a different scene.
Yeah.
By the way, the combat happened off screen. It's like, you motherfuckers.
That was such bullshit.
Volume 5 was the last time Sneaky sat down and watched Ruby with me, and all I remember
No.
Volume 5.
We watched up to
we got
7.
6. I thought you guys stopped at
The
7. I thought you
first
guys
episode
threw
of
solid
7.
7.
We watched the
Yeah.
first episode of 7. I said Ruby looks trans now, and then we never watched any episodes past that because we watched them get arrested by Aesops, and they were complaining about being arrested by Aesops, and we were just like, "This is dumb. We're done."
But
It's,
all I remember of 5 was like, okay, this episode's starting good. All right, we're getting there. And you tripped in the last 7 minutes, you fucking bastards.
The final episode, the big fight's about to happen, and everything happens off screen. And then the big fight that we actually do get is a Bleach, I'm teleporting behind you bullshit.
Yeah, it was what did I call it? It was
You called it Bleach.
No, you called it Bleach. I think I was like it was an attempt at Platinum Light or something.
Something
Bleach
like
is
that.
what it wanted me to drink, and I went, no thank you. Like, there's a point in time where you have to realize that like a series is really
Oh
not
yeah,
worth
and
your
then
time.
randomly rocks were falling for no clear reason, and then they were jumping between the rocks to sword clash, and it's like, what?
And then fucking Proof of a Hero starts playing and Valtrax appears and God fucking knows, dude. That anime is dog.
The as Ruby wound down, it continued to be that the only good thing was the music, and even the music just kind of got thrown off to the wayside by the time we got halfway through 6.
Yeah.
As if
Yeah.
Jeff just had enough.
Also, Cordovan did nothing wrong.
She literally did nothing wrong.
She did her job. That was it. She tried to keep a known terrorist out.
We
And,
don't serve your kind here. What are you, racist? No, she's a terrorist.
You're aware that she's on like a wanted list, right?
She's on an international watch list. She raided a train and took people hostage.
Her boyfriend
She
literally
attacked the military.
her boyfriend and her fucking like literally her ex-organization, which she didn't resign from, she just left
she
and
never
walked out.
she never
Literally-
actually resigned or
She
like
never gave her
denounced.
2 weeks.
She didn't even denounce them. The first time she actually saw the White Fang after she left, she was like, brothers and sisters, inshallah, why are you working with this human? And it's
Dude,
like,
that's
wait.
fucking wild. And like reminder that like the White Fang was technically the public facing reason why Beacon and Vale fell.
Yes.
Oh, and she
And she, and she was escaping Whale, which fell, being a known terrorist in the past.
And ran straight to Menagerie, the
Yeah.
HQ of the
Oh,
White
yeah.
Fang.
It's even better that like she was armed as well, and they did not stop her in Menagerie in any way, shape, or form. And just everything. Like this is Cordovan did everything right. She detained a terrorist.
And it's so
Actually did do her job. She was just snobby about it.
The only
The
only
best
issue with
part-
Cordovan was the fact that she was fucking irritating.
I don't know. I liked her. Everything about her I just enjoyed. It was great. I liked it all. The best part about that whole fucking series of events is that Cordovan refuses her because she's a terrorist. And so their response to being refused for being a terrorist is, I'll prove them wrong. So the plan is we're going to attack the military base by disabling the only way they can communicate with the outside world.
Well,
Oh, you mean the same thing they did to Will?
Yes, the same thing they did to Vale.
And it's like, it's like the entire writing team only thinks about like, okay, this is this episode. What happens here? I don't care about like the overall like outreach of what may come.
That's exactly what it is.
The literal mainstream brain writing tier of, and suddenly Adam was there because reasons. It's like
Somehow
somehow
Palpatine came
Adam
back.
returned.
Yes, you did. God.
Somehow
When they
Adam was
bring them together to reaffirm their relationship.
I also and fucking Yang was like, all right, so we're gonna do the exact same thing we did last time, except haha, joke's on you. My new arm is made of metal because you didn't know that because you it's like
you cut it off.
It's like the dude the dude cut it off. You have two arms again.
He would know.
It's kind of obvious.
You know,
it's a prosthesis.
Bro, like I don't know who
Yeah.
the fuck they hired to like do their writing at this point. And I'm too scared to ask.
And then
It's like
he's
the same thing that like Marvel and all
you,
did, where, like,
you
they just hired
don't
the
know
LGBT
my
people.
dark past. Takes off his helmet, shows a fucking brand that is molded to his eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also that showing that was like, oh, okay, I see where we're gonna be taking Jacques now.
And it wasn't
Okay.
just molded to his eye though. It was over both eyes and his nose as well. So someone had to. It wasn't like they just like they took a fucking cow brand and slammed it on his face and he
No,
burned
they
the
aimed
brand.
it and they put it in the first.
No.
Okay,
They didn't just aim it. They had to make a literal custom-made brand that would fit perfectly over his specific nose bridge and eye that would burn him just enough across his face in curves, by the way. You know how hard it is to curve metal like that in that specific way? Like,
His face was just that hard.
they probably spent more money on creating this custom brand for his face than they did paying him.
I love Dumbledore. He's just
I like
gonna
it.
pop the door.
I like that you assume he was paid.
That's
But
kind of my point, Max.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the other problem that was with this is they show this and it's like,
Oh, by the way,
he wouldn't hide that. That is a perfect poster boy.
yeah,
No
that's
one would hide
literally
that.
poster boy. Yeah, it's quite literally like, look how bad the SDC is. They fucking branded me, like, and everyone would just be like, oh well, that
live
is
with
pretty
it.
bad.
It's like I live with it because of manager ABC.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you are a terrorist, but I do see where you're coming from with this one.
Like your point is very clear. I just wish you would put it behind the mask so we could see it.
Major sympathy points, yes.
It's like, I disagree with the whole genocide thing, but I do understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, well, also, let's not forget that we got a look into the quote-unquote peaceful White Fang when
There are none.
Adam
They were, like,
was still
ineffective.
wearing the mask. It's like,
Yeah.
Hira, Callie, maybe you don't understand marketing.
Yeah.
This is perfect marketing material.
Yeah.
Take his mask off. Have
Yeah.
him be your spokesperson at rallies. This is what you want to put in front of people. Like, you're fighting to prevent this.
Also,
couldn't
I
do-
mean, like they could have used the masks for so much better marketing. Like if they had just done like faceless masks, and it's like, oh, the reason why we use faceless masks is because you don't care about us, and we might as well just be anyone else. And they could have done so much with that.
As opposed to using grim masks explicitly, where everyone hates the Grimm, therefore you should hate us.
Also, by the
Which
way, Grimm
actually-
incite fear, and inciting fear on a world where death creatures of unlimited amounts are attracted to fear quite literally makes you a terrorist, which would honestly almost make you worse than probably even a rapist or a pedophile, because a rapist or a pedophile will get some people sad and angry, yes, but it wouldn't cause an entire town to die like someone
Unless it was
going around as a terrorist would.
Yeah, unless it was a particularly, like, small town.
Oh, well,
Small
yeah,
towns
of
don't
course,
bomb.
yeah. But at that point, then, I mean, they would just probably kill the person and be done with it.
Oh, 100%. There is in a death world like this, there is 100% like, hey, so if you do this, there will be no judge or jury. We're just gonna hang
Just
you.
execution,
We're
yeah.
just
We're
gonna
just
fucking
gonna
kill
hang
you.
you, yeah.
Like, and we're not gonna shoot you because we might need that bullet.
Yeah, that too, yeah. But it's just like, oh man, they had so many opportunities too to do like really cool things. Like they could have drawn on the bloodstained tree. Do you guys know about that stuff? Medieval lore about hanging people on under a tree too many times.
You mean the Odin lore?
No, okay, so basically,
Yeah,
there
red
was
flowers and whatnot, right?
well, yes, there's that, but also, it's a superstition about you shouldn't use the same tree to hang someone because too many people dying near the tree will cause the tree to begin to hunger for people, and stuff like that.
Yeah, like real old.
The dead
like,
man's tree and stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there are ones who are like, the tree's sap eventually just becomes blood. 'cause
Yes.
the root
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And start to eat people and grab them on their own instead of waiting for someone to be hung, and stuff like that. They could have made a Grimm out of that.
100%.
They could have
I
gone full yokai sort of shit with that.
I think the best Grimm that we had was in volume 6.
The
where
haunts.
there's Yeah, the haunts. Like
The
that ended up
zombies?
being some
Yeah.
that was some of the
I
best
love that.
writing.
That was so the apathy. Oh,
volume
sorry, they're
4?
called apathies
Right, yeah.
because
That
they
that
don't
was
have
some of the
fucking naming skills. But yeah,
that was some of their best writing from volumes 4 to 8.
yeah. Honestly,
And
that was great. Yeah, that was a great.
as far as Grimm construction went, they peaked there.
That not only that arc is what all of RWBY should have been. It should have been these mini self-contained arcs where yes, plot development carried over, and character development carried over between them, and sometimes a problem would start in one mini arc and get finished finally in another mini arc concerning the characters. But the problem, the focus of the current story itself should have been these mini self-contained arcs of like, we are traveling on a mission and we go to stop at this house and it's really weird, there's no one here, and as when we're reading through the journals that were left out and eating the food that was left out, we realized something was weird, and then they have this whole thing with the apathies and the slow reveal of them and everyone slowly cottoning on to it and all of that stuff. It should have been that for all of RWBY.
Yeah, but you're expecting too much for them from the Rudders.
That's actually expecting less. I'm not expecting a grand story. I'm actually expecting them to write what they were good at, which was small, self-contained skits.
You're expecting too much from them,
Yeah,
Sneaky.
there's a point where RWBY Chibi ended up unironically being the best part of RWBY.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was short, contained skits that were fun in a lot of instances, and even those ended up going to shit
Yeah.
later down the line.
It's because they had the virtue signal.
They tried getting meta, too.
Yeah, honestly, RWBY, 100%. They should have just stayed focused on slice of life hunter lifestyle.
Like quite literally, this
They
is the
could've
arc
picked-
where we fight criminals. This is the arc where we do the tournament arc. the classic tournament arc.
They
The-
stuck to one genre instead of trying to branch out to like five or six.
Well, they could have had a little bit of drama here. They could have had a little bit of romance there, but it should have been in the background or the cause of the current mini arc. You know, maybe Team RWBY has the big blowout, and instead of Blake running off and telling some random faunus because he's a faunus her faunus problems, because only a real faunus would understand her faunus problems. Unlike her human companions who aren't who aren't able to understand the discrimination a real faunus goes through.
Yeah, let's just keep taking
No.
that role for her, Sneaky.
You gotta remember, Blake is a house faunus, Sneaky.
You know, she's got to go tell that criminal faunus who on the first meeting her, he's committing multiple crimes.
Yeah, Sun was still one of the best parts.
He is, don't get me wrong, but come on.
I know.
If you're gonna come out and be like, yeah, so we believe faunus are black people, that's how we're approaching this situation. And then the first time you introduce a new faunus, he's committing a bunch of crimes.
What did you mean by this, RT?
Yeah, I don't think Monty ever thought that hard about that. I think that was 100%.
Oh no, that is 1000% in the brains of Miles and Gary.
But as with many things, they didn't think about how that retroactively ruins certain characters and scenes by saying this is what we meant.
What do you mean ruins? I call it a retroactive improvement.
Oh, you shut your fucking mouth. Supposedly, by the way, the reason we're not going to be, Sun's not there anymore is because Michael just wanted out of RWBY, apparently.
Oh, I don't blame him at all.
I
There was
saw the writing on the wall with that.
Like, oh my god, he not only is he a great actor, he also saved Sun from becoming inevitably gay or something.
Sure, yeah, no.
Honestly, it's kind of astounding how good of a voice actor Michael Rage Quit Jones is. Like, that was just kind of out of left field.
I mean, if you're known as a Rage Quit Jones, I mean, like, come on, you have to be able to put emotion into what you're doing. So I'm not that surprised at all.
I mean, I went to go. He got contracted by Funimation to do some of the English dub for Fairy Tail.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm gonna go check this out, and I'm listening. I'm like, why is Michael Jones one of the best roles here all of a sudden?
Like I
So-
said,
like,
when you make
His voice
your
didn't fully
job,
match, but he was good at it.
oh yeah, like when you make your job your ability to react to stuff, it turns out you become very good at vocal delivery.
I suppose so.
You know, unlike other voice actors who got into the industry to voice act, he got in the industry because he was some random person online who just got really good at delivering emotion and rage, and he got popular because he was so good at it. So that's what that is. But yeah, I mean, RWBY. Whew, RWBY, it really should have stuck to the mini arcs. The mini arcs would have been nice. It would have been self-contained. The Mountain Glen arc, the tournament arc, the criminal arc. I think they got high on their farts when it came to RVB, because I looked up the summaries for RVB, and I was looking at this plot, and I'm just like, they really bloated it. They grew it so big, and then they had this whole fucking, don't get me wrong, the whole hero moment thing with church and all that right at the end of the story, that was cool. That was nice. It was good lines, great delivery. But I don't know. It's just like RVB was a comedy sketch. I liked it for it being a comedy sketch. And having the character, it's like Seinfeld sort of ish, where they would make references to, previous events occasionally.
Yeah.
I was fine
And-
with that. Like, I was fine with a little bit of progress happening in each episode where, Sarge gets less a stick up his ass and, starts to care more for his teams. Shit like that. I was fine with that. But it turning into some sort of Omega conspiracy, actually it's Inception, actually one guy's been an AI the whole time, actually he's the guy who did it all, actually everyone's secretly a Black Ops agent and wasn't told everyone else is a Black Ops agent, and actually they're all spies, and it's like, what?
I'm not sure which plot summaries you got there, unless you just started. But I think it was season 9, where it was a prequel season.
Well, no. Did you not know? Like, did you watch all of Red vs. Blue?
Yes. Like, I'm just talking
Up
about
to
season 8
like
and stuff.
season 14.
Yeah, I think I stopped at season 12 or 13 because that's where it started really going to shit.
Okay, because like that's some of the big reveals that like Geoff and Sarge and like all of Team Red are actually all like hyper. No, I wouldn't say hyper competent, but like remember the main character from Gate?
Yeah.
They're all him. Where they don't come off as hyper competent, but actually they're all like basically Black Ops super soldiers. I mean, I get that they're Spartans, but
They all had all the training, and
Yeah.
they were
to
actually all secretly hyper competent the whole time, and they were only pretending to be dumb, except they were actually sort of kind of dumb, but actually some of it was pretending, but not all of it. And it's just like,
It sounds like I got out at a good point.
yeah, and actually the whole thing was a setup because, like, was it Church? Was actually the AI of the director, who actually was actually Church, because everyone
Yes.
thought that Church was just the AI of the director, but it turns out that he was actually the director the whole time, who actually was a meta AI that ended up breaking up into multiple AIs because they were trying to replicate him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember the reveal of him being the AI copy of the director and got splintered and all that.
Yeah, he's actually the director.
That. So what I'm hearing
The big
is
reveal
that
was the director was the AI the whole time.
It sounds like once Bernie and it sounds like once the old guard went fully hands off on the writing,
Miles and
went downhill.
Carey just went fucking ham.
Like,
yeah.
I just want to point out, Bernie kept things pretty consistent with Halo lore
Yes.
between each upgrade on the games.
Yep.
Jeff and Gus were there for that as well.
Yep.
It sounds like once they all went hands off, Miles and Carey completely forgot what Rooster Teeth were known for in the game series that they were following.
Yes.
That.
Oh, also in the final seasons, they had that whole Fate Apocrypha moment where Red and Blue Team teamed up to fight Orange and Purple Team.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
They had what?
Yeah. Because, like, they found out that they were trying to recreate the Church experiment again somewhere else. So they went to go, like, save/stop it.
Yeah, I don't mind them teaming up because at some point they've been enemies for so long without killing each other.
Oh, no, it's... Don't get me wrong. It's like, that was, like, the coolest shit ever when they both teamed up to fight Tex when she went off. Back in, like, season 6 or whatever it was. When they had that really awesome fight choreography they started doing.
When Tex cloned herself.
That shit too, yeah, that was great. Like, don't get me wrong, I liked it when they teamed up, when they had the moments of like, look, we hate each other, but actually, this is a bigger problem. I love moments like that in all forms of media. Don't get me wrong. That's a great story moment where you get that moment.
It was executed pretty well.
Yeah.
Too.
I mean, shit, I even liked that shit back when I was a kid in fucking Pokemon 2000, was it? When that was Lugia? Yeah. Pokemon 2000, where Team Rocket shows up and Ash is like, ah, fuck, it's Team Rocket. They're like, no, don't worry about it. Get in, we'll get you there. You have to save the world, dude. It is way more important for you to save the world than us stealing your Pikachu. We'll do that later. And it's like, alright, I can jive to this.
Yeah, speaking of that, I love all the fan comics that have come out with just the accepted headcanon that Jesse James and Meowth have just moved in with Ash and his mom.
Yes, I do like that, yeah.
I'm adoring those comics so much.
It's crazy to think that 10 years ago, Rooster Teeth was swimming in cash. Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, as with many things that we love in life that go to shit, it's because they started spending the cash they got in.
Well, it's not that they just started spending, because they could have kept making good products and spending the amount of cash they were getting, and they would have been fine. The problem is they forgot what made good products. It's a lot like the Bethesda situation, where Bethesda forgot, and the BioWare, especially BioWare, where BioWare forgot what made BioWare games good, and they're like, oh, well, it's a BioWare game, of course we're good. And it's like, no.
We've got the BioWare magic.
Yeah, we got the BioWare magic. It's like, no, your games were good because they had a lot of feeling in them, and they were fun to play. What you have given me is Ubi slop.
It's trash.
I'm sorry,
That's a new one.
I'm keeping that one. I just made that up on the spot. I am keeping that one.
You need to start spreading that throughout the World Wide Webs.
That's a good one, actually.
Yeah, we need that one highlighted. I got the laundry to take care.
But yeah, it's just like you forgot what made you good. It's like Google, where they changed their name, they changed their motto from "Don't be evil" to "Do good." You forgot your roots, man.
Now, did they even put "do good"? I think they just changed it entirely.
Yes, no. Their motto now is "Do good."
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I actually wrote a whole ass thesis on that for college about why "Don't be evil" is a superior version of "Do good." Even though they carry the same spiritual meaning, they have wildly different implications.
Good for who, basically?
Effectively, what's good? Who is it good to? Evil, very easy to agree what evil is. Things that hurt people. Maliciously. That's pretty evil. You know?
But if you're doing good, that means you can do some evil in order to do more good. That's
exactly.
Acceptable.
Exactly. I think a lot of companies, once the old guard leaves, the rot sets in. I mean, that's just fairly commonplace, yeah. I mean, hell, we could even use we can turn this back to fan fiction. We got we still got Cruel here? No, we don't.
No.
We can turn this back to fan fiction. I mean, we got Sign here. Sign's not old guard though. He's abandoned his old guard status.
Oldest guard.
You're old guard in age, not in writing fanfic.
No. Yeah, I am.
No. What are you talking about? Sign was only created 4 years ago.
Sign was only created 4 years ago.
Exactly.
I've been writing since '98.
What are you talking about? You've only been writing for 4 years, sir.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair.
You abandoned your old guard status. You have forsaken your name.
Everybody needs a refresh every now and then.
That's fair, especially when it comes to fanfiction.
Oh god, yes.
sometimes you get known for writing stuff that you don't want to write anymore, and your air quotes fans can't let it go. But as I was saying though, we can use you though. You see this a lot with Harry Potter, Naruto, Ruby. I mean, hell, early Ruby fics were actually pretty good.
Yeah.
The second the old guard and majority left, and we had only people like core left to lead the fandom, air quotes, because that's what ultimately happens. You have the 2, 3, hopefully 10, 20 people that write the really good fanfics that everyone else looks at as like a bar of like what you can do in a fanfic in this genre / fandom. And so yeah, you see a lot of inspired bys, or even worse, to people that have been reading fanfic for maybe a little bit too long, you start to see stories inspired by fanfics that the author never read. And the only reason why you can recognize it is because it's became so prevalent in the community to have certain things or to frame things a certain way that the person writing now doesn't understand where it came from.
Inspired by someone, inspired by someone, inspired by someone else.
Yeah.
What did I come back to?
About how when you get to our age of having read fanfics for unfortunately over a decade now, the new fanfics coming out by these new authors are writing stories reminiscent of some of the older, better ones that the author probably never read, but because the older, better ones were so prevalent in their inspiration to the fandom in terms of the fanfics they spawned, the author is writing something in vain of it without understanding where it came from. And I was talking about how Potatoes brings up how whenever the old guard leaves, rot sets in, and I was saying that can be used for fan fiction too, because early Naruto stories, even though they were hilariously edgy, were just very creative, actually. Which, admittedly, in the end, very incorrect theories, but very creative in their theories they spawned and the directions they thought at the time you could take the world and the powers. And this goes for Harry Potter and Ruby and pretty much any big popular fandom. Is the early adopters of the fandom would come out with these wild theories, wild ideas, wild ways to write the story. Undertale, a decent example of this as well, actually. Which, by the way, Undertale is turning 10 years old.
How about that?
Yeah.
Feels like just yesterday Meeps was recommending it to me.
Yeah.
Curse of Ages.
Curse of Ages. But once the old guard leaves, whether they get actually, Twitch Plays Pokemon is a great example of this, because I was there for all of it. I was there from the beginning. Since Pewter City, I was there. Where he got the Helix fossil. And it's not the time for it. And I watched the entire adventure. And then I watched the second one, and I watched the third one. But I began to see over time, as the artists that made the make-believe lore great, the ones that shaped the entire fandom and the way they thought about the game, I watched as they started to disappear. Whether it was because they moved on, they weren't interested anymore, or, and unfortunately, a lot of cases, they were harassed off because someone came out with one theory that a bunch of rabid people adopted as the true canon, and then they harassed everyone else that had a different theory or a similar theory. If they would harass that person for copying. And so over time, the great writers left, the great artists left, and you were left with the good writers and the good artists. And then those people started leaving. And then I started seeing a lot of things that were inspired by the earlier stuff, but they just weren't good. You could see it, them desperately trying to mimic the earlier stuff because they knew that was good, but they didn't understand why it was good. They just did it because everyone said it was good. And it died. Twitch Plays Pokemon's still going, but you know, they went from 100K some people watching to 100. Tens occasionally. So anyway, fanfic time.
Oh no.
Yay, an hour in.
Yes. And you will all see why I spared you a whole entire hour.
Oh no.
Yakuza Arc! John Arc. Naive, socially awkward, easily influenced, taken under the wing of Junior Hai Zhang, and trained in the strange Yakuza way. That's racist. It's not Yakuza. He is Chinese, sir. It's Triad. Get it right.
Oh.
Yeah, that
I thought Twitch Plays Pokemon died out years ago. It did die out years ago. Its corpse is still, however, moving.
Not, yeah, I don't think anything's ever going to be able to really beat the wonder that was Fish Plays Pokemon as it died on stream.
Yeah, the fish died on stream. Yep. Did we ever find out why the fish died?
I'm gonna assume it's because they forgot to feed it or some stupid shit like that.
I don't
That or
know.
its water just wasn't properly changed out.
It might have been the water, might not have been changed
Some
out.
species of fish are just like ridiculously sensitive to those kind of changes.
Yeah.
Fish do
Yeah.
just die.
And they can perish. Hi Nexus. Welcome to Ruby Fanfic. The first fanfic of the day is the author is racist and doesn't understand culture. Also, by two bouncers from Mistral, which was Greco-Japanese. I still didn't like it. A different John Arc stumbles into Beacon. It looks like he's about to vomit. No, that's just his killer face. Honest. Remember, John, it's all about being confident. This honestly just sounds like a worse rendition of Yakuza Like a Dragon.
I mean, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, no, pretty much, yeah, that pretty much summarizes it, yeah. It's just a worse version. Will we see any funny homophobe Ruby fics? No, we will not be reading them on stream due to Twitch guidelines.
I'm sure we'll see some published soon.
Oh, yes, yeah, we'll see some probably, but we will not be reading them on stream. Mostly because they have a lot of slurs in them, usually. Which, I will say, the Ruby memes have been fucking hilarious.
Memes are great.
Just the absolute timing of that episode with the other news that came out in the fantasy world.
Oh yeah, with D&D, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was some timing.
Yes. Yeah. How great your cake together compared with no race mixing allowed. Yep. Oh god. What a time. Darkening Horizons. Team Ruby returns for their second year at Beacon Academy. However, the role of a hunter is beginning to change as the state of the world around them. Okay.
What was that wording?
How far will they bend to the will of Ozpin and the hunter's duty?
They signed up to be hunters, so they should be willing to bend quite far for that, theoretically.
I'm really skeptical about this wording. How much will they change to keep themselves from breaking? Volume 0 of the Darkening Horizon series. Volume 0. Confident, aren't we? It has taken you... I'm sorry. As someone who has taken nearly 8 months now to write 17k words, I feel like even I can still say this, though. My dude, it has taken you 4 years to write 70k words. And you're out here proclaiming you're on volume 0 of your series?
Oof.
Like, don't... if you were out here proclaiming you're on volume 0 of your series, you've written 70k words, it's been 3 months, I would have been like, good on you. You're hammering away. But it's been 4 years. And you've declared yourself as writing, at minimum, 4 stories for this. Because, you know, you have your single story. You have your duology. You have your trilogy. And then it's a series. It's 4. You need to write 3 more books to be a series. And it's taken this dude 4 years to write half of the first one. Like, shit, man! That's not a Game of Thrones is faster than you! Yeah, we're reading it. So, Weiss has PTSD after the train incident where the White Fang lieutenant tried to kill her with a chainsaw, which... Yeah, okay, yeah, fair,
Understandable.
that's fair enough, yeah. I'm really on the fence about the train incident because I feel like it was so underused that I almost don't like it. Because it's like... How to put this? Nothing came of it. I guess is the best way to say it.
Yeah, nothing actually happened in canon about this, and you're basically making a mountain out of a molehill with it. A mountain out of a smaller
I
mountain.
think the only thing that happened was when Roman got arrested.
It was.
Was it?
Yes.
That was the
say
only thing of significance to occur.
yeah, when I say nothing came of it, I mean this is a point in time that would have been not important narratively. Is somewhat important narratively because someone blew up an underground tunnel that led to the middle of Vale, and now there's like a whole weak spot thing that they have to take care of. And yeah, it's kind of narratively important, but I mean, not really, right? That's something that can happen off screen that our heroes don't need to be involved in, right? But it is a major character moment. The train scene is actually a great character moment that could have been used to show multiple things and have multiple character moments for. Part 1. The train scene could have been used to show whether or not Team Ruby has acknowledged death. Because, sorry, but when you knock out a White Fang member and they fall off a train going at extremely high speeds, they're probably gonna die. But when you knock off a White Fang member off of a train going very high speeds, and then they fall into a pack of Grim...
Oh, he did.
There's not really a question of whether they survived or not. They didn't. And it would have been a great moment where Team Ruby, because Ruby, the only thing you can say is that Ruby has gone out of her way to knock people out with her scythe instead of killing them, because she is swinging around a 70-pound stick of metal and people aren't even getting their bones broken.
Well, no, I think there have been broken ribs and stuff. There have to have been, but nobody's had, any missing limbs or obvious huge nasty breaks, things like that.
G'day.
Hello.
Good eye, mate.
No. We can even say they didn't break any bones because they all got up afterwards and ran away. All the criminals that she beat up.
Hold on a second. Is that what Adam looks like under his mask?
Yes. Yeah, see, actually, the SDC custom crafted a specific brand just for his face alone.
Just his.
Just for his face alone, yeah.
Oh my god. Why does he look like he has a pompadour?
Oh, by the way, he got this brand... Yeah, he does. He got this brand before he became a terrorist. So this wasn't a punishment after they caught him for terrorism.
This is while he's in mines or something, or just because of being a furnace?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Way to crank the big company evil button.
Yeah. So anyway, this would have been a great moment for Ruby to finally realize people die. Like, her mom's dead, and that's like an abstract concept for her, effectively.
It's a driving force, but she doesn't even really realize it because she was too young when it happened.
Yeah, she couldn't fully comprehend it because her mom didn't die in front of her. She just went off one day and then never came back, and everyone then told her she was just dead. So it's kind of like, okay, I guess.
Which, by the way, again, I've said this before.
Could have done something with it. Yes, we brought this up last week.
No, we haven't.
What the fuck you? Kaz, what other?
We bring this up last. Didn't we bring this up?
We have not brought this up. You are literally hallucinating.
That Summer was dead, but her body was never found. So they could have done something with like a grim.
Oh no, we're not talking about. No, we're not talking about that.
We're talking about the effects of this on Ruby's psyche. The songs have better stories than the story itself. Like,
the songs are the reason. The songs are the reason Ruby got so popular, I think, because everyone was hyped for them.
No.
When all those trailers released, that's the entire reason I watched Ruby. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given it a second glance.
The reason why so many people watched Ruby at first was because Monty, the choreographer, was animating it.
Yeah.
But Red Like Roses Part 2 is a call and response between Ruby and her dead mother.
Yep.
And if they followed the writing of the song, Ruby has serious abandonment issues because her mom just disappeared
Yes.
to save someone who wasn't her. And after her mom
Yes.
was gone, her and her sister nearly fucking died to Grimm. And mom
If it
wasn't there
wasn't
to
for
save
Crow.
them.
Oh,
It was
to make
Crow.
it even worse, the recent seasons actually retconned that.
What?
Yeah. So Ruby's mom didn't die in the act of saving anyone. Ruby's mom now died because Ozpin told her about Salem, so she ran off to fight Salem immediately afterwards and then died because of it.
That sounds like bullshit.
Actually, that sounds like early seasons Ruby, so that might be like Mother Like Daughter, so that kind of makes sense.
Oh god, I hate how right you are.
She is quite literally. There's a reason sign that I said she is chaotic. She is good. She is stupid good. That's what I said that she was.
Yeah.
Summer is stupid good.
Yeah, that's
She's
a
like,
fair
oh,
argument to make.
I am the only person that can stop Salem because of my eyes. Well, then I'll just go kill Salem now.
Didn't work.
And she died. Yeah. So that is the retconned reason as to why Crow and Taiyang were not happy with Ozpin when he talked about A, her eyes, and B, brought her into school early.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fucking dumb.
Yeah, there's.
I mean, it's that. The thing is, like I said, that is early season Ruby. So Crow and her dad being worried that she'll do the exact same thing Summer did, legitimate concern.
Oh,
so
yes. No.
So it's actually it's stupid
sure.
how they threw away Red Like Roses 2, but they actually did sort of have a continuity there with two characters being so similar.
Oh, yes. It is one of their rare moments, and I did say this earlier when you went on, but Miles and Carrie do have their rare moments, like with the end of Red vs. Blue, where Church gives the hero speech, and the hero speech was fucking great, and the moment he delivered it was great, and it was like everything surrounding the hero speech was great, but everything that led up to it was god-awful plot, god-awful event, just absolute shit-tier writing. So they have their moments of, like, in this one moment, everything aligned, it made sense, it works in characterization, and then they go back to being dog shit.
You think they write those moments when they're drunk like you?
Possibly. But as I was just saying with Ruby, she hasn't seen death yet. She went out of her way to not kill blatant criminals.
Well, was Aura right about her apparently dismembering Tyrion or whatever, and no reaction?
Who?
Tyrion, yeah, she
cut his tail off. That's not really dismemberment.
Yeah, no, look,
I mean,
Ruby's
on
top of being homophobic, Ruby's also a racist, so she doesn't count Faunus as people.
I love that movie.
Wow. But no, memeing aside, no, they just completely ignored that. I'm talking specifically about the train crash in season 2, where they're fighting all of the terror. Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, and, you know, they're
100% died on that train.
They're knocking people off the train as it's going maximum speed, and the people are falling into a horde of Grimm, and nothing came of it character-wise. Like, Blake didn't have a moment where she's like, oh shit. They're like actually terrorists. They're not just like, it's not just like, oh, we're moving away from our peaceful protesting days. It's like, no, my ex brothers and sisters, inshallah, are legitimately trying to bomb a city.
Yeah, well, to be fair, she just ran away from those thoughts like she does everything else.
Well, I'm aware, but I'm saying, like, this train incident could have been used for that, to have that moment for Blake. It could have been used to have a moment for Ruby where she realized that people are going to die in her profession.
No. Signal prepares them for that. One class, they just go, all right, kids, time for prisoner executions.
No.
They prepare people. Trust me, they prepare people for that.
No.
Okay, but seriously, if we talk about the train here, trains generally have a maximum speed unless they're some fucking bullet train. of about 50 miles an hour. Let's say they were fucking pushing it, it might have been doing 70. For a hunter, that's not gonna kill them. That might not even break their aura.
But the thing
Oh,
is,
no, you have to
does
keep in
everyone in the
mind-
White Fang have aura?
Well, not only that,
Yeah.
these people are getting knocked out and then falling off the train. Their aura's been broken.
Yeah.
And even if their
okay,
aura hasn't broken,
To be fair, though, they're like, not all of them might be dead. Some of them are 100%, but there are cases where people who are knocked out, their body, because it's so relaxed,
Right,
actually survives things like being in a tornado and all
on
that.
top
So,
of being knocked
effect.
off a train, they're being knocked into a horde of Grim, which don't give a
Yeah.
shit if you're White Fang or
no,
not.
yeah.
It's the Grim that really do it there.
Yeah, it's the Grim
Yeah.
that kind of seal the deal, which is kind of my point, though.
yeah,
Where
there might be that one lucky motherfucker who was just not completely unconscious, and the Grim can't see him.
right,
He somehow survived the tumble. He didn't get stampeded by the Grim chasing the train,
somehow.
Mm.
and
Yeah.
he just wakes
Didn't
up
get
3 days.
eaten by
He
the
wakes
Grim.
up later in the day. It's like, what the? Oh, that's a lot of blood.
Yeah.
But it's like you could have had this whole moment where Ruby's fighting on top of the train, and she's deliberately pulling her strikes, and she knocks some White Fang guy out, and then he falls to the ground, and then rolls
she's
off the
horrified.
train, and then falls into the horde of Grim, which kill him. And she just kind of has that moment of, she stops and has a whole freak out moment in the middle of combat where it's really like, Oobleck or whatever has to knock her out of because she's like,
Yeah.
Oh.
Or it needs to be saved out of,
oh, I just killed someone.
Yeah. But they don't.
Yeah, but they never do. Weiss could have had her whole confrontation with, because it's Adam's group and they, apparently came from Atlas. You could have had some member on the train be part of one of the groups that had targeted and killed parts of her family before. And she could have had that sort of resolution.
There was an implication Chainsaw Dude may have been.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
but
aware
Blake ended
there's
up
an
fighting him.
implication,
But Blake
again,
ended up fighting him.
nothing came of it, and Blake ended up fighting him, but nothing
Because
came
Weiss
of it.
Yeah.
And in this story, what brought this on is in this story they're having Weiss have PTSD about train horn chainsaw. Finally, I get to kill a Schnee. Weiss wakes up out of her nightmare of having PTSD about this. And don't get me wrong, that's a great moment. And that's the sort of shit they should have done with it. This should have either fucked Weiss up or
it's like
been a moment for her.
7 seasons too late though for that.
Oh well, no shit, it's too late for that.
Yeah.
I'm saying at the time.
No, at the time they should have, but I thought you said they're doing that now. So
No. In this story, they're having this take place after the train incident.
Oh yeah, well then that makes sense. Yeah.
It's 7 seasons too late because he's doing it now when all this shit has come out.
Yeah.
And he's just going back to near the damn beginning.
That's because the tail reason the new shit.
Blake and Yang totally impaled a guy beyond belief, and they didn't even care that they killed him. I mean, yeah, they do. They didn't kill a human. They killed a Faunus. And so Faunus are people.
I wouldn't know what feels like to kill people who never kill Faunus.
Blake was too busy checking out Yang to notice. Blake was too busy checking out Yang to notice what she was killing.
Don't you know what they killed was a straight white male who was an abusive boyfriend? Clearly he isn't human.
Yes.
I mean, that was the implication.
I'm glad I went to Good Friday. Oh. Why are you getting uncomfortable, Max?
I think you know why.
Well, no,
Twitch
Twitch is gonna be psyched if they see this. I mean, we all my homies hate straight white males.
Yeah. Trust me, I've got a woke friend. I can say these things.
As for the,
I got a straight friend. I can say these things. Anyway, you were saying, Max?
As for the PTSD thing, I want to point out the giant robot chase happens before that.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Train, and Atin and I actually straight up out of way. It's like, hey kids, you're on detention. What are we doing in detention? Boom. Here's a duffel bag full of police reports and hospital bills. Have fun.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah,
Just have fun reading through those.
yeah.
Mm.
And that guy whose car you jumped on and then crushed, yeah, he crashed and ran into a pregnant woman.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they could have had moments earlier before this, but I'm taking this as a isolated slice of plot. Yang could have had a moment, and they kind of did do this, where she gets over aggressive, in over her head, and actually has to get saved because her famed fighting style of just getting the shit kicked out of her and then kicking the shit out of the person who was doing that turns out that doesn't actually work in the real world, because when you get the shit kicked out of you by someone who wants you dead, they tend to just kill you.
yeah.
The only thing that was keeping her alive against Neo was her aura. As soon as that broke, she was fucked.
And she had to get saved by her mom, which admittedly, that was an okay plot thing. They didn't do anything with it, which made it a terrible plot thing, but
Yeah.
I could see the makings of something plotty with that.
And not only did they do that, they retroactively assassinated Raven's character.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Like,
then it
she was
got
gonna be.
worse.
She was gonna be, oh, you only get one, only the strong survive, and then in the end, she's literally just Blake 2.0 running away as a coward from
Oh,
everything.
Yeah.
no, she
Is
wasn't
that-
originally like that. Like, the first time we see her interact with Yang, we're never told if it's a dream sequence or not, but it seems to be real, because there's no, like, weird fuckery going on. It's just, Yang,
Wasn't there that
great to
spot-
meet you, we have a lot to talk about, and then it was
Yeah.
never
Right,
addressed
yeah,
again.
the end of episode,
It
the
was
end
the
of episode
stinger.
stinger, yep,
It was the
Yeah.
stinger for the entire volume.
yep,
Mm.
the stinger,
Yeah.
yep,
was
Wasn't
done with
there?
it.
yep.
Wasn't there like a part where she went outside and then the portal showed up, and that's when that happened? Or am I
Nope.
thinking of something else?
You're thinking of fanfiction.
Probably.
Yeah, probably fanfiction. It's like, it set up an
It's
interesting
been-
thread where, like,
It's been
okay,
years.
we have a reasonable seeming
Yeah.
person who's like, I want to explain to you
Why I've been gone.
why I left.
Yeah.
And then nothing happened with it. It didn't go anywhere. It makes me wonder if they talked Monty out of continuing that in Volume 3. And then Monty croaked because of a
Maybe.
horrible a freak allergic reaction to surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think the issue is that Miles and Carrie, I think we're in the right on this one, insofar as not adding Raven in, because I mean, I just saw a video about this and I 100% agree with this. When you add in the ability to connect characters instantly, you take away a lot of your ability to have drama occur.
Yeah, or tension, because literally the Pyrrha thing, if Raven was there helping Gang, she wouldn't be dead, because Raven would just portal people to her.
Exactly. Or Raven could have just, I mean, we get no explanation about how her portal works, whether it's energy over distance or per person or whatever.
Or
but
literally just needs the connection or anything, and then she kept
right, and she could have kept the portal open and people could have just escaped through that instead of needing to be evacuated by these highly vulnerable bullheads.
I mean,
and then there's the fact that they made her a murdering gypsy queen, literally.
Yeah. I mean, wow. I mean, just you want to talk about racism, Christ, Miles and Carrie. That we should include a traveling band of thieves and murderers.
Who get people killed by bringing the Grim down on top of them.
And then steal all their shit.
Yep.
It's just Jesus Christ.
It's the ultimate scam.
It's so weird. Like, Miles and Carrie, they're full far left. It's...
Oh, yes.
But then they put things in that make you think, well, what the fuck is that? Even the racists don't come up with that.
It's just self-report. And as it comes down to it at the end of the day, It turns out the real racists were them all along.
Yeah, but like even the racists don't come up with shit like that they do somehow.
I-
Like,
I-
how are they out racisting the racists?
I will never get tired of the one meme where it has like the lefty soy face of like the big long text, but like the entire big long text is just like this incredibly racist statement. That's framed. That's framed in the lefty speak, and then it's just like all of the Chad of the various groups of people, but it's like they're the racists, and they're just like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. To be
like,
fair,
yo,
no group is more diverse than a group of racists.
Amusingly, ironically.
Oh, but yeah, no, it's just God damn it, ER. Oh god, yeah. We got some posting.
It's funny how most people don't remember that it was the Republicans, the right, that fought to free the slaves.
Yeah, well,
The Republicans weren't the right back in those days.
Yes, they were.
That were the right. No, because Southern Democrat was a thing, and Democrats especially were the ones doing the lynchings.
Yes, but the thing is that the Republican Party was built as the anti-slavery party, and they were, while they were for federal controls, they were also for smaller communities. And the Democrats were always for giant federal control. It's just they wanted their giant federal control to be ones they controlled.
Yeah, exactly. Dems were big government. Reps were
big government, but still small governments.
The Confederacy was entirely, okay, we want states separate from federal. Within our borders, we control things. You control things outside the country as federal, and that's where she goes.
But it also had some stuff with slavery, and no, it was not the focus, but part of the thing was that they said they refused to get rid of slavery, and yes, we had multiple states in the North who still got to keep their slavery, even after the Emancipation Proclamation, specifically because we told those states they could keep the slavery because we really, really needed their support.
Yeah, it was basically the South going, okay, look, we don't care about the slaves, we just don't want you to tell us what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Didn't some of the slaves literally stay as slaves of their own when they saw how people were trying to survive, like, as free men? And
there was instances of that, and also, holy shit, Sherman.
You fuck Sherman. So you had slaves fighting for the South, slaves who were freedmen owning other slaves, etc., and so forth.
Okay, I've only gone 3 minutes. We're not in a discussion that will get us canceled.
No, we're just talking about Civil War history and how everyone on every side was pretty fucked.
Yeah.
And how it relates to Ruby.
Yeah, you know,
that's
that is a fair statement that several people I know would disagree with for some reason.
Yeah, weird how that works. But anyway, point being is that, you know, they really could have gone somewhere with the whole Yang gang over her head. Instead of her mom saving her in this instance, her team could have saved her. She could have been the one, she could have rushed to the front of the train, got way in over her head fighting a bunch of people. Maybe her strategy even started working and she was kicking, you know, they're all beating on her. She kicks the shit out of them all because she's like, ha, my strategy worked. And then Neo shows up and is like, lol, stab.
But you know what? If Blake was the one to save her, if that was the case, that would have kicked off the relationship so much better.
Yes, if you were going to go that angle, that would have been good. But as far as narratively speaking, Yang was always characterized as this, you know,
headstrong, reckless,
individualistic. I don't need anyone else. I got me. I got my problems, and I'm only going to do me and my problems. And I'm me. I'm the big me, effectively. And having her team show up to ultimately save her could have been this whole character-defining moment of her realizing that what worked in training doesn't work in the real world when you're fighting real people who really want to kill you. and B, she needs her team.
Yes. At least until Blake runs away again.
Right, but, you know, we're working on that.
Yeah.
Always runs away.
Oh.
Yanks gets her arms cut off. Blake runs away. Yang gets pregnant. Blake runs away in seconds.
Blake and Yang finally sleep together.
Oh my
Yang
god. Okay,
wakes up,
so
Blake runs away.
I'm gonna quickly mute myself to. I'm now gonna unmute myself, and no one will ever know what I said while muted.
Yeah, except for the goddamn it Sneaky.
Yes. So,
Yeah, I'm throwing my 2 cents in there.
Oh god. Anyway, it could have been a moment for all of those characters in several different ways. I just gave, you know, what came to mind first, but the train scene could have been hugely moved. It could have been even used as a character moment for Roman, where he goes,
Yeah. This is
I'm
fucked
a
up.
little
just a
bit over
thief.
my head here. Like, yeah,
I'm just a
okay,
thief. What the
I
fuck
was
is this?
stealing dust. Okay, yeah, then I did this big raid of dust against, you know, the military / SDC, and, you know, that was kind of wild and crazy and sort of fun, but then it got really bad. You know, people blew up and shit kind of got out of hand because he portrays himself as this whole gentleman thief thing. And Gentleman Thief requires certain archetypes and behaviors, and part of Gentleman Thief is that everyone you rob leaves the scenario not feeling too awful about being robbed.
Also requires being an actual gentleman.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he had that whole motif going, and he had that whole attitude going, and you could have easily turned the everything up until this point into him sort of sliding by degrees of like, okay, she had me do more. Okay, we did this really big thing, and then shit kind of got wild, but whatever. I'm gonna.
And then he sees the horde of Grim following the fucking train, and he goes, "Oh,
Well, yeah, and it's like, okay, then we're making bombs. It's like, okay, yeah, well, obviously we're making bombs. We got a bunch of dust. What else were we gonna do with them? And then he starts seeing the bombs go off on the train that he is on. And the bombs are going off closer and closer to him, and he could have had this whole moment where he's like, oh,
I'm expendable.
they're trying to blow up Vale. They're trying to kill everyone in Vale, and I am expendable. I did not sign up for this.
It's weird. It's weird how every Ruby antagonist is okay with genocide.
Yeah, it's very weird how every Ruby antagonist is okay with genocide, including Ironwood, apparently.
Yeah, especially the one that fought against genocide in the past.
Yes, yeah, especially
some of the protagonists.
Yeah, some of the yeah. It's really weird how Ruby is okay with genocide.
Yeah,
that's not. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Some people ask me how it feels to genocide a whole nation. I wouldn't know. I've only ever killed racists.
Oof.
Ruby at her war trial.
Oh. Ruby Crossburner Rose.
I mean, she has got the slanted cross going, so
yeah.
But yeah, it's just like it could have been a great moment where Roman turns around and is like, "Okay, guys, we've had our differences, but I did not sign up to be turned into some throwaway grunt.
This is a bit much even for me."
Yeah. And then he can maybe not help them, but
like that even would make sense that you wouldn't need to bring in Raven because he just stops Neo.
yeah, there could be that too. Well, you know what it is actually? It would be a great thing where Yang gets over her head, the team show up to save her from Neo, they're all getting their shit blown apart by Neo.
Because Neo is out of their league.
And then meanwhile, it cuts over to Roman having this whole realization, trying to stop the train, realizing the train's been sabotaged to not stop.
Yep.
And then him running out and being like, Neo, we're cutting. They're trying to kill us or some shit. Leave the kiddies for later. And then Roman shows up later on. Maybe they're on some sort of trip down to Vale after the whole incident, and they catch sight of Neo, and she turns into an alley, and they chase after her. And then Roman's there, and he's like, "All right, kids, I'm gonna cut you a deal. That shit was, not what I signed up for. I'll lure the person who did this into a trap. Just promise me you'll stop her."
And make sure to bring some actual huntsmen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Also, make sure she doesn't kill me.
Yeah, obviously some jabs in there, but
Yeah.
You stop her.
Yeah.
And really, at that time, Crow and Winter were there.
Yes.
So that would have made a lot more sense as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Crow could have absolutely one soloed fucking Cinder.
Oh, absolutely. It would have been actually great for Cinder to have been defeated early. And not because it's like, oh, we're going to stop all of her plans. It would have been great to have this villain who was built up to be this threatening, overarching thing, and then pop that
beaten
balloon.
by one huntsman.
Yeah.
Beaten by one huntsman, and all of a sudden, dun dun dun, Salem, and everyone goes, oh fuck.
Well, you don't even need Salem at that point. You just have the balloon pop on Cinder's actual threat level because she looked intimidating before and she was built up to be like very dangerous, but she was dangerous to people that weren't that great at fighting.
Yeah, like Ruby, when Cinder only had half of the maiden powers, Ruby still kind of held her off pretty well in high heels.
And, Cinder has this whole thing, and you can make this her motif, and this is how the balloon popping makes extra sense, is you can have her whole motif being very gaudy, being very showy. She uses glass blades. It's like, it looks threatening, it looks dangerous, but at the end of the day, she isn't actually.
She's all style, no substance.
She is very dangerous if you let her be, but the second you actually fight her, her plans fall apart like glass.
The thing is, that also makes sense in the backstory with Amber, the original Full Maiden, because before she got those half-maiden powers, Cinder didn't do a fucking thing.
Yep, she got ambushed.
Not one thing. She ambushed Amber, got the powers, and then used those powers to get the White Fang and everyone under her control.
Exactly.
She had nothing herself.
Well, no, she picked up Emerald and Mercury, and that was about it.
That would have made the Crow reveal that much more fun as well, because he fought off all three of them with very.
No, they ran away because they were scared to fight him.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they all ran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what would have been a great moment is they end. This is actually where you can have another little lore drop, where they're like they jail Cinder, and they're like, well, why are we jailing her? And it's like, well, normally we would kill her, but we don't actually know what happens
with the maiden powers
if half the maiden powers pass on to someone else.
Yeah. So basically, they'd have to probably sacrifice Amber, put all the maiden powers into Cinder, which makes
that's the other danger, though. They don't know if the maiden powers are going to go to Cinder if Amber dies.
Well, no. They had that transfer device set up that they tried to use on Pyrrha.
They did. That's what I was talking
Cinder.
about. That's what I was talking about, which they were keeping Amber in to keep her alive, so they could transfer Amber's powers to Cinder and then kill Cinder.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Or they could fucking reverse it.
Right, but what I'm saying here is that they could either have a moment where they have this whole thing where they don't know, so they have to jail her, and the whole machine thing gets revealed maybe in the second to last or third to last episode of the season, and so the Cinder gets jailed at the end of season 2. Season 3 starts. They have the tournament arc. Cinder's still in jail, and the tournament arc ends, and they're like, okay, we have this machine now. We're ready to try it. And then either one of two things can happen, or actually one of three things could happen. Thing one is they have this scene of, like, at the tournament arc, everyone's paying attention to the tournament, actually. It's the big final battle. Even the guards are distracted. And Cinder ganks the guard.
Yeah.
And she breaks out. And it just goes to reinforce that when you're not confronting Cinder, she actually becomes a threat. And you could have that happen. And then, they come back and they're like, all right, well, let's get Amber healed now. And then they're like, oh, shit. And they're like, all the guards are fucking dead.
That's if they want to bring her back as a returning antagonist.
Right. Thing 2 that could happen is, and so thing 2 and 3 are basically the same thing. So thing 2 and 3 that could happen is that they bring Cinder out. And they're like, Cinder, what you've done was terrible, blah, blah, blah. Pithy speech, heroic, blah, blah, blah. They put her in the machine. They transfer her to Amber. Thing 2 that happens is good end for Amber, where Amber wakes up and she's more powerful than ever, and she has her powers back. And then this is how we introduce the start of the 4 Maidens arcs, which are each going to be separate seasons, sort of reminiscent of Avatar. You can pull some shit with that in. You have to gather the 4 Maidens, and basically each season would be doing stuff with the Maidens or for the Maidens to get them into a situation that will allow them to unite under one banner to go fight Salem. But they're not told that they have to go fight Salem yet. It's just we need to unite them under one banner to do something, and Ozpin's being really cagey about it, but everyone believes him because he has been so trustworthy so far. And then from there, the bad end for Amber could have been, it's not Amber. And either the reveal happens now, or they stinger it, where it's like, Amber forms a glass stiletto or some shit, and slips it.
Cinder's taken over her body. Cinder's taken over her body,
right?
Basically.
Because they just shoved a fully functional soul into someone who was comatose.
Yeah.
So she's driving the body now.
Yeah.
Which, it's also weird how Amber wakes up at that moment when she gets killed by Cinder. Now that I'm thinking.
Yeah, that was so contrived. It was extremely stupid.
Yeah.
Also, there was no guarantee that transferring the energy to Pyrrha would have even done anything.
No.
I mean,
it could have all just.
For all we know, it could have just shoved Amber's melted soul into Pyrrha, and then the maiden powers flitted away to Cinder. Yeah. Because technically, Amber died.
Yeah, you'd have had to kill Cinder first.
Yeah, I really don't, there would have to be a lot of, this is a moment of where the author is not properly explaining what the characters either know or the plot, because if the characters know that it's definitely going to transfer the maiden powers to the person, then it makes sense that they would do this. But you have to tell the audience that it's like, even a little throwaway line of are you sure this will transfer the maiden powers? Yes, we've tested it. It'll work. Okay, fair enough. Fine. Then later on you can show how the Winter Maiden got fucking ganked for this, and oh wow, Atlas is evil. It's like, oh, big shocker, reveal. You could have done so much shit.
Question for 3 seasons. How did they test this?
Yeah, it's like, wait a second, hold on.
There's only 4 people in the world.
Yeah. It would have been a great way to do that. You could have done so much with this shit, and it's so fucking easy. And yeah, it's sort of like a hindsight thing. But also, you shouldn't be producing a season as you're producing the season. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like season 7 shouldn't be written as you're releasing the episodes.
No, not at all.
Season 7 should be written when you start releasing the episodes of season 6. You know, you
Or even
have that
5.
benefit of being your own producer. As Rooster Teeth, they were the ones putting the money into it. They weren't being told by Warner Brothers whether or not they had whether or not they had a new season at the end of their last season. And so they kind of just were focused on the current season. You know, they were the developers. They were the bankrollers. They were doing everything. So there should have been no miscommunications of whether Ruby is running for a season 7 or a season 8 and how much time do we have for this. It's all right,
You know what, Slime? That actually makes sense. That does make sense.
They got it from Atlas. If how the fuck on souls, the machine came from Penny's dad, and it's how he split off part of his soul to put in Penny. You know, again,
makes sense.
Plot, RT, world development.
Yeah, literally.
Plus, that would also be the reason why Ironwood was brought in by Ozpin.
Possibly.
Yeah, exactly that too.
There is so much that could have been done with it. Ironwood, you know, or they could have done the whole evil thing where, you know, the Winter Maiden is last, and Ironwood comes clean with everyone. He's like, all right, so guys, what Ozpin and I didn't tell you is I'm like the only non-corrupt person in Atlas, and actually a lot of Atlas is really fucking evil, and you have to help me save Atlas and save the Winter Maiden, who's currently being experimented on by the Atlesian military.
Which would have been great, but didn't happen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
No one talks in Ruby.
Yeah, well,
yeah, no kidding.
That too. But
maybe take a page out of the Naruto book.
There's just so much that could have been done.
I just saw in meme and shit post how that's gonna go in the with current season.
Yeah. It's not too late to stop this, Ruby. But yeah, no, this is like
I need another
the
drink.
story we're actually reading that brought on this whole discussion is extremely purple prosy. Extremely purple prosy. And I mean, it's got some all-right back and forth. I couldn't be fucking interested. Dust can only be activated inside a remnant's aura sphere. Apparently the planet has a fucking soul and it's got aura.
I can believe that.
I mean, to be fair, that kind of reminds me of Nascent Kaleidoscope, where dust is actually the basically death of the world. It's
no, don't get me wrong. I'm totally here for that sort of lore. It's this lore is being produced in 2019, and if we're saying we're saying the planet has a soul, that basically just retcons like everything past season 5.
Yeah. Plus, why the Grim wouldn't attack animals if they had been born on the planet, so probably have aura and souls and shit as well.
You know what? There we go. Planet has a soul. Its semblance is making the Grim because that's the white blood cells. Humanity is a blight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
like honestly,
that
is the most baffling part. It's like Monty is this huge. I mean, again, Fate fan as well. And like we never went with the planet has a soul and the Grim or its response to humans digging it up.
Oh, that's straight out of Final Fantasy VII with the live stream and all that other shit.
That's what I'm saying, though. Monty is a huge freaking weeb, and
he's a huge Final Fantasy fan.
Yeah, we could have just gone straight into that, and no.
You know what? Clearly, he should have included Final Fantasy VII on their homework sheet. Because they also they also
did?
No, he didn't.
No, listen to me. He did, because in the fight scenes with all the jumping around off of shit, that is straight out of Advent Children.
That's out of several animations. I said FF7, not Advent Children. That's an animation. I'm talking about the game. He only gave him a list of anime to watch.
Yes, Tension. That's another theory that I did like about the idea of Grim, is that the energy that people die, when people die, the energy that they give off separates into two things. One is pure, one's impure, made of the negative emotions. The negative emotions pool at the the edges, and they turn into Grimm, which is why they hunt down people. And the pure energy turns into interacts with the elements and turns into dust.
Yeah.
You are literally burning up your ancestors when you're using dust.
Based.
Congratulations, this is again Final Fantasy. You've got materia
I know.
right here.
That's my point. It's
Excuse
great.
me, but my old grandpappy would have been down for me using him to shoot this.
That's fair.
But it's like, it works though. It's a nice idea. It doesn't need too much explaining, and you can just hand wave away the rest of the fiddly bits.
There's a certain amount of hand waving you can 100% get away with in this situation.
Yeah, it's like, oh, why does dust appear underground? It just interacts with the elements, and that's how it forms. Yep. It's like, all right.
You know what? I would actually really love just, let's take this to its extremes. Like, some dust is super volatile and other dust isn't. It's like, why is some of this dust super volatile? Oh, that was the soul of a just right proper dickhead. And he's mad you're using his ashes.
Some berserker who went off dying in full rage and passion.
Well, I mean, Max, you could just go the Dark Souls route of it. It's like, oh yeah, this is the soul of a hero. It's big, it's fucking enormous, contains a massive amount of energy.
Yeah, except in this case, like, the best dust you can use is the crankiest.
The dust of huntsmen. The dust of dead elder huntsmen.
Oh yeah, you know
the
what?
dust of the biggest asshole.
Atlas is like the bad guys. Atlas is the bad guys because they know about Ozpin and want his soul for infinite energy.
I mean, there's so much there's literally so much you could have done. There's literally you could have had Salem just not been some immortal god witch of the Grimm, and just she used her semblance, somehow gave her control over Grimm or something, and she wants to capture Ozpin so she could continuously drain him, so she can use the Grimm as a genuine army to yes.
I'm sorry, it sounded like something from Science Fix.
Yep.
But come on, am I wrong though? Like, there's so much you could have gone with this. You could have really worked it, and
Nexus, right? From dust you have come, dust you return. We could have fucking dust mutants of people putting dust in themselves and the emotions and souls.
Literally, you could have had dust shamans.
You could have.
I mean, you're describing Weiss and what's his name, who literally shoves dust into himself.
Good old Hazel.
Hazel. Hazel was based. Hazel was incredibly based.
Yeah, he was based up until I'm gonna kill Ozpin because my little sister died. Like,
okay, no, his reasonings were cringe, but his actions were based.
Oh, his actions were fine. Yeah, his actions were fantastic. Just like, dude, it's a high-risk career field. What did you think? Signing up for Girl Scouts?
My favorite is he's just like, all the other villains are monologuing, and they turn to Hazel, and Hazel just punches them in the face.
Yeah.
Hazel, while everyone else is monologuing, Hazel is prepping.
Hazel is just beating the shit out of them.
Hazel's just like, alright,
everyone else is like, oh ho ho, villainous laugh. I'm holding this over you. What's wrong, little kid? Fucking Hazel in the background just brutally smackdown WWE this child.
The Virgin villain monologue versus the Chad Hazel WWE wrestler.
Chad Hazel wrestler.
Yeah, he got over his reluctance to fight Oscar real quick.
Yeah. I don't want to fight a child. All right, now fucking kill this child.
Let me give you a people's elbow just to make sure.
The Virgin monologuing Cinder versus the Chad Hazel wrestler.
The Chad Hazel.
We have Hazel, child punter.
In one corner, and in the other, Cinder. All flash. No efficiency.
No
all...
substance.
All
Yeah.
spark, no bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Even better,
Man.
Mercury puts on an outfit and is touching it because he fucking would.
One and done, Cinder.
Okay, you know what? I kind of feel like I need to sit down with you, Sneaky, and just have you supervise me doing a one-shot of this dust idea,
Yeah.
and then do a one-shot crack fic of Hazel puzzled child puncher.
Jesus.
I'm here for it.
No,
The
you
people's
came at the
elbow.
right time.
It was all, what was it? I think it took all of 2 seconds for him to be like, I don't want to fight a child. It's Ozpin. Cracks knuckles.
Let's do
All right.
this. Nah, it's like, Cinder, you've got to do this. I won't fight a child. It's Ozpin. Fine, I'll do it myself.
I'll do it myself. Literally just throws Cinder out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Tension wants to get on chat to fucking shit talk about. Wrestler
Only
Hazel.
if you keep it clean.
Yeah. Wrestler Hazel child beating, and that's the limit.
Woo.
The ads.
Hop in general and I'll drag you down.
Good old ads.
Yeah, no, so you joined at the right time.
Apparently I did.
Lord knows.
What the fuck happened?
But like, yeah, with Dust, you could have gone so many ways. Like, I had another idea, and I pitched this to Nexus as well, in that they could have had this whole thing with Dust, where it was the reason why it was growing very weirdly in the ground and completely randomly was, you know, because dust is actually a byproduct of these ancient facilities deep under the earth, and the Grimm are the other byproduct. So the dust was like the product. So they basically they were trying to harness energy, and you know this big ancient archaeotech machine was producing the dust.
Jesse, we've got to produce the dust.
Yes,
cook it.
But the runoff of the machine was the Grimm, and they could have had this whole capstone on the series where Team Ruby has to make this like completely impossible decision of, do we shut off the dust machine, meaning
so no
we
dust
run
ever
out
gets
of
made
dust, but we never have to worry about Grimm again, but our entire civilization relies on dust.
That's not even a choice. Shut that motherfucker down. You can start over.
It's not a choice to us.
Yeah, it's
do we take
to Ruby,
the death
though,
world or not?
Because Ruby literally doesn't have normal electricity. They have electric dust.
Yeah, they use electric dust. There is quite literally nothing in Ruby that doesn't run on dust.
Nothing.
You know what?
They've got stockpiles of dust enough to last until to figure it out.
But they have to genocide the Grimm. They have to use that to genocide the Grimm to get rid of them. So.
Anyway, what was
in this one? That's an ancient.
I hope that like there's a sudden discovery. It's like, huh? You know, have we ever shot fire at the Grimples? Oh, look, they light up. Grimples are just oil. Time to realize.
Next, Grimms are just oil. Next thing you know,
Atlas accidentally pulls a Russia and lights a Grimpool on fire, and they're just like, oh, it's still burning 300 years later. It's still burning.
All right, here's the real question. Here's the real question. Does this prevent the Grimm from spawning, or are the Grimm just now spawning while on fire?
It's just spawning fire Grimm now.
No, or in the stream chat, Hazel, I drop-kicked that child in self-defense.
I drop-kicked the child in self-defense.
Yeah, definitely, again, SDC, no matter how you look, there is literally, I don't see a way where it's not. No matter what way you go with Dust or Grimm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's Snort the Dust, become Ultraman. Well, I mean, you could have had shit like Weist being a literal dust shaman, and the reason why her whole family has this, like, passed down semblance is because they commune with their fucking ancestors or some shit, and that, like, fucks up their worldview because they're getting high on their ancestors' ashes.
They get their ancestors' dust, a bit of it chipped off, and then put into them surgically to make sure they get the same semblance.
I want to go like a little dark here. Just a moment, Sneaky. We find out that they can actually teach other people the glyph summoning including like summoning those you've defeated.
Mhm.
And one of the big
Mhm.
reveals for like Evil Shock is he summons Big Nicholas.
Big Nick.
Nick. Wait.
To which the question then becomes, when did you kill my father?
No,
Oh,
see, no,
husband?
that's actually genuinely, that would actually be a genuinely great moment if you're gonna go with the whole evil Atlas thing, and then they confront Jacques, and Jacques just straight up summons, you know, I mean, you could make Nicholas the Saxton Hale, right?
Yeah.
100%.
And then he summons Nicholas, and everyone's like, okay, first off, you basically just summoned Chuck Norris. We are fucked. B, second off, when did you kill my grandfather?
Yeah, or like, or we could also go with the thing like, Jacques doesn't strike us as an evil person because with large corporations, those at the top can't know everything their underlings are doing.
All of a
So
sudden,
then
no, yeah, he.
instead we get a different reveal of like he summoned Big Nicholas. Like, how did this happen? It's like, oh, it's an old family tradition. The next head of the family has to defeat the previous head to gain the summon.
Or if you wanted
But
to
then everyone would
lean,
go. But the thing is, then everyone would go, "How the hell did you beat Big Nick?" And it was like, "Oh, poison's always."
right, but if you wanted to lean on the comedy for this arc, because this is the whole idea of the mini arc self-contained shit, if you wanted to lean on the comedy a little bit, you could have the entire arc be really heavily implying that Jacques is actually like this really terrible guy. And, you know, like, have Ruby or Jean, one of the two naive people, stand up for Jacques. Oh, he can't know everything that's going on in his company. And every single time something very suspicious happens with Jacques, you know, they excuse it. And then he summons Big Nicholas. And then they're like, oh my god, you kill him. And then, you know, it comes out, it's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? No, this is like a whole passing down of the whole thing, you know.
Yeah.
Big Nicholas died, and part of him was part of his dust soul was implanted into my heart or some shit, and so now I can summon him, and it's this whole, you know, family line thing, and he's actually just a completely genuine guy who genuinely wanted to help them fight the corruption in Atlas. And like every single instance where shit was suspicious, it was literally someone else. Just pure happenstance.
Yeah, like it could
and
be
bad timing.
It could just be easily explained if they took 2 seconds.
But what about the maid that was on the ground? She literally slipped. We just washed the floor in that area.
Yep. But what were you doing in that room? Why was it so warm and stuffy? It's like, I made cookies.
Right. Yeah, right. It's just like, what were you doing in this room muttering to yourself? Oh, well, actually, that's where my wife's ashes were interred. I like to visit her every day and tell her about how my kids are doing. It's like,
what?
Oh.
Next thing
man,
wife just goes, wait, Mum's not dead. Mum's not dead. It's like, oh no, Big Nick's the one who's muttering.
That was Big Nick's muttering you heard. I summoned him there for his...
Right, yeah, you could do shit like that. It's like, there's so much you could have just done to really lean on the he's totally suspicious, he's totally evil. Psych, guys, big comedy routine. Actually,
turns out,
he's a good guy.
Turns out it was the personality disorder butler who was doing everything.
It turns out personality disorder butler was actually evil.
That would be like the actual biggest twist of that arc too.
And
he's
then
such a pleasant
Snow White's biggest enemy was the Seven Dwarfs.
And then you could even have the moment of like, but wait a second, what about the bloody knife we found? And then he's like, what do you mean bloody knife you found? And then Weiss just gets stabbed in the back by the butler, literally. And everyone's like, oh.
Oh,
hey, you know what would go
what
good
it's
there?
worth, sir. We believe you now.
You know what would go good there? Ruby and John always believed in Jacques. Jean discovers his semblance to save Weiss, even though she was wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Great. Yeah. There we go. Boom. Moment where John actually gets his semblance because he needs to be a hero.
Yeah.
And not because he was screaming at Weiss, no, I gotta save her, and then just glaring at her body really hard while pressing on her wound, and then suddenly he healed her, question mark?
Yeah, man. Remember when that was his function in Grim Eclipse when we were playing that? And then I was like, "There's no way this is actually semblance, right?" And then they just used that. It's like,
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel
I
like
was
they were
I
kind of
was
really pushing the paladin
fine.
angle for a long time.
Here's the thing: I was fine if his semblance was going to be a support type, like I can buff people semblance, but
Like that kind
it
of makes sense if it's simply
feels
based
like
on Jean
it
d'Arc.
it feels
Yeah.
So
like
that
it was an
Yeah,
afterthought from the
exactly.
game-go.
His semblance is holy light that encourages and buffs everyone around him, and he ends up becoming, he ends up filling the role of his namesake and becomes a very charismatic leader that while he's not the best at fighting, he encourages everyone to fight harder.
He also took the time to run Hors out of all of the army.
What is he, a fucking warrior priest?
He chased them all out.
Yes,
No,
quite
that's what
literally,
Jean
yes.
d'Arc. Jean d'Arc
Quite literally
historically
make him a warrior
chased
priest,
out
unironically.
Jean d'Arc, the actual historical one, factually chased
Yes.
out every single whore out of the French army by herself.
I'm sure she did. Dude,
Yeah.
the French write some wild fan fiction, okay?
Reminder that Lancelot is in fact fanfiction.
Yes, he
Well, that
came
was a lot of
centuries.
A funny
He came
abridged
centuries
series
after-
makes Weiss a druggie who snorts dust. I mean, literally, though, like, that's what we're kind of joking about, though, where, like, Weiss
That
is
could
this
literally
dust
just
shaman
be.
who just, like,
Yeah.
she uses dust, guys.
She really likes using
It's a
dust.
performance enhancer.
Yeah. Oh god, she just woke up.
I mean, you
She's
know,
just like old, groggy, sleepy, just woke up,
but-
trying to grab something. We think it's coffee. Just lightning dust.
But
she
like
snorts.
unironically lead into the shamanistic aspect of that because the shamans always got high on these like mushrooms and various other substances, right? To get vision quests and speak with people. And...
Which would actually make sense if Yang is a berserker because of Weiss's dust creation mixture thing.
Oh, then Yang just starts taking fucking drugs.
Yeah, it's like, God, my semblance is working well, but I really can't deal with the pain. It's like, oh, I got you, fam. Let me cook something up.
Quite literally, is just like, all right, time to take the Weiss shot. Goes ballistic.
the what shot?
The Weiss shot.
And then everyone's like, Weiss, I can't believe you would create some sort of drugs for her to take. And she's like, what do you mean? I just made her my cup of coffee in the morning.
Yeah.
I drink that every morning. I don't know why she reacts like this.
I drink that every morning. Everyone's like, what?
Next thing you know, it's a placebo effect, and she was like, what, you mean the sugar and food coloring?
No, even better. It's like, what? I got the recipe from Oobleck. Everyone looks at Oobleck. He's like, where do you think the ammo to my gun comes from?
Yeah. Next thing you know, it's like Nora just pipes up. Yeah, it's really good how he supplies me as well.
Yeah, Nora's just been like taking lightning dust on the side for so long.
It used to be so much harder to get it until I came to Beacon. Then Oobleck really hooked me up.
You know, all those times Nora said she had to go recharge.
Yeah.
A minute literally.
Excuse me while I go recharge.
Yeah.
I have to go powder my nose, Weiss says. Everyone looks at Weiss completely unamused. Everyone else does not understand the joke she just made.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The Vital Festival comes up. Weiss is in a fight, and it's like, hold on, powder break. What? And she's facing a woman, so she lets him do the makeup. All of a sudden, just snorts the dust. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Just like...
Snorted off her rapier. Snorted off her rapier.
Very cracky, pun intended.
Yeah.
Yes, I shall now snort this dust.
This
I am now
This is
invincible.
literally just showing me that Ruby would have made better as a crack series.
Well,
Literally.
yes.
I mean, that was RVB's, or that was Rooster Teeth's bread and butter, to the point where I
Yeah.
just said RVB instead of Rooster Teeth first.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on, let's be
Yeah.
honest here. It's pretty much all they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're still a joke. It's just not a funny one.
They're still a joke. It's just they're the punchline now.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
That hits a little too hard now.
Yeah, they stopped being the jester and now they're the punchline.
Yep.
But God, yeah, you know what? That would actually be. Some of these ideas would be really fun to write out.
The other
Like,
idea
the thing
I
is,
had that I pitched to
They
Moth.
could literally go to the Marvel Cinematic Universe
Yeah.
and make all of these like different worlds. One where dust is acting like this, one where it's the souls of the earth.
Oh
whatever.
yeah, no, they
They could have milked this franchise through multiple different things that are basically at the end it's the exact same and no one would care.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda, didn't.
They could have gotten away with at least 2 series. One is where everything is basically a bridge. They could have just gone full in with the guys who were a comedy company and made their own abridged series to their own show.
Yep. They could have made their own like Helsing Ultimate Abridged equivalent and everyone loved it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, oh, instead of like Weiss being this dust shaman, she's just this fucking cocaine
Alucard.
taker. She's just the Charlie Sheen of Ruby.
Yep.
No. She's a fucking
Alucard always.
Tony Montana.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like there's so many things. There's so much they could have done with the series. That
But Ruby had to be a stoner because her semblance speeds everything up at all times, so she never gets, so she can't understand one, so she's always gonna be
That's
high.
why Ruby heavily drinks and is a stoner.
Yeah.
I don't trust Rooster Teeth to do that. I would think they would just make her Goku light.
They could have even done with the abridged series, or even made this a serious moment if you're gonna make Ruby a drinker. Ruby, the big reveal is that Crow is actually her dad. And then Ruby just looks at the alcohol in her hand and is like, "Yeah, I kind of figured that a while ago."
Everyone's like, "You knew? Why didn't you say anything?"
Where did you think I got the alcohol tolerance from?
I mean, actually, you could probably make that as just like you were literally never there. You're a colossal asshole. Why on earth would I want you as a father?
Well, yes, but we're making
you
jokes
were a better
here.
mentor than father.
Well, you said you wanted to make it like serious or something.
I said you could, but for the
Yeah,
crack.
I know, but I was just
but no, I mean, like they could have done a lot.
Yang is literally just Konosuba darkness.
None
semblance doesn't get her
of-
stronger when she gets hurt. She just likes it. Listen, I can't think of anything else. I can't think of anything else for you. Maybe an adrenaline junkie, but she's supposed.
My point though is all of the ideas I'm throwing out are literally zero effort. Like,
yes,
you were literally just copying Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
There's literally nothing unique or new that we have talked about in the last 30 minutes that would require any level of skill to come up with or do.
Yep. It's except for maybe the crackiness, because you got to be able to actually have that
Okay,
sort of
yes,
sense
the
of humor.
crackiness requires an actual sense
But
of humor.
all the serious ones that would have made more sense, that was either just Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts.
Yes,
that's it.
Quite literally, yeah. It would have taken barely, actually genuinely minimal effort to write it that way.
And it would have gotten them even more fans, because not just people interested in Ruby, but all the Final Fantasy Kingdom Hearts ones will be going, oh, this is actually kind of what I want in a TV series. I'm going to keep watching it.
Not only that, you would have also gotten the fans who were there for the animation. You would have gotten the fans who were there for the skits.
Choreography, skits,
You would have gotten a lot of different sections of fans instead of people who were just really delusional about how good the lore was.
Yeah. Also, can I just bring something up?
I don't know.
Rooster Teeth started as a comedy thing.
Yes.
But then they made Ruby chibi, and that wasn't fun basically at all. Why? Where'd they go fucking wrong?
Early chibi was funny.
It was, but later, but...
Yes. Yeah, okay, so very early chibi wasn't funny. Middle chibi was funny. Late chibi was not funny.
No. Also, I still love the season 2.
But I mean, like, the other idea I had pitched to Moth was that dust gathers in proportional and in purity, in proportion and purity to the element it's aligned with. So areas that get lots of lightning strikes generate lightning dust. You know,
Yep.
volcanoes
Coastal
generate
areas-
fire dust. Coastal areas generate water
water.
dust. You know, the deep sea generates the purest water dust. Lakes have very weak water dust.
Top of the mountains has the purest ice and wind dust.
Earth.
Yeah, deep in the
Earth as
mountain
well.
is earth dust.
But up the top is ice. Up the top is ice.
Yeah, there's so much you could have really leaned into the element aspect of it, and you could have made.
The problem is they went with CYMK instead of fucking main color.
Yes.
Mm.
And you could have really leaned into the elemental aspect of it, and you could have even made shit like, the reason why Veil is so good is because it's actually very not dangerous, and so there's very little dust overall, but it's a giant bread basket.
Yeah. You could even make it that the entire reason semblance exists, and it's not just an force field, is because of the dust people live nearby to. Because the angle, you could say if you're exposed, you could even say that if you're exposed to dust, it can change your semblance.
No,
Like if you're young.
that makes it way too connected, and
Yeah.
what
it's
it's
way
going
too
to
much.
do is you're going to add
Just sticking with the soul is a representation of you, and so therefore your semblance is basically your personality brought into the world. That's cool. That lets you be very creative. That lets you have a very easy way to show a character's personality without having to explain it to the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But then
whereas-
also then Weiss's doesn't really make sense unless you do that, as you said, the passing on.
Well, yeah, exactly. You could have Weiss come from this very strict family. That's which she does. You know, and the reason why her semblance mimics her previous ancestors' semblances is because they have this whole very strict hierarchy, very strict upbringing, very strict everything that shapes them mentally. And and then you could go into Weiss has this whole character moment that she can't summon like Winter can. Maybe she's better at glyphs because her mind doesn't think the same way as Winter's does, even though they grew up similar, and she has to learn how to be her own person and be individualistic, and she really learns how to use her glyphs in a creative way instead of trying to continue to be just Winter too. You could have done so much with all of it. But the whole thing is that the dust equaling potency and purity equaling how dangerous the area is this now gives a reason as to why everyone's living in the fucking Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about just like a couple scattered clans. I am talking about 1/4 of the remaining human civilization.
You mean Atlas?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All that dust.
It's like, well, there's a lot of fucking dust here.
Hell, that also would explain why people might go to the Grim Lands, because if it's got the highest purity dust of all, because the Grim are there.
Yeah.
That would be reason why people actually go out to it.
And
rather than it
it's
being somewhere
like
just unexplored.
And it's like, oh, why is Vacuo so highly settled despite these like apparently insane windstorms that just like basically make it impossible to settle there, and how they've only managed to have a single city despite there being very little Grim as far as we saw. Oh, it's because there's a lot of fucking dust there too, and there's just so much that could have been done in every single direction. You could have done so much with so much, and
and then it wasn't
really
done because fuck
there's really no reason. There's really no reason for Vacuo to exist, being in a desert and all that, for no reason.
I mean, you've
already got the grip.
the Vacuo would have been a great moment to have these like traveling clans who do
Yeah,
the
but they
whole
don't.
survival of the strong thing, and you know, Vacuo, the city shade or whatever it's called, I guess, is like the meeting of the clans, and that's why they all send their kids there to get strong at the fucking.
Wasn't
Yeah,
their
they-
whole thing that they didn't want government oversight? They fucked off to the middle of
literally,
nowhere.
yes, quite literally, Vacuo is fuck the government. We don't want no government here. Survival of the strong. If you're strong enough to steal and live, then you get to keep it.
And and also the dust thing that you just said would actually explain why Menagerie just
that was like
that might be fanfiction stuff. That or it was in the side novels.
No, Sun
very-
talked about it at some point.
No, what Sun
not
talked
everything
about-
I said.
No, Sun
Didn't
was like,
Sun
it's
give-
very relaxed. All that matters is that you're strong.
Yeah,
didn't
it
Sun
might have been
give
the side novels.
You're
Season 5?
extrapolating a lot of extra shit from what Sun said.
No, it
We
might
are
have been
not
side
talking about
novels.
Zimbabwe. We're not talking about Zimbabwe.
No, we're not talking about. No.
I'm sorry. Is someone acting up in chat?
Underplayed, of course, is acting up in chat.
Should I go ahead and time him out for 10 seconds again?
10 seconds, yeah.
Alright.
He gets his messages beyond.
It's only
Sure,
one, but
why not? Let's go ahead. Timeout button, are you going to work?
Apparently not.
Okay, well, timeout button's not working. Alright, I guess he gets off scot-free today.
Yep.
You live
Blame
today,
Twitch.
Underplayed.
But, I had something I wanted to bring up, and I don't know now. Because Twitch decided not to work.
But yeah, Sneaky, your dust thing would actually completely explain why Menagerie even exists, despite it being apparently a grim hellhole.
Yes. Yeah, like.
Is it a grim hell?
It's supposedly both a grim hellhole and also incredibly easy to colonize because
you're talking about the island, right?
Yes, the island that no one wanted to settle or waste time on settling, even though
because apparently there's grim there and shit.
I mean, it's surrounded by Seagrim, but there's like there don't seem to be much in the way of like
danger
on the land. Like, don't take a boat out. When they show it, like it's.
Are we gung ho? No, we're not gung ho underplayed. We're actually playing by Twitch's rules. So, this actually happened not too long ago. About I would say within the past year. So, a very big streamer, you might know of him. His name is Asmongold. Someone in the game chat of a game he was in. So, not even someone in his Twitch chat. Someone in the global game chat of the game he was in. So not a party chat, not a guild chat, the global game chat of a game he was in. Dropped a hard R, and because he wasn't paying attention to it, he got banned because he didn't talk for 10 minutes about how saying the hard R is not acceptable.
Yeah.
Oh, because he didn't immediately disavow?
Yes, because he didn't immediately disavow one single person on a global chat of a game he was playing that was in the background to the video he was watching. He got banned.
Stupid.
He got banned for 3 days.
Yep.
That is so incredibly stupid.
And
purity tests.
I know that has Twitch had it out for him? I know the WoW developers and Blizzard have.
They don't really have it out for him. He's got a pretty good relationship with a decent portion of Twitch staff because he brings in a lot of people. And he's as far as things go, he is fairly tame politically. He is fairly tame in terms of drama. He doesn't really bring drama to the platform.
He's low effort in that they don't have to moderate him and keep
effectively, yeah.
Yeah. But he's low effort, high reward.
Yeah, except for the part where he streams on his second channel for nearly an entire year, costing Twitch $150K.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was funny. No, it wasn't 150k. It was like it was 150k for like the past 3 months or something. Yeah. So the reason why his numbers mean something when I say them is before Asmongold was a streamer, he worked at the IRS as an accountant. So he actually knows how to do the math. So when he's like, yeah, so here's the number about how much X thing costs and the cost of running XYZ, he knows it, and he's doing the math.
The only one who doesn't fear the IRS.
No, he fears the IRS.
Oh, even they do.
No, definitely.
Actually, no, he knows the risks more than
exactly, yeah.
So...
He knows exactly what he's dealing with, so of course he fears it.
Here, so up next we have some really cringe-ass Ruby story about how their self-insert OC is the daughter of Crow. And the daughter of Crow gets sent by Crow to go help Team Ruby and Juniper.
Why not just make fucking Ruby the daughter of Crow?
Because that sounds like it makes sense and would be an interesting plot point. Which, you know,
fair enough.
As we're writing fan fiction here, we don't do that.
We don't make sense here. You know better.
That's against the rules. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, exactly.
Time you out like I tried to do to Underplate. It probably won't work either.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, there's a lot you could have done with Ruby, and that's honestly why I talk about it so much, and it's why I get pissed about it so much. Even it's why I get pissed at the fan fiction so much, because it's just there's so much brain dead going on, and it's like I'm sorry, I am literally pulling plot ideas out of my ass on the spot, sometimes while drunk off my ass. And they sound better and would work better for a longer period of time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying my ideas are flawless. I'm not saying my ideas wouldn't have issues with them. I'm not saying they would even last for more than a couple of episodes doing it that way. What I am saying, however, is they are meeting the bar of standard of would I even look at it? Which a lot of these stories don't. It's like of Monsters and Men, John Ark was a boy from the countryside with a dream of being a huntsman. So why is it that he found himself constantly forced down to talk down the scariest monsters on Remnant that weren't grim? John Ark fucks the entirety of Team Ruby and they're all psycho yanderes.
To be fair, points to them for saying women are the scariest thing on Reddit, other than Grim and Grim.
But it's just like, really, that's the sort of shit I expect out of like smut from Sign.
Yeah, and it's rated T as well, so they're not even going.
There isn't even gonna be porn.
Not that you're aware of.
Well, I mean, it's rated T, and usually they have enough sense of mind to at least rated M.
Or they could have just skipped the entire fucking thing.
Let's assign this isn't AO3 to worry about secret fucking surprise sex shit.
You mean AO3 was secret fucking surprise gay sex?
No, even surprise normal sex. I've actually once checked on the. I've checked once on the non-explicit tags, and all of a sudden they just drop it as a and all of a sudden I joined in, tried to read it, and it was just smutfic. They literally put it. They literally just drop the sex in when you're looking for sex stories.
Why?
Because it's AO3.
Huh.
Like QQ is supposedly the most not safe for work side, but AO3 shot.
Well,
It's just
AO3.
It's just all shit compared to compared to QQ.
QQ's moderation staff, a lot of them are about what you'd expect, with a few that are pretty decent. But AO3 seems to have no moderation whatsoever. It's the Wild West, basically.
No.
So as much as you may not like QQ, it's at least relatively
I prefer QQ to AO3. I prefer QQ. QQ's the good
Which is
side.
sad.
AO3's the shit one. Like,
I mean,
you
that
see
is sad.
QQ, you see QQ and you got a problem with it. AO3 is worse.
Oh, it's a lot worse.
And then there's Wattpad, which we aren't talking.
Yeah, we don't talk about Wattpad, especially because fucking what's that the card company who makes all the fucking cards you give people on their birthdays and holidays and shit.
Hallmark?
Yeah.
Hallmark, the Hallmark channel.
Yeah.
They literally pull stories from Wattpad and pay the authors on Wattpad money to take down their story so they can go produce a movie out of it.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I should start posting to Wattpad.
I don't think any of your shit's gonna be picked up by Hallmark.
I mean,
So Sign, the problem with that idea is that if you want your story to be picked up by Hallmark, you're gonna have to write a
everywhere else.
No. You're gonna have to write a story at my degree of safe for work.
Ugh.
Yeah, I know, that's
Yeah.
gonna hurt you.
A little bit. A lot of fade to black.
No fade to blacks at all.
There is no fade. Have you not watched a Hallmark movie?
It's been years since I've watched a Hallmark movie.
Man,
Okay, well the formula hasn't changed.
The
I
raunchiest
promise.
they get is they kiss at the end, okay?
Yeah.
That's the raunchi. They maybe do some hand holding, okay?
If you're
This
really
is a
lucky,
Christian channel.
if you're really lucky, they'll kiss at the climax.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No.
And on the lips, even not.
Yeah, they won't even kiss on the cheek. They'll do it on the lips, and maybe
Oh,
even
wow.
hold hands while doing it.
That's a little too lewd for me, boys.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're gonna tone it down just a tad.
Oh no,
Just a
Signs
tad.
Kryptonite. Signs Kryptonite. Vanilla.
Vanilla.
Sign
that
shies
vanilla.
away from the missionary.
Missionary
It
in
wounds
the-
him.
Burns him like a
Oh, the
vampire
purpose-
is burned by
yes.
the cross.
The missionary
It is.
wounds the sign.
Oh no, the thing is, you can delete other people's comments on AO.
AO3 has no
I-
moderation. I feel like the type of people posting the risque fix on AO3 would be, how should I say this, not to trigger a deletion, very annoyed to the point of trauma if there was no moderation due to comments from people reading the work. So this is, there is no moderation on the stories themselves. So anyone can post anything to AO3. They won't take it down. Even I've unfortunately even seen. Wait, is it real person is the only thing banned on AO3? No, real person's allowed on AO3.
Real person is a tag on AO3.
Yes.
And when you put in one of the top things that comes up is underage sex.
Yeah. So
What?
yeah. Oh yeah. No. So yeah, underaged. So underaged stuff. Involving you, the reader, either doing it or taking it, and some slight torture on the side with, your favorite YouTuber.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's some really fucked up shit on AO3. None of it's ever gonna get taken down.
Yeah, no. You can put any tag you want, and it's okay if it's.
Yeah.
You say one mean thing about the comments and.
Yeah, so
in the
the
comment
only
section.
thing that is moderated in AO3 is actually every single story gives the author the ability to moderate their comment section, which means for any reason they're allowed and capable of deleting your comment with a click of the button. Which, yes, this has been a thing in the past where people have found these utterly horrendous stories and said very justifiable things to the writers of such stories, and the author would just purge everything that wasn't praise. This also happened in the past when someone would point out on a completely incorrect story that has anything to do with the previous things we talked about. Just like, hey, that's not what happened in My Hero Academia. Izuku broke his arms during the ball throwing test, and the author has deleted it and said, "This is my headcanon, don't contradict it."
Jesus.
You might
And
feel you're not allowed to contribute.
this sounds like a very specific example because it is, and it happened, and I watched it.
Yes.
It's something you did.
Also,
It's not
funny
something I
enough,
did,
there
no.
was a way to delete guest comments on fanfiction as well. I don't know if it still works.
You can delete
It
guest.
still works.
No, you can delete guest comments still. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have
it's
to
guest-
set a. There's two options. There's the one that posts reviews immediately, and then you can go back and delete guest reviews, but you can't touch the sound reviews. Then there's
Yes.
option 2, which is you review everything, and you have to choose what passes. And
no, I don't think you can. You can't moderate.
Not anymore.
You can moderate
You can only
guest
get rid of-
reviews. You
That's
can't.
it. You can't get rid of any normal ones anymore.
You never could. There was a
Oh.
glitch in how fanfiction handled its account tables, which allowed you to use the ID
that's probably it.
number assigned to the review to open up the review as if you were in your own admin panel for your own personal reviews. And because you can delete your personal reviews in your admin panel, if you opened up the review in a specific way with that admin panel, you were capable of deleting it as if you were the poster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, you remember that crazy chick a few weeks back where we reviewed that one and told her shit sucked, right? Well, she was able to delete those reviews even though they were signed.
Do you realize how little that narrows it down?
Yeah, no, that narrows it down.
I feel like I know what one you're talking about.
Are we talking about the one that responded to me and kept going back and forth with me?
Not the one that kept going back and forth, but they did respond. The one that she blocked me immediately. She claimed bullying. She's the one who said anything negative about her is bullying.
Do you know how little that narrows it down?
Yeah, I know, right?
Let me look at my reviews here. Review section, review history. Let's see, one drop. I feel like I've had strokes. Damn risky. Learn to punctuate. I refuse to believe you're not making a shit post. Duplicate. Which one are we talking about here?
Hang on, let me look at mine.
Private messages, inbox. Ultimate crossover, Fate DXD. No, dude, the ultimate crossover.
Olivia Lover 1.
Who?
Olivia Lover 1.
Olivia Lover 1.
Hang on, I'll link it.
I never got a response message from her.
I'm not allowed to PM this user, okay.
Well, yeah, of course not. Just post their profile.
If you're blocked, why would you be allowed to?
That's the one.
I believe this one got actually linked.
My name is Heidi. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, they purged all their stories.
Again?
Yeah.
Again. Yeah, that's why.
That's probably why.
That's why the reviews gone dipshit. They deleted all their stories.
Well, that makes sense.
Except for some old ones.
No.
Except for some old ones.
No,
they don't have any.
They don't have any stories.
They just got favorites.
No, I see 5. Yeah,
Those are
only
favorites.
Shit.
Favorites, you drunk dipshit.
Not
Fucking
drunk, yeah.
Australian.
Just Australian and stupid.
His blood's going to his head
You
from
said
staying
stupid
upside
twice.
down.
What blood?
I'm sorry, his alcohol is going to his head from shitposting upside down.
There you go. There you go.
Anyway, so Oh yeah, we also have the child toucher who said he will never stop writing child pornography, and there's nothing we can do to stop him.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Yes. Unfortunately, pipe bomb.
He needs to be so spicy male.
Oh, I don't think I ever showed you guys this one.
What's this?
So, we got a response from Ruby the Ultimate Crossover.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait, another one.
The
No.
Ruby or whatever?
Yeah, the Ruby the Ultimate Crossover.
I'm 19 years old. I've been my whole life.
Oh.
Excited
No, I think you shared this one with
I
us.
shared this in the I shared this in the chat.
Vaguely remember that.
Yeah, I
one.
shared this in the chat like 3 days after. And then that's where we had all that moment of like, oh shit, he would have been like 8 when Ruby started.
Yeah, that one.
I forgot I
Curse of
reviewed
Ages.
this.
Yeah,
I forgot I reviewed.
Curse of Ages upon you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see, did he ever update his story? Yeah, he just did 7 hours ago.
Okay.
Let me guess, it's more the same.
Probably.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, I didn't even leave that bad of a comment. I refuse to believe you are not making this as a shit post. You must be about 12 years old. I recommend you go outside for the first time in your life and touch grass. Like, that's honestly not that bad.
It's pretty
kinda
tame for your
I can't believe I
fanfare.
forgot I found this.
Like, I think
2017.
you're joking. You must be young. Go outside.
Yeah. I can't believe I forgot I found this Naruto 2018.
Also, yeah, just keep in mind, everyone, some people literally grew up with their childhood being Ruby. So
Yeah.
they didn't grow up with educational, life foundational shit like Ed, and Eddie and shit like that. They got
Educational.
Ruby. Yeah.
They didn't have original Scooby-Doo. There are people that are going to grow up
I'm
in
sorry,
Velma.
did you completely miss the point of Ed, and Eddie?
No, I do.
No,
but
I'm
there's other
talking
things
about
as well.
Nose, who said it's
That
not
economics
educational.
is based off of deception.
Well, A, yes, also paying taxes is cringe. B, don't fall for scams, they're quite easy to make. C, and D or E or whatever, it never works in the end. You don't realize what you've lost until you have.
You're looking a little bit too into it, but yeah, sure.
No, dude,
it was kind of deep.
Yeah, like literally all of our childhood cartoons, not Science, he's too old. All of our childhood cartoons are literally this shit, dude. They literally went out of their way to What the fuck do you think Fairly Odd Parents was?
Okay, look, I watched Ed, and Eddie in my teens, early teens.
Shut up, old man.
No, I watched the original Scooby-Doo when I was a child.
But
I mean, I did
I was watching the Super Friends.
But like literally, what did you think Fairly Odd Parents was about? What did you think Jimmy Neutron was about? It's a child who is given power and uses their imagination to do things that sound cool or fun, and then in the end of the episode, they realize the thing that sounded cool or fun wasn't actually truly fun or cool in the end when they actually had to deal with it in real life.
Someone given more power than they knew what to do with or had sense to do with.
And that they actually kind of foreshadowed Timmy's secret wish that he made.
What was Timmy's secret wish? The child?
Oh yeah.
So in the first,
apparently they just
he's
straight up
50
went
years
like,
old because he wished and then made Cosmo forget the wish that no one would age, so he'd never lose his fairies. Then in the first season or whatever, or in earlier seasons, they implied how future Timmy, and he keeps going, no, that's impossible. I can't be grown up and shit like that. So apparently Timmy made a wish wishing no one could fucking
that
grow
is
old.
retarded.
No, he's saying I can't grow up.
Yeah.
because that's the thing that a lot of kids do. Like,
Yeah.
there's the phase
True
where
that.
I'm never gonna grow up, the phase where I wish
Yeah.
I was an adult now.
Yeah.
That's a
Also,
common development thing.
literally, Foster's
Kids Next
Home for
Door.
Imaginary Friends is quite
Oh, God, yeah.
literally, here are the consequences of my actions, the show.
Yep.
Codename Kids Next Door, where, oh, you grow up, you change, you're suddenly completely separated from all your friends and everyone else around you.
Codename Kids Next Door
Yeah.
was great because it was quite
was.
literally, it was taking the concepts of childhood, teenagehood, and adulthood and distilling them into these fantasies of like how these three sections of the same person can't understand the other two.
I think there was even a babyhood part for that.
I
Or
think
is that
that
another
was.
show I'm thinking of?
I think that was late. You're thinking of Rugrats, probably.
No,
Oh,
not
yeah.
Rugrats. It was something where the babies could actually talk and communicate with each other, and they stopped being able to once they hit like 3 or 4.
That's Rugrats.
Not Rugrats.
Yeah.
No, I think he's thinking of Baby Geniuses for some reason.
Maybe something like that.
That might have been it. Yeah, I remember Baby Geniuses. That was what my little brother watched when he was a child.
I mean, it's something old.
Those wild
Baby
fucking.
Geniuses.
Oh yeah, no, it
No,
was.
don't ask. You're fine. You don't need to know.
It's yeah.
It
Danny
was a
Phantom,
thing, and
yeah.
it's all
Ted
you
Next
need.
Door.
Yeah.
Danny Phantom was good.
Danny Phantom was another good one of a teenager taking on responsibility. That was another great show teaching some nice moral lessons. Again, it's a teenager given a lot of power. They're trying to be responsible, but they don't really know how. They're doing what they think are good decisions, and they think them out, air quotes, but in the end they realize they didn't really think out the real consequences. And, like the long-term sort of consequences, not just the short-term ones that the children don't think of. Again, so all of these fucking cartoons knows, is my point, is there was a shit ton of very deep lessons baked into the very idea of every single episode. And you apparently missed all of this in retrospect.
I mean, you can pull that from that now, but I feel like the original creators didn't think that far ahead,
Are you high? The kinds of people that went out and made the original cartoons, I'm not talking about the modern schlock who do it to become popular or famous or make money and shit. I'm talking about the original cartoonists. Those people were actually extremely, I'm not going to say child-centric because they weren't pedophiles, but they were they wanted to educate children in an entertaining way. They were very passionate about that. But
I mean, I'll grant you that some of the shows were definitely there to be somewhat educational in their messages.
There's a reason why edutainment became a word.
I feel, whenever I hear that, I keep thinking of, like, those fucking first grade and, like, second grade games you used to see on PCs all the time.
Oh, yeah, Avatar. The amazing messaging in Avatar. Yeah, Avatar, 100%.
Yes, no, Avatar, absolutely. I feel like that was more of a young teen show than a kid show.
It was both a kids show because of cool powers and saving the world, haha woo. It was a teen show because cool power, saving the world, yaha woohoo. Also very interesting hooking plot for the people that paid.
Adult show because war, shit, consequences.
Yeah. They
Crazy
actually had
sister
economics
bitch.
and shit and going on in it.
Economics.
Yeah.
Dealing with loss, Uncle Ero.
Yeah, like again, it was a literal show for all ages. Excellently done, very well done. Sneaky, there are people out there that grow up on Steven Universe and Owl House as their founding entertainment. Yes, I'm aware. And that is what we're seeing now in fanfiction. We are seeing people who grew up on schlock, and guess what they produce? They produce schlock.
I mean,
CalArts bullshit.
From what I've heard, Owl House isn't that bad. Steven Universe,
Dude, Owl House literally has pedophilia in it.
They've stolen character designs from anime, and it's pedo shit.
I haven't heard anything about that, so alright.
Again, you seem to have a really bad habit of not catching anything.
Mostly because I don't
What?
fucking care about some of the background shit that you seem to fucking find out of the woodwork.
Well, it's very
It's
important.
background
Like,
shit.
what you think is just background shit, air quotes, is the kind of stuff that actually embeds in your head as you grow up and found a personality for yourself.
And
What
also,
you
this is the stuff that's being piped straight to your kids' YouTube, their tablet, their satellite, whatever the hell they're watching.
TikToks, yeah. I mean, quite literally, if you go on TikTok, there's an actual genuine problem with kids on TikTok where they talk in this extremely exaggerated, animated-like manner because that's what they grew up watching, and that's all the substance there was to those shows. Where they're like, oh, they're like waving their arms around and just wildly screaming at the top of their heads. And so that's what they grew up so effectively socializing on.
Yeah.
Like, you may not think it's important, but what kids watch actually impacts them. I'm sorry, we see a whole shit ton of leather fetish and a whole bunch of really weird fetishes popping up now into the woodwork. And I'm sorry, but have you ever seen Totally Spies? Are you saying that
Yeah.
isn't responsible for some of it?
Probably is.
That's not where I get my
No,
fetish for
not even
suits.
probably. It 100% is.
I mean, like looking back on it, Totally Spies, I'm just like, wow, that's a lot of fetish.
Evangelion is where I get mine. I'm sorry.
So you're okay. You know
Pilot
what?
suits.
Yeah. I was gonna leave it there, but you went keeping on.
Yes, I kept going.
Yes. Meanwhile, tensions being incredibly horny.
Oh yeah. Sneaky, do you
Kim
do
Possible,
realize
yeah.
where all the furry shit's coming from,
Yeah,
right?
shit,
That's straight out of Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
Would I
Donald
blame?
Duck, Bugs Bunny.
I mean,
Would I blame
I
Looney
feel like
Tunes?
I feel like it didn't start with Looney Tunes. I'm sure there's been some people in the industry
Would I
that were like,
blame Looney Tunes for it?
I would
Actually,
like.
the fox from a fucking.
I want to point
fuck.
to Disney's Robin Hood.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
Disney's Robin Hood more than Looney Tunes. I would
Probably.
say
Robin Hood.
I think Disney in general can kind of be blamed for that.
Yeah,
There
they
was-
went
there
with a
was
lot
that
of fairy
Di-
things.
Disney, yeah, Disney did a lot of furry characters in that era. Yeah. The other
and
thing
that
with
was
Disney,
Zootopia.
And,
Disney's characters were a lot more humanoid. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except
Looney
for
Tunes were
in-
very exaggerated.
Lola Bunny, female bunny
Yes.
chick.
Yeah, but that
Yes, that was
here's the
one
problem.
of 30.
Yeah.
Lola Bunny was introduced after Disney had shit like
Oh,
Robin
true.
Hood or Chippendale Rescue Rangers.
True.
Or it pretty
Or
much
the Great Mouse Detective with some of its like weird humanoid shapes
Tailspin.
there.
Yeah.
Duck Dodgers. No, not Duck Dodgers. Darkwing Duck.
I was about to say Duck Dodgers. What the fuck are you talking? No,
Mm.
not even
Duck Dodgers.
Darkwing.
I know.
Oh, Darkwing wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, Darkwing was in it.
Honestly,
maybe Disney's animated Mighty Ducks.
so as
maybe?
someone that has been on the internet since 1999, yes, I was on the internet. Wow, I was on the internet very early. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure this had no impact on my the social development at all.
Definitely not. No.
No.
I know your pain.
But as someone who's on the internet since 1999, possibly even earlier now that I'm thinking about it,
Yeah, sign.
You
That's
think
not
that
the
ever
word that
affected you?
was used. That was SFX, not.
It was
word.
SEX.
see 2000.
No, it wasn't.
Hmm.
It's not what it was supposed
I
to
know.
be. They
Now
just
thinking about
really-
it, the first game I ever played was fucking Doom on my old dad's PC when I was like 4. So I don't know how that.
First one I remember playing. Fuck, was it? It was either Final Fantasy VIII or the first Spyro game.
First game I remember playing is Sims 1, StarCraft, the original, Brood War, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and Neverwinter Nights. So you might
Neverwinter Nights was my jam.
you might start to pick up how I developed as a child.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you developed as a child the same way a fucking...
Did I ever get groomed by a predator? No. No. I can say as a young child I learned how to catfish people.
I feel like that's you not... I don't know if that counts.
I was like in 2nd grade when I learned how to catfish people.
When
I'm
you
afraid
went to Imagination?
all kids should watch Madoka Magica.
No, quite literally, straight up, I quite literally learned the rules of the internet that if you put a lot of emojis into your text messages, whenever you're talking with people on the internet, people just assumed you were a girl.
Yeah.
Yes, I lived through that age. And yeah, I did. I mean, look, so the problem is that in a lot of the games I played, it was pretty much just guys. And you know, it's very hard to have roleplay sessions where everyone's just a guy trying to be this edgy, independent guy who's doing his own thing, and then nothing happens in the roleplay sessions because everyone's off doing their own thing.
Everyone is off on their own, like, 8th-dimensional
everyone's trying to be the hardened 40-year-old veteran who's out now as a lumberjack, but secretly hunting werewolves on the side. Unfortunately, A, no one's playing as the werewolf, and B, no one's playing as the girl for all of them to go after. So, yeah. My childhood was weird. But oh yeah, Medal of Honor. That was another Allied Assault. Amazing FPS, fantastic. Modded servers were even cooler when people added in the dev tools that allowed you to pre-build bases in the maps before each match started. So you just straight, like, it would be like if you started with DE Dust, except suddenly you had Gary's mod tools to build barricades and put down gun emplacements. It was great shit.
And also you heard like 30 German players all just yelling commando at once.
Yes. I mean, again, now looking back on it, having played Medal of Honor Allied Assault as a child and realizing actually how young I was when I played Medal of Honor Allied Assault, my father pulling me aside and asking me if I was sure, if I knew that the people in the video game were not real people and that I shouldn't shoot real people, and I said, I still remember this, I literally looked at him and said, well, duh, they're not real people, it's a video game.
I mean, I feel like that's pretty obvious.
As a child, I thought it was a really weird thing for him to pull me aside to talk about, but now looking back on it, I was like 6 or 7. So I was like, okay, yeah, maybe I can sort of understand why he was like, oh, maybe I should have this talk with my son to make sure that he knows that it's just a video game and that he shouldn't do this to real people. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, it's a video game. It's not real.
Yeah. Some people didn't understand that. Some people didn't understand that.
As a literal child, I was like, yeah, no shit, Dad.
Yeah.
No, actually, let's see what is Chapter 60? He has been prolific.
Is this the Ruby dude?
This is the Ruby dude.
What chapter was he on back when we fucking looked?
Oh, what the fuck? She was about 5 years older and a little too intent on meeting. Oh, okay, so I thought you were saying I supposedly catfished an entire WoW server. No, I did not supposedly catfish an entire. I catfished 2 WoW servers.
No, I was talking about the time. I almost got.
Yeah.
Catfished.
No, I'm not sure about that.
Possibly kidnapping. Possibly.
Definitely an attempted grooming.
Should kids watch Madoka
I'm
Magica?
sorry, what?
Yes. One of the first games when I played as a kid when I was Pocket Tanks, was that the little one where you were all... That was basically worms, right? But it was like with 4 tanks instead?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was the,
see, I don't count Flash games. I don't count Flash
If
Flash
games.
games do
Yeah.
not
If
count.
I remember
Flash games
correctly,
literally
Pocket
everyone
Tanks-
played,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
was literally
I'm
ubiquitous.
sorry, that was quite literally our generation's like effective childhood is playing Flash games
Yeah.
in school.
Like
I
Pocket
remember
Tanks
playing
was the
against my,
prequel
I
to
remember
Shell
playing
Shock,
against people in
basically.
fucking lab classes where you're just like playing on custom maps on that one like stick shooter.
Yeah.
Even better. I
Oh.
remember Slap the Monkey on
Oh, God,
addictinggames.com, which,
Yeah.
looking back on it, I now get the joke.
Mm.
Oh,
The old spank the monkey
Yeah.
ones.
Yes.
Yep.
oh.
But I remember being
hate you
very
now that you
proud.
reminded me
I
of
remember
that.
being very proud of myself because I figured out that if I rapidly moved the mouse to the edge of the screen and then right-clicked, there was no inertia dampener, and so it just calculated like my mouse instantly left the screen at maximum rendering speed and
Yeah.
would infinitely hit the monkey as hard as possible.
Yeah. There was fuck, what
I'm
was
sorry,
it?
the 4 complete seasons, they made 4?
Of what?
Total
seasons
Drama
of what?
Island.
Oh yeah, no,
Yes,
there
they
was
did.
so many seasons of that shit for some reason.
there was no-
Dude,
there was a
I'm
Total Drama
sorry, dude,
Island.
that shit was terrible.
Looks like trash.
Okay, no, okay,
Total-
rephrase.
I can actually name them all.
Season
Total Drama
1
Island,
was fine.
Total Drama Action, I believe, World Tour, and then it was Island again with a fucking new cast. While the first 3 was the same cast with some new single people added on.
The first Total Drama Island was still fresh, and it made fun of
Yes.
all of the stereotypes, and it was basically child South Park.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Except it was Canadian, therefore bad.
you
Yes.
guys want some
Yeah.
interesting lore on where they went with Total Drama?
Let me guess. Clones. High school.
No, they made a daycare
No.
version.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
They what?
Clone High was not made by the same company.
They made a daycare. And it was the original cast as kindergartners, a la a la the Looney Tunes daycare cartoon way back in the day.
Why?
You mean
I don't
Baby Looney
know.
Tunes?
And
Okay.
I'm like, I looked at an
Chris-
episode, I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Chris's delivery is something I still try to emulate at times with
Yeah,
fanfiction.
All right. Fucking now I don't even remember it.
Chris had the wildest character development over those seasons.
Not only did he have wild character development, his delivery about what's about to happen.
Didn't he turn into a fucking psychopath?
Yes.
He went from a douchebag to an asshole to a psychopath.
Quite literally. So Chris is quite literally Mr. Beast if he was put in charge of a drama survival island.
Yes.
Like, Chris actually had a genuine character arc of always needing to get more and more views because the whole idea was that it was a TV show and the characters
and he
knew
was
they were
gonna
on a
be
TV show.
canceled.
And so he
and
was
he was gonna get
always
canceled.
chasing something higher to get more views. And so quite literally his arc makes total fucking sense in retrospect.
And that's why in the third
sure.
season World Tour, he made it mandatory that for mandatory musical numbers that if you didn't sing, you got eliminated.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can we say with 100% certainty that Mr. Beast wasn't inspired by the psychopath?
We cannot. No, we cannot in fact say.
Because thinking about the behaviors of like season 1 and 2
Mr.
Chris, and then comparing it
It's
to what
a
I know
lot.
of Mr. Beast,
Oh,
it's
absolutely, very
similar.
similar. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It may be who actually came about first.
Oh, absolutely, Total
Chris.
Drama Island.
Total
Yeah.
Drama, Total Drama.
100%. No, like, Total Drama Island was like 2006.
Yeah, it was mid 2000s to late 2000s, and then I think in like 2010 or 2012 is when the came out.
Yeah.
And then then they did that daycare you talked about, which I come out.
Yeah, but yeah, 100% Chris was an amazing character. I honestly hated the show overall. The first season was okay, like I said, but Chris was very good character. Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, Jesus, we are 130k words in this story, and yes, admittedly, some of his chapters and a large portion of his word count is just straight up this dude's character sheets.
Lists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're still very far into the word count, very far into the story, and for some reason, he just has everyone landed is for some reason capitalized, just arbitrarily. It's capitalized. It's like, okay.
Everyone landed.
Safely in dark and shady. Yeah, there's...
What?
It's a dark area, okay? Area
quiet.
underneath the highway. Everyone landed underneath...
Wait, did he name his weapon Tifa?
Yes, he named his weapon Tifa Lockhart.
Why?
Because it knocks out his opponents.
That's fucking dumb.
If it's not a gauntlet that summons dolphins, then he has failed.
It's a sniper rifle.
Yeah, he's failed. He's failed.
Yoko? You could name it Yoko?
If you're gonna name it after a character.
Oh,
known
good.
for
They're
brawling.
doing the mech scene. 130k words in. They are doing the mech scene.
I mean, that sounds like the exact same amount of work he did to do it. So.
Man, I'm getting some real Chunin vibes here, Sneaky. That old Chunin exam.
Speaking of, where is the commander? Right here, Torchwick said over the loudspeaker as everyone looked around and Torchwick was right there. Torchwick, show yourself, Ryan shouted as his bloodlust went off like crazy. Wait, so you're telling me that Ryan, this godlike entity who is 1/8 literally everything in existence,
yes,
can't see where Torchwick is? The dude's got X-ray vision, life sense, chakra sense, soul sense.
Every sort of sense.
Literally, like, the nth dimension sense. He can talk with eldritch beings. He's 1/8 Cthulhu. I mean, he can't find where Torchwick is in a giant mech running on gas?
Well, Sneaky, you're expecting a little too much of him. He's only human.
Sorry, fanfictioneers. Sorry, fanfictioneers. Your stories failed to meet 1,000 reviews. That means you get eliminated. Ben 10 is the show with the most mixed feelings. Yes.
No, original Ben 10, the original series was fine.
No, there was a lot in the original, even in the original series. There was a lot where I wouldn't watch some episodes because I was just like, ugh. Before cringe was even a verbiage, I cringed away from some episodes.
Some of the episodes were definitely cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, although the sequel season was actually kind of neat.
That was the Kevin season, yeah. Right?
Yeah, the Kevin season was sick because it's like, yo, Kevin's actually had character development and he grew as a person. Good for him.
They're all older. I think it was the Ultimate Alien season. I think that was called.
I think it was.
There's Alien Force where Kevin is when they're all first teenagers, then Ultimate Alien, and then...
No, Alien Force is a new one.
Yeah, Alien Force is newer.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Alien Force...
No, Alien Force is newer.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was like Omni something or something like that.
Yeah, that was the Omniverse or whatever it's called. That was a canceled spinoff. That retconned everything.
But
Alien Force was the sequel season to Ultimate Alien, I believe.
Nah, I know Ultimate Alien. I know there was a Ben 10, then there was another one, and there was Ultimate Alien, which showed off ultimate transformations.
That was a soft reboot or some shit. I think that went back to being a kid again.
No, yeah, 2008, Ben 10 Alien.
Okay.
And then
Oh, so it was
then
Alien
there's Ultimate
Force.
Alien.
Okay. So it
Oh,
was
okay.
And then
Alien
Ultimate
Force we're thinking
Alien.
of, yeah. So yeah, Alien Force was the one where they're all teenagers and they're going to high school shit and they're actually like doing
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. So that one was actually
And-
pretty decent.
And then
Kevin,
they
how
had
they
those
can-
new aliens as the main with the
Oh,
fucking weird head crab
I
shit.
really liked the part where her grandmother showed up and was like, "Surprise! I'm like an immortal star manifested into a person." That's
Yeah,
where your
and so are
magic
you.
comes from.
Yep.
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So wait,
Yeah,
do you
that
not
actually
know
was
about
kinda neat, though.
yeah,
Alan
so
died. Alan
A
died.
few episodes of Ben 10 here and there, and
so-
only like glimpses of later seasons. So I don't know any of this shit.
right, so Gwen's grandmother made a lot of people horny for extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, she
Okay.
was an Alundite.
Oh what?
Let me. That's what the name of their fucking aliens. It's basically
Also
fucking.
incest. So basically, Gwen's grandmother shows up. She's effectively immortal because she's a star manifested into a person. Something like that or whatever. So eventually, Gwen's gonna turn into this star person as well, and after like 100 or so years, she'll figure out how to turn back into a human, superficially. But the big part here is that Gwen's grandmother shows up, sees Ben, and hits on him.
Hits on him because she reminds her of Grandpa Max when he was.
Yeah.
That's basically what she looked like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I
Oh,
said, it made a lot of
right.
people horny.
Which I didn't get. But yeah.
I have unfortunately been inflicted with this. Not me personally. I had it inflicted upon me by other people.
And also later on, I don't know if it's an Alien. Kevin backtracks because he has to absorb the Omnitrix to stop Vilgax or something. So
Yes.
he gets stuck as a monster again.
Yes. Yep.
So then he becomes the antagonist again.
I also did like Professor Paradox. I liked him.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah. So I got stuck outside of time so hard that I went crazy, and then I got bored of being crazy. I was crazy for so long, and I decided to be sane again.
Professor Paradox
Nice.
was my first introduction to the Doctor Who archetype. It's
Yeah.
like, oh. And then I found Doctor Who, I'm like, oh, good, I can just have more of this.
Yes,
Mhm.
pretty
Great.
much. Yeah,
And
same.
the
Yeah.
cloak.
I pretty much only watched the David Tennant era, and I'm pretty satisfied with that.
Yeah, that's a good era.
Tennant was
Attention! We don't post porn on this server.
What did he fucking
Porn.
post?
That wasn't porn.
No, but I recognize the animation.
Oh, I think I know which anime.
Yes,
Oh,
it's a
that's-
very.
That's uncomfortable considering how old that character is.
A little bit.
Doesn't. That's from the future
That's
episode in
Ultimate
Normal Ben
Alien,
10.
right?
That's
No,
the
that's
fut-
in Normal
No,
Ben
that-
10 where they go to the future.
Right,
the
that's
future
Future Gwen,
episodes were
yes.
kind of cool.
They were.
What's
Yeah,
that
yeah
shit
Ben
on?
10,000 was kind of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and then we see future Kevin and future Kevin's kids. Like, oh dear lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I
I guess-
tapped the wrong one. Uh-huh.
Yeah, right.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right.
So,
Says the fool.
before anyone gets any ideas of like, Sneaky looks up porn, no, the reason why I know about that animator is because he makes a lot of animations that are actually completely safe for work because he knows his reputation for his animations, and everyone in the comments of all of those videos kept going, you know, I saw the animation at first, and then it didn't happen, and I was like, okay, what the fuck do they mean? And then I looked up the other stuff, and I was like, oh.
Who the fuck's this animator?
He's a fucking what's it called?
He's a very popular
What's it?
porn
MMD or something, I think it is.
Yeah, MMD. I think he uses
Mickey
it.
Mickey Dance, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
That's,
not dances. He makes full videos out of it.
I'm sorry. Those models are from MMD. Jesus, that's come quite a long way.
Yeah, you can thank Elizabeth Bioshock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elizabeth from Bioshock. Elizabeth from Bioshock made major advances in multiple animation programs because a lot of people were really horny for the trad wife.
And then it got worse when 2B showed up.
Yes.
I actually haven't seen 2B in too much MMD shit. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, but
maybe that's
Yoko
just not me not
Taro
looking.
does.
Yoko
Taro
Taro
Yoko
fully
Taro-
approves of all of the
Yoko
horny.
Taro.
Oh,
Yoko
Yoko Taro's like, hey
Taro
guys,
asks
you're
for the
sending
porn.
me too much, so once a week, could you just compile a zip of
No,
new
it wasn't
art?
you're sending me too much. It's there's too much out there and I can't collect it all with the time I have. Can someone
Yeah,
send
it
just
straight
collect
to
it all
me.
for me and send it
And
to me
send
at
it
the
to
end of
him.
every week?
And
And
I'm
so
pretty sure he
someone
does
just
get it.
made someone you can go subscribe to that Twitch, the Twitter. Someone just has that Twitter up of every single week they collect all of the fan art and then they just drop a link to that zip file on Twitter. And
Nice.
and also ping
Yeah.
Yoko Taro with it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that man appreciates it.
He does.
He
He
does.
has several terabytes of 2B porn now.
He literally, from a good enough cosplayer, fell on his knees unable to stand up because of how beautiful it was and signed her thumb.
He also told some 2B cosplayers to stop having boyfriends.
Yeah. So that he can summon.
Yoko Taro is such a fucking troll.
He's great.
Yeah.
Yoko Taro, so will you do this in your game? Or are you going to pay me to do it in my game? No?
Yes.
Then no.
Yeah.
Yeah, some Japanese developers are just the.
Also, Yoko Taro is also
uh,
great because he doesn't wear that helmet for videos.
No.
He straight shit just wears the helmet.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just his
That's him
persona.
in life. If you see him outside,
Yeah, he
in the city,
quite
he's
literally
wearing it.
just wears the helmet. It's not a performance stunt. He just does it.
That
That
sounds like
man-
he's got
I just
social
think-
anxiety.
I just
Oh,
think
yes,
it's neat.
probably. Yes, 100% social anxiety, likely, yes.
Yeah, man, some Japanese developers are just the best. Like Harada for Tekken, he is known for the saying of "Don't ask me for shit" because of how much he does for the games.
Yes.
Where someone, I don't know if he made it or if a fan gave him it, he just has a shirt that just says it now, and when someone goes to ask a question, what about? He just points to it sometimes.
Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Nice.
There is also shit. Who am I thinking of? Fuck. I just completely lost the train of thought. It is gone.
It's about cool ass developers telling people to fuck off.
Oh right, yes. The Bayonetta developer, the one that originally came up with Bayonetta, the woman who
yeah.
she
yeah.
dresses
That-
like that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, that was great because people were like, I can't believe this man did it. And it's like, actually, that lady there's the one who made her.
That lady
And she
there's the
dresses
one
like
who
that
made
in real
her.
life.
By the
That's the
way,
secret
she
now.
also wears leather.
The producer just really loves the design.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Yoko Taro rolling on the floor, alright, and that's the cosplayer.
Yep. Yeah. If you're good enough to be cosplay, he'll sign your thigh.
Yep. And then he'll brag about that he got a cosplayer that good that he got to sign the thumb.
Yeah. Yoko Taro is something else.
We need more basic devs like him.
Yeah, Western devs should really be taking notes from Yoko Taro.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, they did. Do you guys not remember the Tauran chieftains? So Blizzard.
I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
about to play
So
now.
Alright,
so
what-
Blizzard used to have this group of developers that would just get drunk and high and write songs and play them. They were just like rock songs and shit, and they would just write original rock songs based on World of Warcraft. And they made most of the soundtrack in Warcraft.
Oh.
Yeah, and so they were also the band that played at BlizzCon. They didn't have to go find a band. They were just like, all right, developers, go
Get
do
the
your thing. Yeah, they just made a rock band because they were like, yo, why not? Back in the day when they were cool.
Yeah.
Now they're Sam
That was
B.
age.
Yeah, now they're
almost-
washed up.
I almost thought you said Sam
Okay,
Hyde and about to
I
say he
mean,
can't get
no.
away with it again.
The problem with that Sneaky is I actually like Sam B because he's a great character.
Oh no, I say Sam B specifically because much like Sam B, they made one good song, Storm, Earth, and Fire. And they kind of sort of had a kind of okay other songs that had lyrics in them. Their non-lyric songs were great, but the ones that had lyrics in them following that were not everyone was really super hyped about them, and pretty much everyone just kept asking them to play Storm, Earth, and Fire.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, so like I said, Sam B.
All right, yeah, okay.
But yeah. He looked over at Neptune as he heard a low trilling growl.
Growls don't trill.
It's bloody tendrils coming in fast towards blue-haired boy. Neptune, look out, Ryan shouted as he summoned King Cerberus and threw it to Neptune as ice nunchucks transformed into a flame staff. Transformed devil arm cut right through tendrils, burning them in process. Ouch, that hurt. Growl yelled. As King Cerberus returned to Ryan like a boomerang and transformed back into Nunchuk form. Yes, that's right, Nunchuks. They're Nunchuks now instead of Nunchucks.
Painful.
Are you ready to feel burn carnage? Wait, why the fuck is Carnage here?
Sorry, is this Carnage as in
The Spider-Man
The
villain?
Spider-Man?
Yeah, that really?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently Carnage and Roman are working together now to fight the heroes.
What the
I
actual
guess
shit?
we're just gonna be a character assassinating that particular character now.
It's an ambush, Cole shouted. Cole from Infamous.
But
Really?
Yeah, you think
Oh
I'm
my
joking, but
God.
Cole shouted, generating electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You mean the same Cole that only has his clone thing?
What?
Or is
What?
this a different guy? Oh, I was thinking of the Ruby Cole, but this is
This is
This is
Cole
probably
from
just another
Infamous.
Us,
Oh,
who-
Oh,
Bruh.
Infamous.
The game
Fucking
Infamous, yes,
Infamous?
yeah.
Oh. Because I was thinking of the fucking jazz dude.
No,
Cole
that's
no.
why I said Cole from Infamous.
Not COAL.
And
Yes, from Infamous. That's why I kept saying from Infamous. Because he's from Infamous. You know, hit game Infamous?
no, I never played it.
Yeah, I know, no one else did either.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
hi, hello, only person with a Halo Infamous crossover. Yes, I played those games.
I played all of them.
I even played the standalone Halloween DLC. That was okay.
That was great.
For $15, good deal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so Cole is also here. Okay, this is what I'm saying. I am going to read the next line, and I want you guys to tell me with a straight face this is not a shit post.
Oh.
Wait,
You're
hold on.
not late, my little sheep. Oh wait, so hold on. Cole shouted, generating electricity from his arms as everyone got ready for battle. Team Cringe and their weapons.
Huh? Wait, what?
I'm guessing it's supposed to be Carnage. CRNG.
No, it's I'm with Sneaky.
It's definitely cringe, though.
cringe.
Yes, he's right on that.
RG, not CRNG.
Yeah, he's got a point. The R would be CNRG if he wanted to do Carnage.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Fuck.
No, I'm backwards. My dyslexia kicked in.
Anyway,
I mean,
point
it could
being,
be either
it looks
or.
like cringe. Okay,
It was like cringe.
like you cannot sit here and tell me this is not a shit post.
Oh,
It's a
no,
challenge.
yeah. I
And Ryan
literally
pulled
have
out his two massive chainsaw swords that looked like normal chainsaws in appearance.
no, I agree.
Wait,
Why
with
wouldn't
that
you
being
just make
cringe.
them
Here's my
chainsaw
response.
swords?
Wait,
Yeah.
he pulled out two massive chainsaw
that's-
swords that looked like chainsaws in appearance.
Oh, thank God the ads are here to save me.
Yep.
So this
Yeah,
Husqvarna chainsaws he's got, tied together with some paracord.
What makes them swords then? That's like I pulled out my shears that looked like scissors in appearance. It's like then they're scissors. They're not shears.
No, I mean, it could be a
Wait,
case.
no.
of
One
killer-
looks like a normal chainsaw sword. One looks like a normal chainsaw-like appearance, and the other having something that looks like a train.
Wait. One of the chainsaws looked like a normal chainsaw. The other chainsaw looked like a train. Imagine Salamandra and Dead End Express from Bayonetta. See chapter 9 of this story.
No, what? Stop.
The Dead End Express Bayonetta.
Yeah, what?
The Dead End Express. A Titan-esque chainsaw-like weapon housing the essence of an infernal demon, a living train called the War Train.
Oh my god.
There's that good old
Yep, there's the Salamandra. Yeah, there's the chain swords. Yep, those that's okay. Yeah, that's a chain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
It's
this
a
is
train
the
sword.
that's train chainsaw sword, I guess. Yeah.
That is fucking cringe and stupid.
Yeah.
Yep.
What the fuck am I looking
Oh,
at?
of course. Well, okay, I was like, what is this dumb shit? And then I looked and it said Bayonetta 3, and I'm like, ah.
Yeah, that's one.
Ah, yes.
That explains it.
Where everything went far more off the rails than people thought it would.
Yes.
Just like this.
Yeah. Yeah, so
if he's being inspired by this kind of writing, which it seems he is, that explains some of the just jumping the cyber mega laser shark.
Yes, that sounds like an even better bloody smashing party, Ryan yelled with a cocky attitude.
What?
Still in his cocky
What?
attitude.
What?
Sneaky's
Cocky attitude. Not cockney, cocky.
Better blood smashing party.
What is this, a fucking orc?
Then
Bloody
let's
smashing party, mate.
And then let's crash it,
Right.
Ruby replied on all capitals with a capital R in replied, because apparently her name is now Ruby replied.
Everyone into battle, and now play Red Like Roses.
Oh, yeah,
Like
now
anything-
play Red Like Roses 2, because this is definitely what Red Like Roses 2 was talking about.
Little Red, laugh whiley you can.
Yep. You'll be the one who's laughing when we're done with you, Roman, Ryan shouted.
Yeah, that's some top tier banter there, kid.
This is fucking painful.
You'll be the one laughing when we're done with you.
What?
I'm laughing now.
Why is he going Super Saiyan Blue?
And then he shouts Super Saiyan Blue as he turns green.
Local man is colorblind. More news at 11.
Test out the upgrade. What? Another chainsaw like Rose this time.
Ruby, time to test out the upgrade. Oh yeah, as she presses a button on Crescent Rose, which caused it to turn into a chainsaw.
No.
This kid is absolutely fucking watching Chainsaw.
Ruby replied as her new sniper rifle, the King Grim Reaper, and his Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan drive charged towards the commander.
Why would you need all that shit for a Ruby tier throwaway
It
villain?
is quite literally a prototype mech.
Why?
And then so he goes, Roman replies with, meh, not my type.
He's saying Roman's gay?
What is Roman replying to?
I'm not sure. Check the banter before this again?
Yeah, the banter before this is, you'll be the one laughing when we're done with you,
When we're
Roman.
done with you, Roman.
Which
Not my
Roman
type.
banters back with, you're not my type.
And this don't make no sense.
I think
Why is Ragnar the Blood Edge here?
I think
Why is Ragnar-
I think I'm genuinely edging an aneurysm.
Yeah.
Why is Ragnar the Blood Edge here?
Ragnar the Blood Edge teaming up with the White Fang as they attack Team Ruby. What?
No, they're attacking the White Fang members. They're with Team Ruby. I think they're part of that Team Cringe.
Oh, he's part of
I'm
Team
guessing
Cringe. Yeah,
it's Cole,
Cole, Ragnar.
Ryan, maybe.
No,
Gordo, whoever the
Gordo.
is-
Who the fuck is Gordo?
well,
Oh,
Is he?
God,
He's
don't
another
tell
Blaze
me-
Blue character.
no, he's from Under Night and Birth. This
Oh, of course.
Just stop. Just stop. Stop.
This is
Stop.
fucking
I'm
stupid.
being
Anyway.
so much.
Mason,
This
I
one
think did
character.
he just grab anyone that uses?
He literally
Continue
grabbed
at it.
everyone. So anyway, never thought I'd be dancing with the greedy harvester again. Question mark? Ragnar
What?
said? So he said a
He's
question?
questioning.
He's questioning his saying.
Did he say the question mark? Wait, did he say the question?
Transforming his blood scythe into a scythe.
What?
Okay.
What?
And
Blood
thus he
scythe is
created a
the act-
scythe with nothing but a squirrel, some duct tape,
Yeah.
and a scythe.
No,
Scythe.
Blood Scythe actually is the name of his weapon, and it has
Oh.
a sword mode and a scythe mode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Neither
it's
did I, owner of Azure Grimoire, Gordo replied, twirling his scythe. It's the team of scythe users.
Yes. You can probably thank Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle
Well-
for this.
Does Cole use a scythe?
No.
No.
Then
Uh,
no.
he used as a big fuck off club.
That's
They're
fair.
over.
Remember what we used to do back home? Yeah, hit the gas, devoured by darkness. Ragnar shouted as his Azure Grimoire hand turned into a claw of the Black Beast as he snatches the White Fang member and
Oh.
lifts them over his head, bombarding them with dark tendrils and then
No.
exploding them with darkness.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That guy's
So
dead.
he
And then toss
he
the body of a
literally-
gr-
he literally
and-
just devoured that man's soul.
and then toss the body
That
to
is-
the white.
That is what that arm does. It devours pieces of souls. And if it gets a hold of you, it just turns your entire body into a soul and consumes it.
Ragnar
That was
then
a bit
tosses
much.
the body to the White Fang members
No,
as
there
he-
is no body.
as he
Arthur,
pulls
there
out
is
the
no body.
blood scythe sword. Wait, so it's a sword again. So wait, he turns it into a scythe. They have their banter. And then he takes out his hand, eats some dude's soul, takes out his weapon again, and then turns it back into a sword.
This is fucking painful.
What is this? I Sneaky, you finally found a story that like hits me because of how much knowledge I have of the random shit he's pulling out. I don't like this.
And delivered
Yeah.
a powerful backwards turning outwards slash.
What?
Wait,
What
that,
is the goddamn?
Backwards
Turning
outwards
outwards
slash.
Oh,
So wait,
okay,
did he spin while slashing?
okay, I
What?
think I
That's
know
what it
which
sounds like.
move he's trying to describe, and he's describing it very poorly.
Is he just talking about a backhanded sword swing, but it's going from the ground up?
No, so I think the move he's doing is it's a backhanded swing.
Right.
So he holds sword in right hand. The
Right.
swing starts from his left,
Right. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it
Normal.
dragged across. But
Yeah.
he's describing it in the worst way possible.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound really like what he's describing.
That's just a backhanded slash.
Okay.
It sounds like he's spinning
on,
while he's
hang
fucking doing it.
No, it doesn't
Okay.
sound like he's...
And it sends a wave of
Alright.
brief wave of darkness.
So it sends out a brief wave of darkness.
from the
Oh yeah,
ground.
okay. So he's using it's a reversed hand grip starting from the ground going up. Sorry, that was a different move.
That is not how he described it.
Yeah,
at
okay, yeah,
all.
no. So what he should be describing is a reverse grip uppercut ending in a wave of darkness.
Yeah, that's
That's
okay.
He's fucking author.
And so the wave of darkness caused most of the white fang to be tossed into the air, and then they came down faster than gravity. And then Grim Reaper Gordu
by the
shouted.
way, anytime Ragnar's hitting someone with that dark energy, it is
They're eating
tearing pieces
souls?
of their soul.
Okay, yeah. As he spun his devourer around 6 times, dealing massive damage.
Oh god.
It hurts.
I
It hurts Max more, and that's funny.
He spun around 6 times with his scythe and dealt massive damage.
you know, to be fair, the scythe is like twice the length of the user.
Oh no!
so
Don't get me wrong. I get it. I believe you. I think it tore these guys in half. I'm just giggling at the fact he calls it massive damage.
Yeah.
Damage.
This
Yeah, it's
dude
like
might-
yeah, that is literally that's what I'm thinking though. It's like the shit you would hear in Blaze Blue after the announcers like you get like
for
a 50.
sure.
Yeah, you get 50-point combo, and the announcer's like massive damage.
Oh man. I guess I should just be thankful he hasn't brought in like Guilty Gear as well to just hit that trifecta.
Wait, we still haven't seen
Yo,
one member of
hold
the
on.
team. Give it a
The
moment.
chapter's not over, Max.
Oh,
We haven't
God.
seen the end of this team yet.
So he deals massive
What?
damage to the White Fang, and then Gordeau leaned his scythe pole on back shoulders and looked at Ragnar the Blood Edge. Hey,
On
you
his
haven't
shoulders?
you haven't gotten bad rags. What? What does this guy really think everyone needs to dialogue banter every single? I blame the games we play for this. I blame the games we play.
No,
Please,
I
please.
think rather than the games, we should probably be blaming current modern pop culture and movies and shows.
Oh
I
yeah. Okay.
100%
No, this is
blame the
definitely.
MCU
You
for
know
this.
what? Yeah, I'm about to say this is definitely modern MCU
Told
trash.
you it
Yeah,
was not
100%. Yeah, no. Now that you bring that up, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, Blaze Blue is a game where we'll have large scenes, but straight up we'll be like, okay, well, these 4 characters don't matter to this scene, so they're not
Oh
gonna say
my
a
God.
fucking word. And we're just gonna
He
focus on
unleashes
these
his
3.
stand by saying persona.
Oh
Guess
god.
what? It's
Okay. Yeah.
fucking stand crying
Yeah.
is.
We'll get there. Hold on. No. Hold on. We have way more cringe to get through before we get there.
Also,
but this
he's
one is-
on Super Saiyan Blue apparently.
Yeah, he's still
'cause-
Super Saiyan Blue. Yeah, he said that a while ago.
Oh, okay.
You haven't gotten bad. By the way, it's not just Super Saiyan Blue. It's
It's Drive,
Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Drive, Super Saiyan
Ooh.
Blue.
What the fuck?
Wait, so then it's not Super Saiyan Blue then, because Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan is supposed to be shortened to Blue.
So
wait, where
Max,
does the
do
drive
you
get
say-
included on that?
Max,
Oh,
do you know anyone
do
named...
you not remember
Oh.
Chapter 9, Max, where he clearly outlined this in his
Yeah.
list?
No,
Yeah.
Sneaky, you don't understand. I just realized why he added drive to the end of it. That's another fucking Blaze Blue
Yeah.
lore thing. God damn it.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Oh
Max,
no.
do you know anyone named Noel flipped overhead from
Does
with
she-
a
does
Noel
she
with a
have-
weapon called
stop,
Volvo?
stop, no, just
Oh.
stop it, stop skipping ahead. I want to inflict damage on him.
He doesn't
Well,
get
to
to
be
do this
fair,
very often, and
The
yeah,
stand
she's
cry,
also from
I could
Blaze
call the
Blue.
stand cry racist, so...
Anyway, so you haven't gotten bad rags, he said. Same with you. You haven't gotten bags. Yeah, same with you. What the fuck is this dialogue?
Stream guy.
This is some fucking...
Nope, stream's still going.
Yeah. Stream
Yep.
is still sadly going.
Same with you. But you need to keep your gun.
Transforming his sword into a gun, Ragna said, and fired off a
Yeah.
round at Gordu, but actually he was firing at the White Fang assassin behind him. But you need to keep your guard up. Thanks. As he went to help others, Super Saiyan Blue Ryan and Ruby were still trying to beat up the mech, but they couldn't even land a scratch on it. The Super Saiyan Blue Hyper Edge Death God 1/8 Cthulhu Ryan couldn't land a scratch.
Yep.
They barely scratched.
Then what the fuck is Ruby doing?
Scratch damage, not even.
She is there for moral support. This is one of those situations where, like, hey, let your younger sibling play with you and give them the control that's not plugged in.
You know what? I'm actually gonna put this in a great analogy right now. It's like you're in a double battle in Pokemon, and one of your Pokemon is a level 1 Magikarp with Splash, and the other one's fucking Mewtwo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And weirdly enough, it's Mewtwo who's doing it.
What's the Magikarp for? I don't know. I just needed a second Pokemon.
Yeah, but weirdly enough, this Mewtwo's doing scratch down, chip down.
Yeah, all the Mewtwo knows how to do is scratch. Oh god.
What are other moves? I've just been using tackle every fight.
Why would I get rid of tackle? All these other moves sound dumb.
Yep.
Average heavy strike user.
I'm just more impressed that he has a Mewtwo that knows tackle than anything else right now.
Hey man, there's a lot you can do with Game Shark.
Yep.
You know what? As an avid user of Game Shark, this is true.
Yeah.
Fair.
Oh
Anyway,
man,
Shark
dude, I
days.
remember the days of Game Shark where you got the codes out of the latest edition of Game Informer or one of the
Yeah.
guides, and you plugged them into your Game Shark, and it was like, oh, E6, D4, S72, and then you like you look at your 7th item in your bag after switching your 2nd and 4th Pokemon, and now it's like 99 rare candies.
Oh, you just download
or-
all this shit from the internet.
Yeah,
Well,
or
you just-
the
Well, you just play
the
Red and
code book.
Pokemon Red and Blue that's held together with duct tape and a heart, and you can do that without a Game Shark.
sign, but what I'm talking about, like the days where if you needed a guide for something, you couldn't buy it. You couldn't even buy a guide yet because people hadn't even thought about printing them yet. You had to go to GameFAQs and find someone who had a highly upvoted guide. And then you had to spend at least 5 pages of printer paper on the ASCII art they drew.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
cut that shit out.
Then there were the Scholastic book fairs.
Oh,
with
yes.
with the
Oh,
code books.
yes.
They were like, hey, do this input and it does this in this game.
Yes.
Anyone remember the old video game cheat websites like Cheats and all that.
Yeah, cheat
Yes,
CC.
Wait, Cheat CC might possibly still be
I think
working.
it
Is it?
exists still.
Cheat Happens is still active.
Oh my god, Cheat CC is still up.
It
Yeah.
The
is.
problem is,
Holy
cheats are no
crap.
longer a thing unless it's the
Yeah.
game actively giving it to you,
Who
versus the old Konami.
Like
Who the
that was
fuck is
classic.
Sal Volcano?
Yeah,
What the hell is this? What have you
classic
done to
shit.
my-
Like that was the good days where developers were like, all right, if anyone finds this, then it's funny and good. Here you go. You know, where they put it in there intentionally, obviously, and like you know, it was just good shit.
You know what? It looks like they've converted mostly to a news website for gaming, and that's actually a pretty
Wow.
fair evolution.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
No, the game journals are trash.
You know what's still going, however? Cheat Happens.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh my
And
God.
I happen to be a Lifetime Plus premium member who paid only $5 for it way back in the day when they first had those memberships open up.
What, like it with Nexus?
Yes, like just like
Wow.
with Nexus, where I got a premium lifetime membership because I paid $3 back when they first opened up, and they're like, "All right, guys, so it's like a membership thing or whatever." I mean, you know, just hey,
Worst part is, the only reason I ever downloaded that was because I was sick of having to download mods at like 2 megabytes per second.
Oh well, everyone
Hey.
was.
Dog
Yeah.
food face. I paid £10 for lifetime member at the beginning. Now I'm now lifetime.
It's great. There is so many websites and programs that like I was an early adopter to, and they've since converted to a subscriber model. But they were just like, okay, yeah. So guys, so everyone who bought like the legacy shit, you guys just get permanent lifetime membership. Thanks for supporting us back in the day. It's like cool.
Wow.
Thanks. So now I just
Yeah,
have. So now that they're
now it
adding
seems
all
to
of
be
these
mainly-
services to the lifetime membership shit and like the premium, now they're adding all these services in. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting
Yeah,
so
like
much
get a
shit
free
for
Steam
free.
deck or something like that. What the fuck's an
Oh,
Ayano?
Thing you probably never use.
Oh, yeah,
Finally,
yeah,
I can
Cheat
download my
Happens.
schizophrenic mod list at like
Cheat Happens is
10
earning
megabytes
a
per
lot of
second.
fucking money. Cheat Happens is earning a lot of fucking money.
It seems like it's mainly full now save game.
Oh yeah, no, save. They have their own version of Cheat Engine now. They have a whole like mod manager launcher for all of your trainers and shit, and it's wild. I mean, I don't really use it.
Is it even possible to do code injection cheats anymore?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh totally, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, outside of PC, on console specifically.
Oh god,
oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it still happens.
Yeah.
GTA 5 has console mods.
Yeah.
Near Automata to skip the game, you gotta put very.
Oh
I'm not
yeah,
thinking
no,
about
I
years back.
remember that. There's a dev mode, only on a
there's-
new game.
yeah. New game, you got to beat the first boss, go into the corner of the arena somewhere near some barrels, and then input a certain code, and you can just complete the game and finish everything and unlock everything in dev mode.
Yeah, and it
Oh,
unlocks
that's
dev
sick.
mode, and it does. It actually is really cool because it like lets you play all the endings. It lets you like
Yeah.
look at everything.
That's fucking sick.
Oh yeah,
And they
it's
only
really
found
nice.
that out like a year or two back
yeah.
because it was
the-
the last
Wait,
secret.
was that
Because
the final
apparently,
secret
yes,
that they
Yes.
that was the
talked about?
final
Yes.
secret that Yoko was talking
Yes.
about. That the one thing that no one had found yet, and the
Fuck
reason
yeah,
why
And
no
he
one,
confirmed it.
yeah,
and the reason why no one found it is because it was a specific in one spot chain of commands that you had to do to get it.
yeah, and like your
I like that,
character
man.
couldn't move, your camera had to be looking a certain way, the barrels couldn't be destroyed by the boss during the boss fight.
Yep.
There was a whole like gauntlet of things that you needed to do to activate it.
Yoko Taro went full old school cheat gameplay on that.
Yeah, that is
Shit.
quite literally a throwback to the old days of like, all right, if anyone figures this out,
God.
Cheers on them. Cheers on
We,
them.
Like,
we don't
that's like
deserve Yoko
that's like
Taro.
Wizardry 8 tier.
Mm,
Do you guys know about the
Yeah.
Wizardry 8
yes.
developer
No.
shit? Okay, oh man, you gotta look it up. The Wizardry 8 developer shit is hilarious. So effectively, one of the devs who did a lot of playtesting for the game got really bored of playtesting Wizardry 8 from the start. And he kind of just wanted to go around and just, like, do shit, right? Instead of continuously playtest. And he really hated his boss. So he made this incredibly intricate series of events. Like, you had to get this one scroll that allowed you to jump. Then you got on this one roof, and you, like, crouched, looking in this direction.
That's Might and Magic 8.
Was that Might and Magic? No, was that Might and Magic 8? I thought it was Wizardry 8.
Are you talking about the fucking Seth review?
Yes, I thought he did it for Wizardry too.
No. Question, did you actually play the game, or are you just quoting the Seth review?
Well, I'm quoting the Seth review because that's what he reminded me of, but I did play the games back,
Okay, fair. I was just asking, because I was just like, that sounded way too much like the Seth review. I was like, questioning whether you'd actually play.
I obviously never found it as a kid.
Okay, yeah,
it's like I didn't even think to look for that sort of stuff until, like, Oblivion.
That's fair.
But so I'm quoting the Seth review, and it's great. It's hilarious. Like, you do all this really intricate, stupid shit to, like, get behind a whole bunch of areas, and you get some really weird items, and you use those items to unlock further areas. So basically, it's like this giant domino chain you have to pull off, and then you, at the end of this domino chain, get to kill his boss that he added to the game as, like, this slug or a goblin or some shit.
It was a goblin.
Nice.
And then when you kill the boss, the loot in the chest or something is, like, all a bunch of endgame gear.
Nice.
Okay, then.
Apparently, there was also a bunch of, like, curry in the fridge you could eat to get
when
food
game
sickness.
companies still had fun.
Yeah, back in the day when the devs had fun, and how with Oblivion, how they accidentally left the duping glitch in every single patch.
Of course, accidentally.
Yeah. Yeah, they accidentally would patch the duping glitch, and it would just so happen to leave a different duping glitch.
You see, they learned how to harness it in order to dupe Skyrim 1,000 times.
I was about to make that joke.
You do the duping glitch, the screen goes black. Hey, you finally awake.
I mean, everyone knows that the first thing that everyone did when they found out about the duping glitch is they either filled a church with watermelons or they filled Breville's River with watermelons.
Yeah.
Are you saying you didn't do it with cabbages?
I did not. I did, however, fill a church with watermelons and was highly amused by the watermelons physics engine eventually crushing all of the NPCs into the roof, killing them.
Wow.
And that's how you know Sneaky can be a psychopath.
It's not psychopath.
Can be?
They died to watermelons. I found it hilarious. Fuck you.
Fucking sitting there judging.
It's like, I'm sorry, but are you really gonna tell me if you're sitting in church one day and some dude comes in and then suddenly 10,000 watermelons spew forth from them, crushing your pastor into the walls, are you not even gonna giggle a little bit?
I mean, it depends on how long I've been at church.
Probably depends on how much you hate or like that particular pastor.
I mean, okay, yes, that's fair.
If I've been at church for 5 hours and we're only a little bit into the Greek section, I'm gonna want to kill myself.
But
so
I mean,
I'll probably laugh.
I'm sorry, I would still be angry and/or horrified, but I would still also be like, "What the fuck?"
You've never been to a Greek Orthodox.
Oh yeah,
mass.
no, that laughter as a coping.
You have never been to a Greek Orthodox mass, I can tell.
It's just a moment of like, I don't even know what emotion I'm supposed to have at this point. What the fuck?
Let's not forget, Sneaky, you've made a few offhand comments or jokes that got a laugh out of me. Just like, I don't know how to react other than this right now.
Yeah, I have to laugh at this because
I need to process this.
There is no other emotion that I can express at the moment. Anyway, so they couldn't land a scratch on it. The OC is complaining about not being able to break it. Ruby says, just keep hitting it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Super Saiyan Blue Ryan summoned Mercury Strength, which sounds a lot like Ron magic.
But instead it's his stand.
It's his stand called Shackle Regalia. Okay, so this is Kill la Kill.
That's not a stand.
No, hold on. Shackle Regalia, Kill la Kill, Persona
There's
Unleashed,
no song called
Persona,
that.
And Burn It Down.
and then Burn It Down, which is a song.
Well, that's fair.
While punching, and he didn't burn it down. He just punched, and now here is the stand.
And then he does the
Bada,
muda
bada,
muda
bada,
muda
bada, bada,
muda
bada,
muda
bada,
muda
boom.
muda. Yeah.
Nope,
and then-
it's bada 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 boom.
yeah, it's there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah.
That's fucking dumb.
That is racist.
Yes,
as
and
fuck.
then-
You know, if this had been in like 4 JoJo panels, I'd have been hyped for this. But this isn't in JoJo. This is in this fanfic.
Yeah.
Also, I would just like
And-
to point out that this character is Super Saiyan Blue.
Yep.
Who then proceeds to use the Kill la Kill power-up, which, by the way, is multiplicative, unleashes a persona, and uses the stand, the persona
Empowered
as a
by all of that.
stand, empowered by all of that,
And
to
only
punch
made a rather large
something
dent.
precisely in one single spot. So
I feel like
he literally does the meme of 100 punches in one location. And it only leaves a, quote, rather large dent.
It
That
should
it's
have
remaining
ceased to exist.
Sneaky,
Remain-
it's pretty
damage-
clear he's just having an off day. Come on now.
damage to left arm, remaining power now at 80%.
Yeah, which apparently the armor getting dented drains the power.
By a fifth.
Mm.
Apparently
what?
he's just straight up in a health bar. That is just straight up a health bar.
My
You know
man's
what?
playing
This-
Crisis.
This certainly
Yeah.
feels like some combos I've been caught in fighting games. Like, man, you hit a lot of buttons for 15%.
Naruto uses a nuclear bomb. Oh wow, it took out a whole 20% of my HP. Literally
old
cuts
ultimate-
Earth in half.
Yeah,
10%
the good old-
damage.
Good old ultimate ninja syndrome.
Yeah.
You know, I know we just nuked 2 continents, but
Look, I
it's
know we
only
just
50%.
erased Australia with you at the epicenter, but it only did 5% of my HP.
That's the
Average.
fucking bullshit.
Joke's on you, the poison.
Average
the
Disgaea turn.
Joke's on
Yeah.
you, the poison snakes he got bitten by from staying in Australia.
But
did
you know,
more damage.
Kushina hits you with a frying pan and you lose half your health.
Yeah.
Look,
Of
the frying
course.
pan is the ultimate weapon. It crits all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will
Have
say that
you
was
not-
one of my favorite things about her being added to the game.
Mm,
It's just so badass. Kitchen utensils are all she needs.
yeah.
I
Plus, have you never played PUBG? Hitting people with the fucking
what I-
funnest thing ever.
From what I understand, the frying pan is actually a feared weapon in that.
It one shots if
Uh,
you hit someone in the head, and if
Oh.
you've got it on, if you don't have it equipped, it acts as armor and deflects bullets.
Okay,
my
now
God.
to be fair, it is a cast
butt
iron
pan.
frying pan. It is not. It is
Frying
not your
pans will
normal.
fuck you up.
Yeah, it's not a
the
normal
butt-
aluminum pan. This is a cast
Yeah.
iron frying pan. That shit is actually like 3 times the weight of a sword.
Cast iron frying pans are not to be fucked with.
Um,
butt-
Cast iron
pan
frying pans
was-
may as well be a mace.
the butt pan
literally
was
is.
meta.
Yes,
The
the
butt
butt pan
was
is meta.
meta.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, people made memes about wearing a frying pan on every armor slot. Yes. So, and like genuinely though, getting hit with a cast iron pan is
Plus, it made the funniest bonk.
yes,
It's
you're literally getting hit with like 15 pounds of steel or iron, but you know,
Yeah.
15 pounds of iron going
all-
full speed at your head is a lot.
Yeah.
That
all
hurts,
this
yeah.
to say, like, bro, you have a jump chain character who is just an idiot. Like, maybe he's a big fan of Pokemon, Sneaky. Maybe that's why this is happening.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You know, that
Reminder,
level
no matter how
100
many
that level
moves you
100
use, you
move
are
you just
always within grab
forgot
range.
how strong it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my bad, yeah. So then
That's still the
Torchwick
worst
shouts,
shit.
"What are you doing? What are you animals doing? Finish them off!" And then Sammy replies with, "What do you think we're doing?" as they don't finish them off and are kind of just going back and forth with their attacks.
Yep.
So I'm really not
And,
sure about this dialogue again.
And the N in that team is
Sammy has in between the Knuckles claws. He's Wolverine.
Mhm.
So anyway, yeah, Noelle flipped overhead, which is for some reason capitalized, over Sun, as she fires off multiple rounds from Bulwark right into Sammy's back. Then she does an overhead axe kick into Sammy's neck, and then Curb stomps his neck.
Why is Shadow the Hedgehog here?
And
that is the move that she uses in the game, actually.
Okay, but curb stomping someone's neck is
That's not a thing. I know that's not what a curb stomp is.
No, curb stomping someone's neck kills them. Is my point.
Oh yes, I know. She doesn't curb stomp him in the game, but that's what he went for.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that she did not lay him on a curb.
Yes. Fires multiple rounds, I assume, into the air.
No, they should be body shots actually, just right in the gut.
No,
or the kidney.
The author
or the
just
liver.
says she fires multiple rounds.
Oh well, I should have had her aim, I suppose.
Yeah, it's quite literally she does an axe kick into his neck and then stomps on it and then just fires multiple rounds, but like doesn't say where. Assumedly her foot is still on his neck. So unless she's shooting through her foot, I can't imagine she's shooting at his neck.
Apparently Mount Rushmore exists in this universe of Ruby.
Sure. I mean, why not?
I'm skimming down.
Sammy sprouts a hand out of his back and throws Noelle's arm to the side. To her arm. And so by pushing her arm out of the way, she drops her guns.
You guys don't want to go for...
Why do we not want to go further?
I already don't want to go further.
Yeah.
Is it porn?
No, but
then
just
I don't
more
care. Let's go going. Nope, we're going. We're doing it.
It's 11:10.
I don't care.
My brother in Christ, we have continued on 2 hours.
The stream, stream's 4 hours in.
The stream will keep going until we die.
Streams will continue until morale improves.
Sneaky, we've got another secret.
Continue until morale improves.
Sneaky, I've got another stream tomorrow at 5 a.m.
Yes, I know.
Too bad.
It sounds like a you problem, Kaz.
Also, Kaz, isn't it like 10 o'clock in the morning where you are now? I don't want to hear bitching about you going too late.
10 is when I joined up, or like 10:30, it's 1. I'm not talking about going to bed.
And?
I got other shit to do.
You don't?
Well, then go do it.
No, you don't.
Fuck
Kaz,
yeah, you're right.
I know that Sneaky's charisma is high enough to trick you. You can't just get up and walk away, though.
No one is leaving until we all die.
The only thing I'm doing to get up and walk away is to get more booze.
It's Australian on a Saturday. What the fuck do you think he's gonna do? He goes outside. He has to go fist fight a kangaroo. What the fuck else do you think he's gonna do?
I just want this to end because I'm going forwards, and Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Asta from Black Clover show up.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Shadow the Hedgehog, what are you doing?
What?
I pass on this one.
I just want this to end.
What did Sneaky just yell?
Shadow the Hedgehog, what are you doing?
No, apparently it's someone. I don't know if he's wearing
form?
clothes. I don't know if he's wearing clothes or something, but apparently it's just someone named the Chaos Emeralds who isn't Shadow the Hedgehog, or it's a humanoid
It's just
shadow.
a shadow with Chaos Emeralds. That's not Shadow the Hedgehog.
I'm sure it's
it's absolutely a humanized Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah. That or he's just referring to the gloves and shoes as
Anyway,
clothes.
so knock knock, someone
Yes.
shouted from above, only to see Warbringer diving towards them as he did a superhero landing looking at the original Black Beast. Too late.
Wait,
What?
no, I'm sorry, hang on. If the original Black Beast is here, the Remnant's fucked. It's done.
Warbringer, Ragnar shouted as Ryan looked from a distance. Huh? And then Roman swatted him away. You know, Super Saiyan Blue. Ryan swatted
Oh my
away.
God.
You
Oh
know,
my
I just
God.
realized, isn't he like 1/8 Saiyan or something?
He's 1/8 everything.
He's literally 1/8 everything,
Oh, okay, because, like, for some reason,
including multiple forms of divinity.
for some
Mhm.
reason, like, the more diluted the Saiyan blood, the stronger the offspring.
Makes sense.
So this
You want to
that
know
s-
what's
that
even
that
better?
that that SWAT there should have just shattered the arm as he didn't even flinch. That
Mm.
Yeah.
oh.
Hey, do you want some spoilers to the end of this? You want to know
No,
something you...
no, I want us to get there. I want us to get there to feel it. I need to feel it,
You're
Mr.
ages
Krabs.
away.
I need to feel it, Mr. Kaz. I need to feel it.
Sneaky.
I need
not
to
even
feel
halfway
it, Mr.
through.
Kaz.
Sneaky, look at the scroll bar for the love of
I need
God.
to feel it.
Then you need
Why?
to stop getting distracted.
That's fair. Okay, let's go.
Please.
What the fuck? What? It is 2 hours past the show.
Shut the fuck up, Atin,
Why
and
are you
sit
still
here.
going?
Suffer with us.
Because we're all
Atin,
masochists.
Atin, you don't understand. We're currently fighting Super Saiyan Goku, who's fighting Roman in a giant mech, and Shadow the Hedgehog with Chaos Emeralds just showed up to help Ragnar the Blood Edge fight the original Black Beast.
I would actually rather talk about Borderlands 3. Can we talk about that? That's how much you made me want to kill myself. I want you to know that that's how much you made me want to kill myself after listening to this shit.
This for my safety before Nose opened his mouth and I attained terminal hatred for mankind.
We all just want this to end. Sneaky, keep distracted.
Remember
Yeah,
me, TK?
yeah,
I
Nexus.
remember you. And he pulls out a heckler and coach, and he aims it at Ryan. I'm taking your bounty. Dude just pulled out a mundane firearm and pointed it at a Super Saiyan Blue.
Yep.
I'm fucking dying.
Yep.
This is
Ragnar,
awful.
Shadow, help Noel. I don't know. Who are you? Shadow looks
Noel.
around. Oh, and then he looks at the Chaos Emeralds that were around him. And he's like, oh, now I remember, and becomes Super Shadow.
Yeah, it's literally just humanoid Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh, also, Ruby added a chainsaw mode to Crescent Rose.
Yeah.
What?
Everyone added chainsaws to fucking every
Yeah.
fight.
Alright,
chainsaws.
cool. We're just going Empire of Mankind. Got it.
So then Ruby fired a fire dust round at Carnage, the symbiotic psychopath from New York.
By the way, all this gunfire, Carnage isn't sticking around here. That's way too much noise.
No, he's fine.
That's part of the spoiler I was going to tell you about later.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Ha ha ha, you're gonna have to do better than setting me on fire to get me to leave, he says as he charges at Neptune. And then
Local man is set on fire. Ignores it.
I need another fucking drink.
he starts to beat up Neptune. Some dagged by Carnage. So Carnage didn't dodge anything, he dadded them. Yeah, sure.
He what?
And so Carnage, as he kicks the shit out of Neptune, is like, where's your fighting spirit, Neptune? And Neptune's like, I don't need one. And so he pulls on his goggles and turns his tryhard into a Guando? Is that a...
What the fuck is a
Guando.
Guando?
Is
That sounds like
That's,
some Chinese bullshit.
No, that's
It
just
is, it's a Chinese
a glaive, right?
Naginata thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like a glaive.
It's just a
Is this one of those
glaive.
Wushu novels?
It's A Guando
Yes.
you can usually see in the Dynasty Warriors games used by Jank.
Yeah, it's just a glaive with a frothy bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of captivated by how bad this dialogue consistently is.
I was gonna do shit today, but this is too stupid for me to not sit here and listen.
It's the same reason we're still here. Nexus, same reason.
Because I'm already a fighting spirit, he says.
What?
What is this dialogue?
Neptune was the fighting spirit all along.
Neptune was the fighting spirit we found along the way.
Unless there was water involved.
They call you a huntsman, where's your fighting spirit? I don't need a fighting spirit because I am already a fighting spirit, he says.
Capitals on the cards and already, and
Yeah, already is capitalized, fighting is capitalized, but spirit isn't.
And then it's all caps for a lot of this fucking... Please.
Let's see, so yeah, they're firing at each other. Blah blah blah. He blocks the daggers with his trident Guando, and he stabs Carnage, and then throws Carnage at Sun. Sammy is a music composer turned psycho.
Turned psycho?
Oh no, it is Borderlands. Get me out, get me out, get me out.
Wait.
What the fuck?
And so he's...
I don't think so.
No,
Wait,
his
is Sammy
body
also Blaze Blue?
His
I
body... No,
do not recognize that.
Sammy grew an arm out of his back, and he's like growing spikes in a coil now around Noelle.
What the fuck?
What? Who the fuck is Sammy?
Wait, is it from the same as Gordo or whatever?
No, I don't
No.
recognize Sammy from Under Night either.
And so they're all like, oh no, Noelle. And then Sammy's about to inject his spikes into Noelle.
Wait, isn't that the dude from that game, The Darkness, with the multiple tendril arm thingies?
Oh, yes.
Sam Ryder?
Sam.
Maybe?
No, he was called
No.
Sammy in the game.
Well, what was the game? Was just called Dark, right?
Yeah, Darkness.
Something like that?
The Darkness. Yeah, the main character was called Sammy, I think.
He had like fucking shadow tendril thingy arm whatevers.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, and then the
Wait.
sequel made it really stupid.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, no, but that Sammy wasn't a music composer though.
I think he was some musician bullshit. Some
He
edgy
might have
guitar
been.
player.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah.
It might be him then.
I mean,
And so anyway, his body came clean off her as
wait,
he was held.
there's a character named Sammy from Bendy and the Dark Revival.
Oh,
it could have been. It could either be Bendy or it could be
No.
this guy from the Darkness.
No, it's definitely Bendy. No, it's definitely Bendy.
Oh yeah.
No, because he had that. He actually didn't include in chapter 9. He didn't include the
Right.
Darkness. He included Bendy
Right,
though.
Bendy.
Yeah, okay. This first thing I'm seeing of Bendy in this cutscene is
Fuck,
he's on
this means I gotta go.
he's on a
I think I gotta
banjo.
go.
So
I think I
Yeah.
gotta kill my stepbrother for this.
Yep. So this is definitely then.
I gotta go kill. I think I gotta go kill my stepbrother for this. Created
He created Bendy.
Yeah, he's actually someone who helped create Bendy and shit like that. I think he was one of the artists or.
Oh well, then yeah, it's definitely removed.
Yeah,
from the
it's
gene pool, yeah.
It's Australia's.
All
it's
right,
Australia's
well,
fault.
it's Australia's fault. Well, the more you
This
know.
time it's Australia's fault.
Yeah.
Go do something about it.
Indeed. So anyway, Cole is holding him in the air. Yeah, the demon of Empire City said. Yep. So. Oh, so this is evil Cole too.
Evil Cole.
no, he's called the Demon of Empire City and Infamous 2 as well.
Yeah,
because
it's regardless of which
propaganda.
one you make.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a propaganda thing.
Whoa, Cole, Sun said. Nice semblance. This isn't my semblance. You see, this is actually an ability I have as a creature known as a conduit. I use a form of electromagnetism to pick up various objects. I can even use it on people who have a strong biometric aura. That is not how words work. None of those words are correct. I
Also, this is
fucking
like
hate you.
this is way too wordy for Cole.
Yeah,
Here.
Cole is also stopping combat to just give someone a rundown on how their powers work.
Yeah, Cole would be like, I can make people float with my electricity, no big deal, and then keep on going.
Mhm.
This is this is too detailed an explanation
So,
for a bike career.
he's like, what else
Oh,
can you
God,
do?
they
So he summoned some ice, and then one little monkey jumping on the bed, Carnage sang, trying to get into Sun's head. You fell off, and then I broke your neck, and he fired blood at Sun. But the monkey faunus was fast enough to dodge, and so he did. And used
wait.
and he used Sun's semblance to create 2 clones.
I didn't even realize they sold Bendy to fucking Teeth.
They sold
I mean, good
Bendy
for
to
them.
Rooster Teeth?
Yeah, Bendy's now under the publisher Rooster Teeth Games.
Fucking
console.
hell.
I forgot that exists.
Wow.
Fuck.
Damn. Time for them to run another series into the ground. Harder.
That won't be difficult.
Yeah, so the author just calls Sun Semblance the Sun Semblance.
It has it's on the wiki.
Yeah, well,
it's in his it's
Don't
in
worry
his
about it.
abilities tab.
It's called
in the
Sun.
block.
No, it's called Sun Semblance now. Oh, sorry, my bad. Sun Semblance.
Semblance, what?
Yeah, all right. No, that cleared it up for me. Thanks.
It's called the Sun Semblance.
The Sunblance.
The Semblance. It's very important you put the U in there because that's how he wrote it.
Semblance.
The Semblance.
And they can explode.
And they exploded on Carnage. Yeah, he just suicide bombed Carnage.
God.
I assure
I
you.
can't believe.
There's
I can't
nothing
believe
improvised about my explosives.
Wait, no. Vacuum. I can't believe Vacuo did this. Oh my God! There's another.
I can't. There was 2 suns. There's a second sun.
I don't see any problems here.
Actually, we aren't finishing the story. That's good.
we gotta keep going. No. And then Sun punched him across the face with his staff, knocking Carnage out.
Yeah.
Hey, Atin, can you knock out a symbiote by punching it in the face?
If you try hard enough, you can.
Like a Marvel symbiote?
Yes.
Symbiote.
Yes,
Technically,
a Marvel symbiote.
I thought technically no, because you'd be knocking out covering instead.
If the symbiote is currently on a host, yes.
Okay, well, then he knocked out Carnage by
the-
punching
the-
him with his staff.
The TLDR is that the symbiotes are extremely vulnerable to excessively loud noises.
Yeah,
and
we're ignoring that
when
one.
they're on a person, excessive vibrations. So if you hit the person's skull hard enough, it will fuck with the symbiote.
Counterpoint: if you're hitting hard enough to cause extreme vibrations
That person's
by
dead.
hitting, you just shattered their skull. So
I didn't say the person would live through it. I said it was possible, Max.
Okay, so wait, hold on, guys. I
no,
need
that
you.
doesn't knock them out though. That drives it away. That
Guys,
would knock them out.
No. They will temporarily lose consciousness.
Yeah, I need you guys all to really reach down deep inside yourselves and grit yourself for what I'm about to say.
Oh,
Am I about
yeah.
to walk away from my computer?
So
How
Sun,
angry am I going
Sun
to become?
clocks him across the face with his staff, knocking him out cold. The doctor says no more killing Faunus like me or Blake, he replies.
After making a no more monkeys jumping bed reference.
As
Yeah.
Ryan...
Wait. Why is Faunus is the plural possession?
because
Yeah.
because you see, despite being a Faunus himself, he is quite prolific in the Faunus trade. He is a vacuum, you see.
This is literally hell.
Yep. So let's keep going. Let's push for sneaky onwards.
So Ryan, now in his Devil Trigger Super Shadow mode, and Warbringer flew past them, with Warbringer looking behind them. Wait, what? Wait. And
Sorry.
Warbringer flew past them, with Warbringer looking behind them.
So Ryan, Shadow, Super Shadow, who's chasing Warbringer, and Warbringer flew past Sun and Neptune and all that.
Oh god, I'm
And then-
edging an aneurysm.
Yeah.
Say cheese dipshits as he takes out most of his heavy power firearms and begins firing all of his guns. So 2? I mean,
Guns at the 2. At Super Shadow and Ryan.
and it's a barrage of missiles and bullets, and then Ryan summons his rifle and aims it at Warbringer, and he's like, I only have one shot left, as he aims it at Warbringer and then fires the bullet. And the resulting bullet was shot from the gun.
That's weird, because I feel like Ryan has all of the fucking DACA. So how is he only one shot?
Because he's got to make it count, you see.
and dramatic.
And he shoots out the feet jets he shoots out both feet jets with one bullet.
Of course.
And he causes them to malfunction. And Warbringer is like, oh shit, my feet jets are malfunctioning. And then he slams into a pillar, which also knocks him out. I'm sorry, that dude is also dead. If you are outrunning someone that is currently mainlining Chaos Emeralds, the amount of speed you have to be going, and then you just run into a pillar, and the pillar somehow stops you. Hey,
that pillar is.
We need to find the engineer who made that pillar.
That pillar.
You're
that pillar
a pancake.
That pillar is a GTA tree.
Yeah. That pillar is made of objectium.
Yeah. But only a single part of it, the part that got hit.
Oh god, and so anyway, Warbringer's only knocked out cold despite hitting a pillar at something at the speed of light.
Probably faster.
And so Ryan's like, I got him. I have questions.
That's Shadow, but yeah.
Wait, Shadow said it.
Yeah, Shadow standing above him. I got him, he said.
I have questions. Okay.
And then Ryan's in all caps.
I'll help the others. Dragon install, and he turns into install. My bad. And so then Ryan turns into a dragon-like human.
Okay, there's the guilty gear. Thanks, you asshole.
He's Scalera.
His sclera turn fiery orange, and his pupil become cat slits due to dragon install drive. And then he summons Agni and Rudra as he helps Blake take out White Fang members, only one by one.
You leave DMC out of this.
No.
Too late. He started with DMC.
Yeah, he had a devil trigger in the start of the chapter. You might have.
And Dragon install, only one L. He's really insisting it's called install, but okay.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it's spelled correctly in the games.
Probably.
Oh, wait. And then next, it's Dragon Intel.
You know, it's Intel inside
He has
now.
no S. He has no S.
It's
Intel. Dragon Intel.
I guess he couldn't afford the extra consonants.
Yeah, this thing just doesn't have that kind of budget.
He's running out of budget. He spent too much on the fight scene already.
And yet he's weeb enough to correct.
I mean, listen. Think about. Think about all the big names he's already gotten in there.
So anyway, he shouts Blake, rip shot, and Blake's like, all right, let's do it. And so he summons a chain dart from his left hand, and it punches straight through the White Fang member.
Why is the N in on it a lowercase when she's yelling it?
Don't worry about it. And then he shouts, come here, he shouted, as Blake used her Kusarigama around her opponent as the two toss their opponents into the air. And he calls back his chain dart as he stomps into the ground hard enough to send another White Fang member flying high in the air as well. And then the three of them aligned in the air as the three of them aligned mid-air, and Blake and Ryan took aim, and somehow opposite of each other they still managed to both take aim diagonally at three opponents that were mid-air. don't worry about it. And Blake's like, Ryan, what's the word again? And Ryan yells, jackpot.
Blowing the three into nothing. They're not even ash.
As they fire off an entire magazine of fire dust rounds, blowing all three White Fang members into non-existence.
I mean, that would blow them into non-existence. No question.
Blake just casually murders.
No, don't worry. Blake's part of the true.
No.
Blake is a true blood. She can dictate who's a real faunus and who's not.
Yep.
Listen. The faunus don't have equal rights yet, so she's unconcerned about this.
Of course.
I mean, did the faunus write the Geneva Convention?
She actually only committed one full murder, 1/3 for each of them.
Oh no, I didn't mean to make that joke.
Sneaky.
Sneaky. Sneaky, you are still alive.
I'm aware.
Also, I do want to take one moment. I think my favorite joke from all of 40K is they're called human rights for a reason.
Oh yeah, that's
Xenos.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also in XCOM 2.
Oh, that one's. I didn't know XCOM took that one.
That is a line that XCOM 2 did add when they were shooting at the aliens.
I forgot about that one.
Look, I have places to be, Torchwick said, so can we...
Yeah, so anyway, blah, 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 they jump into the air, punch the frozen ground, so literally, it comes down. It literally comes down to Team Ruby doing cannon to defeat Torchwick. Team Ruby, despite everything, just does cannon to defeat Torchwick.
To defeat it, Ruby and Ryan use a special mixed attack called War Machine, where he uses his alchemy.
No, hold on. So anyway, she yells checkmate. They do the thing. War Machine, she shouts. Yeah, War Machine. Yeah, that's not going to be confusing at all with Warbringer and the other War Machine. And so yeah, Ryan uses alchemy from Full Metal Alchemist.
War Machine.
Yes.
Of all the useless fuckers in existence, you pick War Machine.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's the name of their combo attack.
So it gets worse. So Ryan uses alchemy on Ruby's Crescent Rose because Ruby would absolutely be fine with her weapon being absolutely mutilated by Full Metal Alchemy's alchemy.
It would if it's from a fucking self.
Well, of course, obviously, but I'm just pointing this out, right? And so he adds multiple muzzles to the scythe, and then she pulls the trigger, causing tomahawk missiles, saw blades, grenades, and cannonballs to shoot out of Crescent Rose.
That's not how it works.
Hold
guess
on.
How much damage it did.
Yeah, it gets better. It does 30% damage.
He's at 50%.
So yeah, so earlier, Atin, we had this one character who is part god, enter Super Saiyan Blue mode. He then activated. Hold on. He then activated his Kill la Kill super suit, and then activated his persona, and then used his stand to channel all of that power into his stand's punch, and then proceeded to punch the same spot 100 times, and that did 20% damage.
And only left a large dent.
Yeah, and only left a large dent.
And
Ruby
its
shooting
cry-
a cannonball, saw blades, and grenades at an armored target did 30% damage.
And that stand's cry was bada 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 boom.
Yes.
This is why we've been here for 4 hours.
Yes.
Well, I've been here for 2, but yeah.
Why is he
Or
still
3.
able to shoot missiles at us? Shit, they're needle points. Those things can blow up Mount Rushmore. They
That's
say,
what
I
I
guess, as they're dodging all of the missiles flying at them.
No,
Wait.
they can say all this without the missiles moving.
No. That's not the point. These missiles are strong enough to blow
To
up
destroy
Mount
Mount.
Rushmore. He fired off multiples of them at point blank range.
Don't worry about it.
Right.
Don't worry about it, Sneaky. Just keep going. We have to get.
Okay. Oh, also, Atin, do you want to know the name of their group? Their team name? Atin, do you want to know their team name?
I want you to fuck yourself.
Their team name is Cringe. I mean that literally. They are Team CRNG.
Yep. Or was it CRGN?
So,
CRNG.
Was it a moment of self-awareness, or
We think he was trying to say Carnage. Team Carnage.
Which then had the real Carnage show up.
Yeah. I think we're on the fence. Honestly, we're honestly on the fence. I don't
That's
know
why I
how
posted
you write 130k words of this level of cringe and not make it have it be a shitpost.
Apparently he's serious because he's 19 years.
He's 19 years old and grew up on Ruby. Yes.
That unfortunate child. Their sense of
oh wait, hold up. Okay,
everything is just fucked.
Yeah. So we had spent about an hour talking about that. Let's see here. Weiss says Aura joined.
Oh, hello.
Weiss says we have to blow the missiles up before they hit us, which I mean is actually a completely reasonable thing to do, because typically the missile, if it doesn't prime properly, most modern explosives require multiple forms of priming to activate, due to how they're made. Blowing up the missile while it's still flying at you is actually a completely viable method.
Except then Ryan goes, no, that won't do.
They only explode on contact from the tip, not the sides.
Not true. Missiles explode in proximity, goddammit.
Well, no, that's largely dependent on the missile.
Yeah, if this is an impact missile, then But no, the point is though, Weiss says we'll need to blow up the missile before it hits us. Then shoot down the missile. We need to blow up the casing of the missile so it can't be a missile anymore and hit us. That's what Weiss is saying. And then the author has Ryan respond with, "No, we can't blow up the missile. It doesn't blow up when you hit it. It only blows up when you hit the tip of the missile." Which is not a refutation of what Weiss said. Weiss goes, "We need to shoot down the missiles before they hit us." He responds with, "Well, the missile is an impact missile and only goes off if it hits you." That's not...
Sir, you have not changed my statement.
Don't worry about it and just keep going.
Just keep dodging the missiles. We need to attack Roman. I'm assuming the missiles are just tracking them now then? And they're just like dodging.
Yeah, apparently they're homing.
Wait.
But if these missiles can blow up Mount Rushmore, why do they need homing?
Also, they're
Don't worry about it.
impact missiles.
Don't worry about it.
I'm very worried about it.
Hey, yo, this missile's about to impact your face.
So, Weiss jumps up in the air, and Roman shoots at her with plasma, and she blocks with her rapier.
Don't worry about
block with a rapier?
Hey, yo,
Don't worry
let me
about it.
catch this plasma blast with my power rapier.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
So, in response, as she gets blown back, she casts a beam of light under Blake.
Don't worry about it.
Wait.
And Blake
Is this the gay
absorbs the Yes. Blake absorbs the beam and starts slicing really fast. Striking tide, an unknown person shouted. Black meteorite, someone else shouted.
And then this is just descriptions of Tanjiro and Asta. So just get those two huge fucking paragraphs.
Wait, hold up. So, water like slashes in a flow of fat. Wait. Tanjiro shows up shouting black meteorite as he uses
striking tide.
Okay.
Striking tide. And then someone else shouted black meteorite.
Wait, so wait. Tanjiro shows up and
With
cuts
Asta
up
from
the
Black Bolt.
missiles.
Well, no, because apparently the water is what I said, so.
But no,
But yes, he cuts the missiles.
But that's my point,
yes.
though. Is he destroys
water
the
slashes.
missiles.
Yes, without them exploding. Yes.
Yes, but that's my point, though. Is he does what Weiss
just
said?
destroy them.
Yeah. Ryan
Even
says
though
we
Ryan's-
can't.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just keep going. Don't worry about it.
So
Don't worry about it.
Tanjiro shows up, and then the other guy.
See, this is why I like when Gundam just decides, fuck it, we're gonna have a giant beam cut across 3/4 of the screen and blow up every single missile. Good.
Yeah, I like
Keep
it.
it simple.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tanjiro and Astra show up. And then they use Ladybug, and for some reason all of the team combos work on Roman. It did a whole 22% damage to him. Blake and Ruby just attacking him normally. Yeah. So far, Ruby shooting a cannonball and a saw blade at Roman
the most damage, yes.
has done more damage than Super Saiyan Blue, Kill la Kill power up, Persona power up, Stand.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Blake and Ruby just slashing at it have done 2% more damage than a Super Saiyan Blue.
Man,
I can't believe the power creep on this stuff. Come
I
on.
can't believe these lists.
it
Don't worry about it.
sounds like they're just ready to hop right to Salem. You know.
Oh, you know what's great?
So.
Do you know what's great?
So Ryan pulls out a kunai and creates a Russian shuriken.
What?
And
Why
then
did he
Yang
need the kunai for that?
And then Yang activates her Ember Cecilia's extended defense blades.
Don't worry about it, because then guess
that
what happens
reach
next.
past her elbow, dodging the missiles.
No, don't worry about it, because look what happens next.
And then Ryan uses the world and time stops everything but him and Yang. And Yang's like, whoa, did you just stop time? And Ryan's like, yeah, I just stopped time. Mercury strength, my stand can do that. But do it now, Firestorm. And he throws the Rasen Shuriken at, Roman.
Wait, how are you 60 chapters? What? I just realized something.
Yeah.
60 chapters in, Blake shouts worriedly. 60 chapters in, she doesn't even know.
What do you mean?
Literally, just look what happens after the time starts again.
Okay.
Where Blake shouted Yang Ryan.
Yeah. He shouts, and then Yang creates St. Elmo's fire javelins.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yes.
St. Elmo's fire wasn't a fire.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No,
And
we're worrying about it.
Ryan channeled purple electricity through the Konai and then threw it at the Rasen Shuriken.
God, shut up!
Thunder-style
Don't worry about
storm
it.
starter.
Don't worry about it.
I made contact with the Rasen Shuriken and turned it into a tornado that shot lightning.
Nothing you're saying is cool, interesting, or sensible. I'm gonna fucking kill someone.
Then Yang fired fire javelins at the storm, which caught it on fire.
Don't worry about it.
Take damage.
Massive
As God
damage.
is my witness. As God is my witness, I'm buying a gun.
I have several. Every
Don't
single new
worry.
things.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, hold on. It gets better. Wait, hold up. It gets better. Don't worry about it.
I'm just eating popcorn and enjoying this at this point.
Yeah.
So,
How about you share?
as time moved again, Yang and Ryan didn't waste a second, jumping on top of Roman's back. Wait, they're in the middle of the firestorm? The fire tornado that shoots lightning?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, how did they get onto Roman's back if he's still on the robot? But they jumped on the robot.
They jumped on the robot's back. Yang started just punching it with fiery shotgun blasts.
Don't worry about it.
And Ryan used Mercury Strength to beat the robot up, but wasn't Mercury Strength not working earlier on?
Don't worry about
It
it.
Only did like 20%.
After being
for
souped
quantum
up
pepper.
by like 19 different forms of power leveling, yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Roman is knocked around, but he can't reach them because he has only one arm now. And he runs backwards through columns, and somehow that embeds them into the column.
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
And then he turns around to aim his gun at them, and he's about to punch them. And he does punch them, and they fly through the column because the column broke by punching them. Who left? Was it Tension? Yeah, it was Tension.
Yep.
And so he punches them through the column, and they don't get up.
No.
And Blake is like, oh no, Yang, Ryan. And Ruby goes, don't worry, when Yang gets beat up, she uses that energy to fight back. Yeah, we're 130k words in, and apparently Blake still has not seen Yang's semblance until now.
Hey. This Blake is just like the real Blake, not actually paying attention to the people she cares about.
You know what? That's a fair point. Right, he makes a fair point. That's what makes Yang special. When she gets punched, she gets stronger. Sure, Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
And they get back to their feet, and Yang is now white as she clenches her fists. And then Ryan looks over at Tanjiro, and he's like, yo, Tanjiro, can your sister come out to play? And Tanjiro's like, yeah, she can. And then whistles for something. And then out of the darkness, a really, really hot version of Tanjiro's sister comes out. I wish
it's the adult version.
I wish no. This is like this is like a Gyaru version of Suthner.
This is the hentai dojo.
This is the hentai version. I wish I was joking. Oh, God, I'm not reading this literal paragraph where the author verbally jacks off on this character.
Yep.
I'm not kidding. This is quite literally a paragraph that takes up my screen about how hot Tanjiro's sister is.
Yeah, this appears to be the adult version of Nezuko with some
additions
made.
Yeah, some buffs made. Yeah.
Yawn.
Blood demon art, she says, exploding blood, and then just like that, Nezuko's blood exploded. Man, author, you just got done using an entire paragraph to talk about how hot Nezuko was, and all you can say is she then used her blood art, exploding blood, to explode her blood.
Much descriptive, such wow.
Yep.
And this caused the neck to shake. Sensing victory, Roman goes to punch her.
My guy, at no point have you been in control of this.
What? Sensing victory? Why would he sense victory?
Because of the smog, people not being able to see, maybe. But...
You know what? Maybe he senses their victory and just wants to get this over with.
Oh, you know what? That's a fair point.
I just want to get this over with.
He goes to punch Nezuko, but Yang catches it, despite the ground crunching underneath her. And her eyes are now red with rage, and she's like blazing hot, and she activates the knuckle casing on Embercelia, which I don't know what that is.
It does make me think that we've upgraded Embercelica into shotgun gauntlets rather than shotgun bracelets, I guess. Like proper gauntlets.
I guess, but what's the knuckle casing?
I don't
worry about it.
But now I kind of
Just
want
keep
Embercelica as just brass knuckles. That just sounds way more entertaining.
Honestly, I'm going to be real with you. I always just imagine Embercelica to basically be a more streamlined two-step goodbye from New Vegas.
I mean, you're not wrong. That is
that
essentially what it is.
It's just missing the pneumatic force.
Well, I mean, it is missing the pneumatic force, but I meant more in the fact that it was like an entire arm covering glove and hand covering glove, and it was armored.
Yeah, for sure. It's just
don't worry about it. Just keep going. Trust me.
Yeah.
Just keep
so
going.
anyway, so she punched. So literally, it's canon. Literally canon. And then Ruby shouts out, "Literally canon!" And they do the literally canon thing to do literally canon. And then Roman tries to do the literally canon thing, and then Weiss does the literally canon thing.
Yep.
And then Ryan shouts out Firefly, because of course he has to intervene as canon's happening. And he summons plasma balls. He can just do that, I guess. And he launches them at the shards of ice, which cover them in plasma energy.
Yes.
That is not how ice works.
Don't worry about
it. That's not how several levels of energy work, but so anyway, he says "Stoppas," which I guess means he summons orcs.
Don't worry about it.
That's
Stopza.
Don't worry about it. We're almost 5 hours
in.
So he uses time stop on the plasma ice, and then uses telekinesis to aim them in a dome like knives around Roman.
Don't worry about it.
It's a deal. All right.
And then he releases the time stop, and they all pierce him. Wait a
second. These next two sentences, hang on here.
Wait. Okay, so him punching the mech as a demigod in Super Saiyan Blue mode, using a stand empowered by Kill the Kill life threads, a persona, and punching the same spot 100 times, dents the metal, but shooting literal ice, moving at non-relativistic speeds while air quotes coated in plasma energy completely punches through the mech.
Let me give you the
Alright, fuck this. I'm going to bed.
basically
Good night, everybody. I hope everyone burns in hell.
No, you gotta see the spoiler. There's a bit more.
I'm genuinely getting a sense of vertigo right now.
Once again, I reiterate, don't worry about it.
She gets...
I've been here for 10 minutes and I want to kill myself.
Alright, so...
I've been here for 3 hours.
Yeah, okay, but you're a masochist.
So Ryan then shouts "fiery doll" and the ice explodes into fire.
Blowing it off balance.
Yes.
All that effort just to make it trip.
He literally punches through the metal with ice shards, and all it does is it trips. Yes.
Stop.
Where do these people keep coming from, he said. It's literally Weiss and... Okay.
Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
Asta, Tanjiro, you're up. Yes, sir. And he uses his 5-leaf clover anti-magic grimoire and summons a sword with black markings. And, Tanjiro, with the help from Nezuko, jumps into the air, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna use my fire breathing now, and he strikes at the mech, and Asta is like, Demon Slayer sword, Demon Dweller sword, backslash, and they both cut at the mech, which sends burning wind blades at the mech, and it knocks the mech over.
Except Roman apparently got out sometime and...
Yeah, Roman, however, got out a while ago while I was busy describing everything else. And the mech then goes into autopilot mode and starts rampaging.
And then a single combo kills it, whatever Ice Flower is.
And Ice Flower is
canon.
actually... Yeah, Ice Flower is actually canon. Yes. It's canon.
It's just canon.
It's literally just canon. Yeah, so quite literally, despite divinity, despite multiple different series of characters, despite power levels that could literally cleave the earth in two, it is in the end replicating canon that defeats it.
Oh, yep. Yep.
And so Roman's like, oh man, my suit, and then you look, it's just canon. And then Yang's here, canon. Neo shows up, canon.
But here's where
canon.
the
Oh, and then Ryan's like, oh wait, no you don't. So he pulls out 2 guns. Instead of summoning like plasma again, or like literally anything else, he pulls out 2 mundane guns and shoots at Roman. And Neo's like, lol, no. And they're gone.
Yeah, and
you could summon anything, and you chose a gun, just a gun.
And then Weiss, so anyway, Torchwick, the thief of this, amazing mech that is like literally god tier, gets away with the help of Neo, and Weiss goes, I guess it really made our plans fall apart like glass.
Yeah, she made a fucking pun and somebody
And everyone giggled.
except for Blake and Yang, who
Except
just
for
says no.
Yang, who hated the pun.
Yang, who makes the puns, no.
And then all the heroes realized that all of the villains they beat also ran away while they weren't paying attention.
Here's the spoiler: it was all in eyes, and they were all illusion villains.
They were what?
They were illusions
and they
by
go
Neo.
over to Shadow, who is standing, and Warbringer, who's knocked out cold. I guess they are all part of Neo illusions.
Yep.
Wait, so quite literally, Neo made solid illusions that were genuinely able to replicate skills of those characters.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Whatever the fuck.
And knows them well enough that she could use their personalities correctly as well.
Yep.
Of Carnage and Sammy. Yes.
So anyway, already got General Ironwood on speed dial, Ryan says, and he just calls him, and Ironwood instantly answers, because why not? And Ryan's like, Ironwood, it's Ryan, I got more guys, I captured more criminals just randomly. And then Ryan used his earthbending to create a set of stairs to let them all out of the hole, I guess, they were in.
Yes, because he's also the Avatar.
Oh yeah, he's also the Avatar. I forgot about that. Yeah. And then Blake's like, Ryan, and he's like, "Yep." And Blake goes, "Is there anyone in your world that has long pink hair and a witch's outfit?" Ryan cupped his chin and then goes, "Oh, it's 9."
Who the fuck is 9?
I don't know.
That's another BlazBlue character.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop.
9 the
I love how
Phantom.
dead Max is.
I love how
Max is just fucking dead.
Max finally finds someone willing to talk about BlazBlue, and they're just fucking trash.
Oh no, I'm especially mad because BlazBlue would be perfect for putting into Ruby because there's all
That's
kinds
the
of
reason there's the
run
cross
with magic
tag.
and soul stuff.
And that's the reason there's the fucking cross battle.
No, well, cross tag battle is just because Ruby blew up over there, and Arc System Works is always looking to do small projects like that from time to time.
Yeah.
Also, it was a bunch of asset reusage. Seriously, man, 3/4 of that game they'd already built over the last 10 years leading up to it.
Yeah.
Team Cringe strikes again. Amazingly, your grammar didn't improve over the course of 130k words. Touch grass.
You gotta leave another fucking review.
Let's see how passive-aggressively he's going to show concern for you this time.
Indeed.
Did you leave This man's got 11 reviews.
Yes, I'm 2 of them.
He's about to have 12.
What do you mean he's about to have 12?
I'm 2 of them.
I know, is that
You're making another one? Yes.
He's about to have 12 more. All right. Well, I at 12 a.m. I think we could safely call this a good stream, boys.
It was not.
It was not.
Please don't say we're gonna look at. Please don't say we're gonna look at this again next week.
Oh! I mean, if he responds, then I'll save it for Friday, and we can read the newest chapter.
Why? Can we do something other than Ruby, please?
Oh yeah, we won't do Ruby on Tuesday.
Fuck you! Fuck you! I don't even like Ruby.
Hey, just completely unrelated. Kaz, what is your favorite fandom?
Yeah, what is your favorite fandom, Kaz?
That is
Yeah.
Probably Fate.
Please.
Probably Fate.
Yeah.
Fate.
Oh, you picked a bad fandom.
It started. My Fate started with a Dean's Day night. Then when actual, I've literally seen every single fucking bit. Even.
I'm sorry, but Kaz, your accent made it sound like Dean Stay Night.
Yeah.
And all I immediately imagined was some sort of really trash dating college AU. Where Shiro is like the provost, and he's dating a bunch of students that are the Fate cast.
Oh, see, Sneaky, I imagined something much stupider. I imagined just Dean Winchester, for some reason, is a master.
Okay, wait, hold on though.
No,
you
wait,
cannot
I'm pretty
tell
sure
me if Dean
you cannot
was
bring
not...
that up. You cannot bring that up when Sakura Demon Alchemist already wrote that with Sam Winchester as a fucking master.
Oh no!
What?
Did
you cannot bring that up when
really?
that's a thing. Yeah, it was either that or Quartermaster. But
Oh
God.
no.
Wait, what was written?
Somebody wrote
Sam Winchester as a master of Enkidu in the Fourth War. Sam Winchester.
I know that fic. It was Sakura. It was Sakura.
Why do you know that fic?
Because I stumbled upon it once. And I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Oh god. Anyway,
You know what
my
makes it
point
stupider?
being though is Dean's luck is dumb enough that if they were like, let's take a nice relaxing vacation in Japan,
he'd end up in the Holy Grail.
he would end up in the Grail War.
He would end up back in time in Inuyasha. He would end up back in time in Inuyasha without even. Well, he just somehow made his way there.
That's next episode.
No. Okay, hear me out. Dean ends up in the Holy Grail War with Inuyasha as his servant.
No.
Yes.
With Kikyo as a servant.
Yes,
we want him to have a chance
hits
of
on
winning,
her the entire time.
Wrong. With Dean's attitude, he ends up there with the fucking first Crusader.
You know what?
I'm sorry, I
That's
just
fair.
imagined the entirety of Fate's Day Night, but you just replace Archer with Ikyo.
Oh god.
You got to admit, Rin falling for Archer would be a lot more interesting that way.
To be fair, Rin would have already. There would be part of Rin's harem anyway, so.
Yeah.
I feel like Dean with the first Crusader and Kikyo replacing Archer just makes shit a little bit more wild.
A little bit. Dean's the kind of fucker who would go, you know what? No, I'm not going to use a servant for this. I've got a perfectly good 1911. Let's go settle this shit.
I've got a 1911
the best thing is you could totally do it and have everyone think he's the next mage killer.
Oh my god, yes.
Yes,
Oh shit, here it goes again.
Oh,
no, I'm sorry, I could just imagine it now. You get all the way to the end of like the Heavens Feel route. Out comes Angramanyu. What is a fucking gun gonna do to me? Problem solved in 2 seconds.
God, bitch.
Anti-angel bullets. They're angel blade bullets.
Oh, you don't understand. This gun was made. This was the first 1911 made by Colt. It's the Colt repeater.
Yes, he does have Irish ancestry. He will.
You don't understand. God made this gun.
Oh.
Yeah, Angramanyu doesn't come out
no.
in any of those routes, but he does show up for the final fight with Kotomine, and Kotomine's like, oh, this shit again.
Guys, we are forgetting the funniest route.
What?
However he ends up with a summoning circle near him, it reacts to the revolver he carries, which is the first Winchester revolver, which summons Samuel Cole as Archer with his noble phantasm, the ability to kill anything.
Oh shit!
Fuck! I see it.
Now, see, what it should be is that clearly, I should be involved in one of the Grail Wars, and I just get to empower any Winchester rifle that I pick up because of my last name.
Of course, clearly it's a noble phantasm.
Yeah, except then they gender bend Samuel Cole.
No.
Because it's fate. It's fate. It's gonna happen.
Gilgamesh.
Stay true to it.
I mean, you can say it's fate all you want, but like, there's not that much gender bending.
Yeah, there really isn't.
Summon Samuel Colt's daughter or some shit.
Yeah, it'll summon their daughter with Samuel Colt's powers.
Who Samuel Colt passed down all his knowledge to.
But but seriously, like, come on, like, it's just this completely regular-looking guy, you know, just a Christian, regular guy, tweed suit, And it's just like he pulls out a fucking 1911. Everyone's like, well, what are you, an archer or something? He's like, something like that. Bang! Servant just dies, and they're like,
what?
What?
And then Dean doesn't trust any witches, even if they're mages, so he just goes.
Yeah, he's just like purged.
He just pops off on the master.
They all get purged.
I mean, Ren might actually earn his trust. He does occasionally come around to good witches.
Yeah, but see, the minor issue with that is none of the good witches... Okay, no, some of the good witches did try to kill him. However...
Yeah.
None of them are underage that he can't be attracted to.
Yeah, that is a key point.
This is Dean who likes busty Asian beauties. He's going to look at Ren and go, okay, yeah, I totally believe everything she says. She's with us 100%.
Yeah, small issue here is you're forgetting the fact that Rin would shoot multiple Gandirs at him and then not stop shooting Gandirs at him, even though he says, stop shooting at me or I'm gonna kill you, and she goes something like, try me, and so he just shoots her.
Yep, if anyone he would get, it'd be Sakura, but then he'd find out about the worms.
I'm just still reeling from Sign using the term busty and Rin in the same breath.
Also, yeah, Rin not
busty.
Yeah, only in your hentai dreams, Sign.
No, I'm saying he likes the magazine Busty Asian Beauties specifically. Dean has an Asian fetish. He has
a very specific Asian fetish, which does not include Rin.
He has a.
It would be Sakura. It'd be Sakura.
If anyone would be Sakura, but you know you got the whole demon worm thing inside you.
Actually.
Well, I mean, he could fix Sakura with a fucking
1911.
Well, yes, with a 1911, but also with an exorcism or some shit.
Without killing her?
Without setting off the worm.
Maybe with Castiel, who's not been depowered yet. If Castiel's at full power still, maybe.
Imagine Castiel just pops in and Dean just asks, "Hey, can you do something for me?" I want to get laid.
Also, holy shit, would that fuck with every single mage and priest?
Yeah.
And just straight up an angel appearing.
Angel of the Lord.
Contempt would probably be wanting it to suffer, wanting it to fall.
I would love to see Castiel interacting with Kotomine.
I think Kotomine would be all about it, just like he's still a man of faith, even if he knows that he has inherently evil thoughts. Like,
that's the entire reason he is a man of faith.
You know what? I couldn't manage it myself.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah,
this is great.
I couldn't manage it myself, but I definitely would like to see someone who's good at dialogue write an interaction between Castiel and Kotomine. Specifically because Castiel is absolutely chill enough to just put up with pretty much any of Kotomine's shit. Including
his excuses of birthing the god of evil, because it's wrong to call them evil until they're born, and say nature versus nurture and shit like that.
This is true.
Like he wanted Angramanu born because abortions aren't part of the fucking faith.
Also true.
Well, it wasn't that. It was because this was a miracle. Like, this was a once in a lifetime miracle of the Grail. Like, he's there, and again, it was a newborn. So
I think the only issue that Castiel would have would be the tortured orphans in the basement.
Convinces Angramanu he just needs a fucking hug.
I think the only issue would be the tortured orphans in the basement.
Yeah, 100%. Probably, and that probably depends on what route it is, because that's only mentioned in one route, but all the routes are also distinctive and
But it's
not
implied
even just like
that the tortured orphans are powering Gilgamesh, and Gilgamesh is implied to be there for all three routes.
No, Gilgamesh is known to be there for all three routes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but he's being powered by the orphans in all three routes.
Yeah, but it's only brought up.
Powered.
Wait a minute. I thought he had independent action.
It's mentioned in a single route. Okay, it's mentioned in one route with the orphans and that he's doing that, and it's mentioned in that same route. I don't need them. I just did it because it was funny.
Yes.
Okay.
Like
he still has independent action, and he got bathed in the corrupted Grail mud in the previous war, so that gave him a
do you
fuck ton
think
of
an
energy
Angel
to
Blade
spawn.
would kill Gilgamesh?
Yes.
Do Angel Blades inherently destroy divine beings?
Yes.
Yes.
Then that would
Then
probably.
Oh wait, no.
That's fine.
No,
I don't think it would kill him, but I think it would be intense
no.
pain.
We actually have canon. We can rely on canon for supernatural here. He needs a Seraph Blade.
No, because the only thing a standard Angel Blade cannot kill is a Seraphim. That's what you need a Seraphim Blade for.
No. The Seraphim Blade was used to kill all the pagan gods in that one episode.
It's also used to kill the big four, Michael, Loki.
Yes, I know, but my point is that there's a certain level of power the normal Angel Blade couldn't kill, and I would say that Gilgamesh being 2/3 god probably is that threshold.
Well, Lucifer kills pagan gods with standard Angel Blades.
Yeah, but that's
I think
Lucifer.
that's his own power.
Okay, yes, that's Lucifer,
Yeah.
but you also
The
see
thing is-
Samadine do it. With wooden stakes coated in blood.
Okay, yeah, but no, but
Samadine
that's
are literally
different.
God's chosen.
Well, yes, they're literally God's chosen people, but the problem is that wooden stakes coated in blood is quite literally a conceptual weakness for them. The Angel Blades operate off of a different thing.
The Angel Blades are basically a trump card.
Yes.
Even if it doesn't kill him, it probably will fuck him up because he is a good chunk divine.
I think it wouldn't kill him, but it could extremely wound or cripple him.
You know what? It might damage his spirit core.
Does he even have that? I thought he was given a physical body by the Grail.
Yeah, he was given a physical body by the Grail.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, he was bathed in the mud.
Oh, okay.
Also,
so he's just a full physical 2/3 god.
I mean, it's okay. So he gets stabbed, which is already pretty lethal, and then he just lost 2/3 of his divinity.
Yeah, he was physically manifested. So
Pretty sure the cult would just straight up kill him, though.
It would, I believe, yes.
I mean,
Because
the
like it
cult
says,
literally
there's only
kills
6
everything.
things- only 6 things it won't kill.
Is that God, the Seraphim, and
death.
Yeah, and death. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, technically 7, counting Amara, but they didn't mention that at that point.
Well, didn't she melt it?
No, that was another demon, one of the Knights of Hell that melted it.
Right.
The redhead, Abaddon.
Yes,
Abaddon. All right, I want to say goodbye to the stream then.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, so we productive
been
talk,
5
gentlemen.
hours.
Yep, productive talk, and I hope someone learned something. I didn't.
We all suffered. That's what I
Yes.
learned.
Yep. All right. Suffering together brings us shared something or other. I don't know.
Shared bond and hatred.
Sure. Anyway, we'll catch everyone next time because there is always more, and it always gets worse.